Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And yes, it does look like we've got about 2 hours until the next commercial break. That is a good thing to know. That is a good thing to know. So, how are folks? How are folks? As mentioned, I am pretty... I've got a new painting technique that I learned just the other day, and I am pretty excited to give it a mosey, to give it a look-see, to see how I do with it. So that is what is on the agenda. Yes, a new technique, Matthew. I can even probably link to it. I was watching some Vince. Some good old Vince, and he had a technique for creating skin tones without using any, using only primary colors, using exclusively primary colors, and yeah, Vince is good. Vince is fucking good. There's a part of me that wonders if I should just stop painting models and just watch like 100, just until I watch like 200 Vince videos in a row. But I like working with my hands, so I'm not going to do that. There was another small technique that he had in there that is less impactful. I'm still going to use it today. But I mostly really wanted to test out the skin painting technique. And I actually did. I tested it out. I did test it out on my own time. And I'm very pleased with the results. I'm very, very pleased with the results. Yes, just doing limited palette and hand blending what you need. Yes, Sharkray. Yes, Sharkray. Very, very cool. It turned out very good. There was also another element of it that another thing I want to test out today, which is I have 3 different scenes for showing things, right? I've got 3 different scenes for how I've got 3 different scenes for my setup, and I just kind of want to know which one works best for hand camming. That's kind of what I want to know. It's kind of been driving me nuts. I've got a setup where it's this kind of library background, like you see right now, where the camera area is relatively pinched. And then there's the more traditional VTuber one, where it's just me floating in space over the whole shebang. And then there's one where it's me inside a picture frame. I like the picture frame one. I think it's cute. I think the picture frame one is quite cute. But I don't know. I'm kind of curious as to what people like. That's what people like. There are definitely times where one or the other just works better. If I'm playing a video game where there's a lot of complicated UI elements, I really, really prefer doing those with the frame setup. And if I'm doing the version, if I'm doing like, if I'm talking with another person, I like to have us kind of floating, right? I like to kind of have us floating in space because it's kind of a little bit easier to control. But I use the full version the most frequently. I may as well just show you guys what I mean. I'm kind of curious as to what people think. And I can see that a couple of my art nerd guys are already here. So, hold on, let me, oh, I forgot to do something important. We're going to have to worry about that in a moment. My camera's being goofy. We're gonna reset the camera a couple times. I'm just going to do the... Yeah, you are one of the nerds, Matthew. You are one of my painting nerds. I am not really needing more minis for a minute. Matthew, that's very generous of you to offer, but I still have 98 Roman soldiers to go through. So 98 of these little fuckers to get through. So it's going to take me a while. It's going to take me a while. Before we get there. And hold on, let's try it out here. So when I talk about the one where like there's like a whole framing setup, this is what I mean. This is the framing setup one where like you can see extra UX elements around, and it looks very cute, I think. And then there is, well, hold on, I need to play around a little bit with the size of the camera on this one, because the camera is way too dang big on this one. Droidcam, OBS, transform, fit to screen. Oh, I gotta rotate that. And then, so there is... Yeah, sunburned. Well, please use your sunscreen. Even if you have very dark skin, you should be using your sunscreen. And then there's this one, where I'm just kind of floating in space, right? There's this one where I'm just kind of floating. And this is the kind of like most normal VTuber-y looking one. I think, at least. This is what I think people expect from a VTuber. So this is like you can see more with this one, right? You can see more, but it looks less cute. It looks less cute. It's hard to show emotions. No, put on your sunscreen. That's how you die. I'm not like joking here. Like that kills you. There is some fine-tuning math to trying to get like some amount of sun time without sunscreen because of vitamin D processing, but like it does literally kill you. So, and then this one is what I like to use, the setup I like to use for games that have really complicated setups, and really, what do we call it? Lots of UI elements, and also 4x3. I did not find the missing arm. This is the model. I'm going to have to do a load of camera adjustment to make it easier to see the model, because it looks like crap right now. It looks dreadful like this. But right now, Matthew, we're just A/B testing the and I can zoom in the camera quite a bit. We have quite a bit of options for zooming in the camera. The camera's actually very high up right now, relative to where it usually is when I'm painting. I usually have the camera almost 6 inches lower than where it currently is. So we can do quite a bit of camera adjustment. But it's a question of like where you want me, the Almantas model, on the screen. That's really the question. It looks like Pecco has put in a vote for the traditional VTuber style. The traditional VTuber style where my model is huge, which I'm comfortable with. I'm cool with this. I am cool with this. I'm gonna zoom in the camera a little bit more because you can't see crap. The portrait, Matthew likes the portraits. Hello Gamma. Let's reset the autofocus. Okay, so that's a little bit better on the autofocusing. It's a little bit better on the autofocusing. I do have some improvements I can make to the lighting situation. The lighting situation, I feel like there might be infinite improvement that can be made to the lighting situation. And my camera needs a lot of work as well. My overall camera situation needs work. That's a long-term project that I need to get on. That's probably one of those things that's going to involve like multiple stages for of like funding on Throne and stuff like that. Here, I'm gonna try something very goofy. This is not a Hero Forge. This is not a Hero Forge at all. This is a... Here, I put on a freaking headlamp. I think this is actually gonna give you all a headache. This sucks. This sucks. Fuck that. I thought that would be funny to do, but I actually moved my head way too much. I moved my head way too much. This is not a Hero Forge. This is a... What company is this? I have the box. I have the box around here somewhere. You've provoked me into trying to find the box art. Where is it? Where'd I put the box? That's the actual box, but where's the box art? Not there, not there. Where did I put it? I'm gonna go crazy. But no, these are ancient Romans. These are historical minis. They're not Victrix. They're not Victrix minis. They're what do we call them? Help me out here, chat. What's the name of this company? What's the name of the company? Norvi Jim, I will get to your question in a moment. I'm just going crazy right now. I'm just losing my mind. What is the name? I think it's Warlord. I think it might be Warlord. I think it might be Warlord. Let me actually check some. I think you're right. I think it's Warlord. I think it's Warlord. From Almantas has link. I'm going back a few more steps. Wow. Yeah, it's Warlord Games. Warlord Games Hail Caesar, yes. Warlord Games Hail Caesar minis. So these are historicals. They are... I have a lot of them. Shiro no Colgate. I have quite a lot of these guys. This is a box set of 100 that I got. Yeah, like I said, part of what's going on is that I want to be testing out this new technique I learned for skin colors. Yeah, it's so many. It's enormous. I did not realize I was going to be that many. I thought it was going to be like 15. I put it on Throne. On my Throne, I listed some fantasy minis and some historical minis and some sci-fi minis. And I just kind of let people buy whichever ones they wanted to see me paint. And then I just put like $30 of each, right? So I put $30 of Old Dominion minis from Old Dominions for what's the game called? Conquest. Conquest Last Argument of Kings. So I've got $30 worth of Last Argument of Kings minis on there. And that was 12 guys. That was 12 guys, and so I didn't actually look at how many was for this Warlord Games starter army, and it's 100. And I think it was on special. I think I just got a really good discount, because normally that starter set's like $100. So I must have gotten like a clearance or like a really good coupon or a special on the listing, but I didn't really look. And like I get them in the mail, and it says 100, and I'm like, holy crap. So like I have such a long time to go. Yeah, historicals. Honestly, Shiro, you are not talking to a guy who thinks like that. You are talking to a guy who is painting to paint. I simply paint to be painting. I do not think very far ahead. I am unlikely to do much in the way of wargaming because of my own particular dispositions. At least not in-person wargaming. I kind of do like wargaming, but I don't like doing things in person. I like the process of painting. I don't have like end goals. I want to see how much better I get. I want to improve at a skill. I want to do things with my hands. That's the biggest thing. I want to do things with my hands and improve at a skill. That is where my brain at. That is how I think. I am not thinking much harder than that, which is goofy of me, I realize. But it is how my brain work. Yeah, but yes, so this guy, I've been trying to paint, I've been wanting to learn darker skins, right? I've been wanting to learn how to do dark skins, and partially just because I feel like they're underrepresented, and I live in an area with lots of people who have very dark skin, and so it feels always fucked up to me when I look at like video games and movies and stuff and everybody's white. That always actually kind of makes me uncomfortable, despite myself being white. I kind of just like don't like it. So I've been trying to learn darker skins, and this is I used no skin tones and no browns. This is all done with red, blue, and yellow. This is just red, blue, and yellow for the skin. There's a little bit of pearl in there for highlights, but it's just red, blue, yellow. And I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. And normally I don't like doing that because I want to be able to go back to the same colors and use them repeatedly. Like, normally I want to just be able to work with the colors and, like, I want to get consistent results from the same set of colors. But this is skin tone. We're talking about skin tone. Why? The whole kind of point of this exercise is that skin tones are not consistent. The humans do not have unified, easily worked with skin tones. There are 6 major categories of human skin tones, and there's high variation within those, right? Like, I think I'm type 2. Hello, Ryan the Space Guy. I think I am type 2 skin tone, but I think even if you compare me to other people who have type 2 skin tones, my skin is very translucent, very, very thin, and pretty orange, pretty greenish. I've got a fair amount of green undertone to my skin that other people from my skin type series don't tend to have. And there's a kind of famous exercise that people will do, right, where they'll use the color picker on their own skin to demonstrate how silly it is, how silly racial constructs are. And like there will be people who will be able to pull out like purple, right? Who will be able to pull out like the bit like Twitch purple out of their skin tone using the color picker. So you know, I don't think that I want to try to be as consistent as I can with the cloth and the metal, but being hyper inconsistent with the skin tone is a feature, not bug. That said, I'm gonna play around a little bit more with the camera. Yeah, right. And it's that's just humans, right? That's just humans. Oh, hold on, I fucked up a little bit with the camera. I have made my life very challenging right here. Hold on. I need to redo my entire desk setup. You can't see what I'm doing because it's all stuff that's happening off of the camera, but I managed to set up my desk setup right now so that my my camera is like being blocked by the water cans. Okay, and calibrate. Calibrate? Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Hold on. Calibrate. I think we're good. Yes, we are painting Romans. I have so many ancient Romans, my dude. And I want to be the thing I want to work on right now is skin tone. And the Romans are a really good case study for this. The Romans are a really, really good case study for this. This focus looks awful. Was that good focus for you guys? Was that good focus and good lighting? I think the light might be a little... I think I may actually have... No, not you. I think I need to turn it down a little bit on the lighting. Yeah, I think this is about the best we've gotten so far. But yeah, I am not stressing too hard about getting too many different skin tones per model. I just want the entire unit to have a bunch of different skin tones. That said, I'm going to immediately go against what I've said I was doing. Hold on, let's change the I'm going to change it now. I'm going to change it immediately to miniatures. Miniatures and models. I'm going to change this over to miniatures and models. And I'm going to be doing the shield first. I'm going to be doing the shield first just to get myself a little bit warmed up. I'm going to just kind of clear up this model a little bit. I have enough spare parts that... because I was just chatting. I always start in just chatting. I am primarily a Zatsu specialist, so I pretty much always start in just chatting. Numidian auxiliary used by the Roman forces fighting in England. Yeah, that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat right in this phase. Yeah, I am a Zatsu specialist, so I always start in just chatting, and it's... Just chatting is really kind of my actual home territory. As much as I do lots of calligraphy and stuff like that, I am really a chatting guy. Okay, that's too wet. Okay, hold on, let's... I feel like I need a desk that's like 60% bigger than what I actually have. Still too wet, still too wet. I think actually the paint may have separated out a little bit, so let's... Yeah, the paint's pretty separated out. Yeah, the paint's very separated out. Citadel! Am I insane for thinking that Citadel paints just separate out like constantly? Also, I never gotten hellos. I apologize. I apologize. Let me go back. Hello, Seribot. Hello, me. Hello, Cosmo Krill. Hello, it's hard to show emotions. Hello to Almantas. Hello to Pekoneko. Hello, Matthew. Hello... Hold on, I misread. Hello, SharkRay38. Hello to Gamma21. I hope you are enjoying your snacks, Gamma. Hello, Shironokoge. Hello to Ryan the Space God. Hello to... Yeah, Montas again. Hello, of course, to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. Okay, so... I'm just going to put down some layers of brown. Down a little bit of brown on the back here. All right. Comment. Hello, Gringotts. Welcome in. Always good to see you. Always a pleasure. Okay, so let's deload the brown a little bit. Deload the brown. And okay, so before I put a laurel pattern on this, I freehanded a laurel pattern, but I put way too many leaves on it. It was way too many leaves and they were way too small. So let's go with 5 on each side. That's not wet enough. That's not wet enough. Hello, Norvegem. Hello, Norvegem. Oh, I apologize, Norvi. I did not actually answer your earlier question about Villain Lair. About Villain Lair. I think I might have to go with Skull Island, right? I think I might have to go with Skull Island. I think I might have to go with Skull Island. Hello, Arya. Hello, Arya. Everyone, send Arya some love. Arya's a delight. Skull Island, like in what's it called? Like in Venture Brothers. I want something with plumbing. I want plumbing on my evil villain lair. Except no substitutes, my friends. Get plumbing. Branding some laurels on here. Like a schmuck. Yes, but hold on. Let me give the shout out to Arya. Let me give the shout out to Arya because I adore Arya. I think Arya is the bee's knees. I think Arya is the bee's knees. How was We Were Here going? I kind of got to you and then like I got distracted and then I had dinner. But how did it go? How was We Were Here Forever? Oh, way too watery there. Surprisingly short. It was a demo. So surprisingly unsurprising, so to speak. I did have a good dinner. I forgot to post pictures of it. I like to post pictures of my dinners periodically, and this one actually turned out like relatively photogenic. Which some of my dinners lately have not been photogenic enough for me to feel comfortable posting them anywhere. But I had stir-fried cabbage and a sweet potato and bulldog. I had bulldog ramen. I like bulldog ramen. Okay. Campfire stew tomorrow. Yeah, I had bulldog. Now the question of which historical army. The question is like, for what purpose, right? For what purpose? Like do I have a reason or a goal with it? Because like there's something really nice to be said about being in charge of like the post-Vietnam US military. Because like if you're in charge of the post-Vietnam US army, like you've got a pretty freaking cushy job. Right? Like nobody's really fucking with you. And I like the idea of like not having to worry about my country being extinguished in an existential war. I'm a pretty unambitious guy, right? I'm a pretty unambitious guy. Uh, I like to vibe. I like to hang out with my friends. I like to have a nice time. And once again, kind of ruining questions about like what I would do in a given period of history is my continued take, like I said before, I really want to have access to plumbing. I'm just generally not keen on giving up plumbing. Just vibes. Just vibes. Yeah, plumbing. So, like, yeah, there'd also be something to be said for the JSDF, right? The god of gods or the god of plumbing. Being the god of gods sounds like a shit job. That said, I mean, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about a system where there is a god of gods or a king of kings. Oh yeah, I've lived without plumbing, Arya. Here's the thing about being the god of gods in a system where there is a god of gods is that like if you are the god of gods, if you are Uranos, right? If you are Uranos, like you're actually not safe. Everybody who is not Uranos is unsafe as long as Uranos is around. Everybody is imperiled by Uranos' very presence. But also, if you're Uranos, you're never safe. Because everybody knows that the only way to be safe is to oppose you. Right? I mean, we're about to the movie night, the next movie night is going to be Downfall. There we go, that's a bit better. Not sure about this. Uranus is another name for him. I'll be charged of the Austrian Navy during World War II. Yeah, yeah. Uranos is Kronos' father. Kronos might have been an easier one to go with. Yeah, the gods killed Uranos. Exactly. No, they did. That's kind of my point, right? Is that like everybody else is imperiled by the existence of the king of the gods. Everyone is imperiled by the king of the gods existing. But that means that everybody's incentive is to try to displace the king of the gods. But also the only safety you even have under that system is to be the king of the gods. It sucks. It's the reason why autocratic governments are so incredibly inefficient. Peers of the gods of Limingham. Well, that's gonna take a lot of work. I mean, I did not grow up in a polytheistic culture, right? I grew up in a monotheistic culture. So my understanding of polytheism is literary, and like I had friends who were Hindu. I think I might know more about Hindu than is normal for a gringo, but that's not saying a lot. And so one of those things that one of those things that's very fascinating to me about polytheism, one of my favorite little parts from it, right, is that one of the most powerful gods in Hinduism is Ganesh. And you've probably seen statues of Ganesh. Ganesh is a very important god to have on your side if you're a Hindu. And he's the god with the elephant head, right? He's our elephant-headed guy. And the reason why Ganesh winds up being so important if you are a Hindu in the 21st century is that he's the god of gateways. Okay? Right? Ganesh is the god of gateways. So you know what that means he controls? You know what being the god of gateways gives you power over in the 21st century? College entrance exams. He's also the god of college entrance exams as an extension of his power over gateways and boundaries. I just think that's cool. I just think that's really cool. Right? Browsers are just another form of gateway. I don't know if he has command over that. He might. He might. I just don't know. I think this was actually kind of all right for saying I free-handed it. I think that for free-handed laurels, this is actually not too terrible. I could definitely do better. I could definitely do better, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We will get there. Let me... They freehand them IRL. Well, yeah, but people there's better and worse freehanding, right? There's better and worse freehanding is my only point. Let me pull up something really funny from a video game. Because I'm supposed to be a VTuber, so I'm supposed to care about video games. So let me go over to Witcher 3 Painting Quest. No, not this one. Who would win the God of Gods or the God of Plumbing? Normally I would say the God of Gods, because like that's kind of the point, right? However, the question is if I am a if you were to ask me to dang it, I can't find the yes, here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This was what I was looking for here. Hold on, my not that one. That should do it. Huh. Transform, center, transform, fit. Where are you? What's going on here? Properties. Oh, there we go. There we go. I like this one a lot. I like that. This is there's a really funny quest in Witcher 3 where there's a troll who is kind of just like painting shields for the military, and on the left you can see how well the troll paints, and on the right you can see how Geralt paints. I just think this is a very funny bit. I think it's a very funny bit that the troll is very good at painting. This is Republic. This is late Republic Ryan the Space God. So yeah, they're wearing Lorica Hamata. One of those things that's a kind of interesting little piece of history is that Lorica Hamata are much better attested pieces of military equipment than Lorica Segmentata. And but there are two reasons why the segmentata tends to come up more frequently. Well, there's a couple reasons, but one of them is just that they're kind of like more distinctive. The Lorica Hamata, that is to say a chain shirt, chain hauberk. Chain hauberks are really, really freaking good. And so once Lorica Hamata became like a pretty common feature of military equipment, people just kind of kept on using them for like 1,000+ years, right? Whereas the Lorica Segmenta, or Segmentata, I'm not very good at Latin, has a much more limited use case. But there's a couple of other things going on here, and one of the ones that's pretty interesting about it, to me at least, is that the Lorica Segmentata preserves much better archaeologically. The Hamata, once chain shirts start to dissolve, once a chain shirt starts to dissolve, it's gone. They disappear so fast. So even though we know that the Hamata, the chain shirt, was used much more than the Segmentata because of literary evidence, because of artistic evidence, archaeologically they were actually way less common. Because again, it's think about how rust works. Rust is a surface area phenomenon. Rust operates on the surface of iron and digs into the surface of iron based on the surface area, and then it infiltrates from there, and as it gets into below the surface of it, right? Well, I should say, it causes the surface to flake away to reveal new layers of fresh iron that it can eat. And so the longer you use it, right? So that means that it basically destroys whatever you're doing. And the thing about chainmail is, just think about the surface area to volume ratio of chainmail. Oh, dang it. I'm gonna have to repaint some of this. Think about the surface area to volume ratio of chains. It's like 99%. The surface area to volume ratio is crazy by comparison. So once it starts dissolving, it falls apart. Any personal theories you'd like to share about Deltarune before the upcoming release? I should say, so I just replayed Deltarune 1 and 2 on this stream. I finished part 2 on Tuesday. I finished part 2 on Tuesday. We still have some of the victory lap to do on part 2, but we got past Queen. So I have quite a bit of Deltarune experience. This is not, and that was not a blind playthrough. I've played Deltarune before. I like Deltarune. I like Toby Fox a lot. I will say that I'm more critical of it having played it on stream than I was before. And I'm starting to notice this as a pattern, which I'm not sure I like about myself. Right? This may be a kind of bad pattern about myself, that almost everything that I play on stream, not everything, but almost everything I play on stream, I like less than I did before I played it off stream. When I had an entirely off stream experience with it. I seem to get more critical of games when I play them on stream. I seem to be harsher. Particularly of story-heavy games. Yeah. Do you have a theory, Arya, about it? Yeah, unless it's part of it might be replaying, but I notice a lot. I'm way more noticing of flaws when I'm streaming, which really kind of just makes me feel even more strongly about the few games I've played on stream that I still lost my mind over. 1000 Exorcists is still just the best game. I can't even imagine what 1000 Exorcists is legitimately one of the best games I've ever played, and I played it entirely on stream. I do think that there's some things that like I'm harsher about. I think there's some things I'm harsher about when I'm streaming than otherwise. I was so frustrated playing Metal Gear Solid on stream. I was so annoyed with Metal Gear Solid on stream. Let me type it out because the name's weird looking. The name is weird looking. 1000 Exorcists I don't actually think is a super good stream game. But it's so good. Yeah, it's so good, Raria. It's like it's mind-breaking how good it is. But I do feel like I am generally kind of harsher on games that I play on stream. Then to get really concerned about the audience experience. Yeah, well, particularly with Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid's a really obvious example of this for me. With Metal Gear Solid, I was just so annoyed at how nobody ever shut up. Because I know that people want to hear me, right? Like I am doing a stream and I have an audience that likes me and wants to hear my thoughts and my opinions and my takes on things. And Metal Gear Solid was like, I felt like I couldn't get a word in edgewise. I felt like I was like, what am I doing here as a streamer? It was very frustrating for me, which I think is unfair, right? I think that might be like a bit of a personal flaw. You know, that might be a little bit of me being selfish and prima donna-ish. Has a similar audience too. I don't know if I'm going to do XP. I don't know if I'm going to do Clair Obscur on stream. I'll probably play it at some point. But I don't know if I'm going to do it on stream. I don't know if I'm going to do it on stream. Partially because, like, I am, what's the word I'm looking for here? I am pretty worried about the fact that it apparently now has a very, like, aggressive category viewer audience. And I kind of get nervous about category viewers. Like, I'm never doing Voice of the Void again because of the category viewers. The category viewers for Voice of the Void were very rude. It was a very miserable experience because of the category viewers. Yeah, they were very rude. I did not have a fun time doing Voice of the Void. Well, I know, like, Sorer loves Voice of the Void. Sorer loves Voice of the Void. As does Grimmy. A lot of people who I really like Voice of the Void. And really like streaming it, I should say. But, like, I think a lot about a person, one of the people who, several different people actually, there were several people in the chat who said, I look forward to your next Voices of the Void stream, and then I never saw them again. I've never seen them show up for anything else. It's like, okay, they really fucking meant it. They were not here to watch like a personality. They were here to watch fresh reactions to Voice of the Void, which is in general fine. I want to be clear here. Like, but as a streamer, it's discouraging. Yeah, I've been told that as well. I have been told that as well, Arya, that, like, there's a couple of categories that, like, I just kind of avoid because the viewers for them have bad reputations. The funniest one to me, this is actually more amusing than, like, upsetting, is the people who are, like, sweat lords for, what's it called? Words on stream. The words on stream sweatlords are the funniest type of Twitch viewer to me. I think those guys are hilarious. I think it's extremely funny. That amuses the crap out of me. I'm assuming that they're not cheating. I'm assuming that they're just, like... There might be cheaters, that's whatever. I'm just assuming that it's, like, there are guys who are wandering around who, like, really know the game really well. And, like, if you introduce guys who are really, really good at a high skill ceiling game into a community where people are just kind of playing it for fun, they're gonna slaughter people, right? Like, it's like playing a game of pickup basketball and some guys from the NBA show up. Right, like that's what it looks like to me. And I just think it's funny as heck. Oh yeah, I like GeoGuessr as a concept, and I'm probably going to be pretty good at it if I like do it a lot. I know that I'm insane at time guesser. There's a level of humility that I have about my skills, and I'm not willing to lie and say that I am not good at time guesser. Or Redactyl. I know that I am very good at those two games. Time Guesser is a, it's like GeoGuessr, but it uses photographs that are taken at moments in time. So instead of it just... So you have to guess both the year and the location. And they're usually, like, historical photos. They're usually, like, noteworthy historical photos, which helps a lot. Like, non-trivially, like, I've gotten a couple of them because it's like, oh, I know this picture from, like, this picture was, like, a Wikipedia picture of the day 2 years ago kind of thing. It's like... They're often pretty substantial ones. Like, you can often tell what time period it is because it'll be a historical protest. Oh, Italy is a nightmare. Italy drives me insane. Italy is hell as far as I'm concerned. Italy messes me up super bad. And it's not just like the cars. Italy's just like, people just dress the same way in Italy for like 50 years straight. I don't know what the heck is happening in Italy. Italy's crazy. Like, unless you, like, literally see Benito Mussolini in the photo, it's like, when was this? Well, yeah, next Thursday I'm going to play Deltarune. I'm not playing Deltarune on Wednesday because I just kind of don't stream on Wednesdays. Just as a rule. And then it's not out until Wednesday, right? It's not out until Wednesday. Next week, I'm doing calligraphy, Deep Rock with Ratmost, Deltarune, and then I'm having a chat with Bug. And the only reason why the schedule isn't already posted, well, for one thing, I don't want to post the schedule until I finish the week, right? But the only thing that's really waiting on the schedule is I'm not actually sure when Bug's available. Yeah, calligraphy on Monday. Sticking to my guns on the calligraphy Monday streams. That's I've been doing calligraphy on Mondays for a long time. I like doing calligraphy on Mondays. It just feels right to me at this point. Okay, that's pretty good coverage for the shield. For the back shield. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Hold on. I need to, how are we doing on ads? I'll feel really dumb if Okay, so I don't need to. I really shouldn't do the 2 hours, the 2 hour thing for ads because we're 1 hour in. And I need to use the bathroom anyway. Um, but so that's very silly of me. But oh, incredible. Okay, okay. Let me talk to the Raiders for a second. Hello, Kasoririnen. Hello, Kasoririnen. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas VT. Old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. I used to be a professor of sociology. That is not a bit. I just used to teach sociology. Oh, somebody did toggle the coat on. I was wondering when that happened. I do a lot of calligraphy. I do a lot of hand cams. Today I am doing some miniatures painting. How was Quarantine Zone? I'm not familiar with Quarantine Zone. That obviously sounds very post-apocalyptic, but it could also be a city builder. And Ava has fallen _VT. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And hello, Pularek and Kisoririnen. It's TSA. Oh, okay. It took me a second to figure that out. Like TSA, is that like a genre? No. You mean like the airport security. You mean the airport security. Okay. So is it a little bit like what's the name of that game? Papers, Please. Is it a little bit like Papers, Please? That's what it sounds like to me. When you say it like that, it sounds like it's Papers, Please. Okay. I liked Papers, Please. I liked Papers, Please. I did not have the intended experience with Papers, Please. I'm a very, very fast reader. I'm a very, very fast reader, so it was I did not have the intended experience with Papers, Please. I was pretty much always I was pretty much cash flow positive the entire time I played Papers, Please. It was super duper fun though. I had a lot of fun. I actually killed a civilian. Oh no. Poor civilians. I mean, that feels like, I mean, that's like the thing with Papers, Please, right? It's like part of the trick to being good at Papers, Please is just deciding that some parts of the paperwork are not worth checking. And so you just kind of like accept that you're going to have a certain error rate. You just kind of like look at like what are the parts that like are very unlikely, that like come up very rarely, and then you just never learn them, and then you just accept that you make a ton of errors on those, and your superiors get mad at you, but you get paid a whole ton of money anyway. That's part of like the trick to it, and like that means you get a lot of false positives and false negatives. Oddly, being vegan turned me into an incredibly fast reader. I can usually read the ingredient list to a bag of potato chips in like a fraction of a second. I think it's usually like a third of a second or so for me to read an ingredient list that's under 10 lines. Me and Mabel were talking about this just yesterday. Me and Mabel were literally just talking about this just yesterday. Like we can do it like instantly at this point. We can spot butter or whey like so fast. You mistook the weapon. Did you literally pull out a gun that you thought was something other than a gun? Because that's crazy if that's what you did. That is crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So this is the argument for making fewer things gun-shaped, right? For making fewer tools that are gun-shaped. It's like a serious argument that happens in equipment development is like, stop making like scanners that are gun-shaped. Yeah, exactly. To stop making scanners that are gun-shaped, because then people will like shoot by accident. Then people will shoot by accident. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna cement this on. I'm gonna cement this on. So here's our dude. Here's our dude. I'm going to cement this on, and then I'm going to use the bathroom. So let me put some. So this is thin cement. This is extra thin cement, and its order of operation as a its order of operation is that it dissolves the plastic. So it will not work on metal at all, period. And it will not work on certain types of plastic either. It is simply an organic solvent. Hello, Chaos Panda. Hello, hello, hello. Yes. Read faster in my head than my... Oh, yeah, yeah. The limitation that's going to happen, at least for me, on reading out loud is going to be the limitation of my mouth. And so, Kasori Rinen, if you want to be able to speak faster, what's probably going to be the more limiting factor than anything else is going to be doing lip and tongue exercises. So work on your tongue twisters, which is just general streamer and public speaking advice. If you are a streamer or a public speaker of any variety, I recommend getting a couple of tongue twisters in order. And like anything that you try to do fast, always start slow. Start slow and work on your precision. So 1-1 was a racehorse, 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1, 1-1 race, 2-2, 1-1-2. Right? 1-1 was a racehorse, 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1, 1-1 race, 2-2, 1-1-2. Simple tongue twister right there. 1-1 was a racehorse, 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1, 1-1 race, 2-2, 1-1-2. Yeah, you have to work. You work on your speed gradually by repetition, by maintaining a focus on precision until things become smooth and light and easy. That's how you do it. That is how you do it. It's meaning wise, it's actually a kind of bad one. It's not the easiest one to understand the meaning of. The big trick to it, if you are not a native English speaker, is that the 1-1 and 2-2 are reasonable if unusual names for a racehorse. Who was it? Was it Hippocrates? I think it was Hippocrates, wasn't it? I think it was Hippocrates who did that. I don't know if that actually works. I don't know if that's like actually good. All I think that's going to do is ruin your teeth, if I'm being realistic. It's a similar thing where like people will sometimes do exercises where they try to do like the anime thing where they practice doing their punches with they practice their punches using like holding weights. That just messes up your rotator. That just messes up your arm. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's a bad system. It's a bad system. Like doing the broccoli thing just hurts you. It literally just hurts your rotator muscles. Like, yeah. I don't even remember his name because I didn't watch. 100% of my Naruto knowledge is from talking to Alex. I've never watched Naruto. I only know Naruto because of Alex Azarashi. I don't know anything else about it. But yeah, just doing that just hurts you. It literally just does damage to your balance, to your ligaments. It doesn't do anything. Well, I mean, it does make you stronger, but it mostly damages your ligaments. So don't do that. Don't do that. I'm gonna paint the base here. The Rock Lee is the only episode you've ever seen. Someone tried it in real life? Yeah, I can imagine. But yeah, like if you are trying to get strong, folks, don't do 24/7 exercises. That's stupid. That's the other part of it that's stupid. Is like, first of all, don't do that specific. Don't like use things. Don't try to put weight on like your rotational muscles like that in uncontrolled stands. Yes, and Chaos Panda has the other part of it. Like, you need to rest. Rest is arguably the most important part of getting strong. You build muscle in your sleep. You build muscle in your sleep. I know I had this problem when I got back into running. That like I was so enthusiastic about running that I had to like talk to people who were more experienced about it. I was like, I want to run more. I want to run more, but like the training regimen that I'm following, I was doing couch to 5K, but the couch to 5K says like I need to rest, that I have like that like I need to like take a day off, and they were like, absolutely do not try to outpace the couch to 5K program. Do not fucking do that. That is how you ruin your muscles and your bones in particular. That is how you absolutely ruin your muscles and your bones. Do not do it. Yeah, rest and diet are 2/3 of the work. Yep. Yep. And people overestimate the diet, if anything, right? People don't want to focus as much on the resting because it's boring. It's boring and it's not sexy. To be like, one of the most important things for you to get strong is to learn how to sleep better. And to chill out. And it is boring, right? You can't stay 24/7. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I am studying very hard lately, because I am hoping, I think I can do it. I think I can pass the N2 this year. Japanese, JLPT. I think I might be able to pull it off. But it's like, I can absolutely cause my brain to just light on fire, right? I can absolutely just light my brain on fucking fire from studying. And then I'm not absorbing anything. Hello, Ava has fallen. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, 5x5 is a good program. 5x5 is a good program. Arigato, Shiro-san. I'm really just working on the kanji right now, though, to be honest. I think so. I think so. I did some practice tests in March. I did some practice tests, and the N3 practice tests I thought were really, really easy. The N2s were very difficult, but I could at least like understand what was happening. N1's insane. N1's crazy. I've passed N4 before, but like 20 years ago. So, you know, different time. And I have a very unnatural Japanese at the moment. I don't want to like switch into trying to speak Japanese right now. I'm now going to be absolutely embarrassed if I try to speak if I actually just like try to speak Japanese right now, because I know that Arya actually speaks Japanese like in an actual real practical sense, whereas I'm just like reading a lot. Right, I'm just reading and doing drills. So I will just embarrass myself in front of somebody who I want to make it, whose opinion I care about. Is the accent not charming? I don't know. I don't know. I will say, I don't know if Pekko is still here, but there was a very funny moment a few weeks ago where some of my viewers who are from South America, including Pekko, learned while I was streaming that Americans tend to find Latin American accents sexy. Yeah, I know that you were one of the people, Pekko, who was like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah, no, they absolutely do." And hello, Beautiful Angel. Yeah. Blue's a fellow American. She can back me up. Yeah. Yeah. Not all of them, obviously. Not all of them. And not all methods of speaking can be attributed to accent, right? 日本語でなんというか、アメリカ人のアクセントは、日本語でなんというか、知りませんです。Depends on how thick it is too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, the one that was particularly funny was I was like, oh no, like the specific one that gets called out by Americans is Argentinian. The Argentinian accent gets like very specifically called out as like a very sexy accent to Americans. The Sacrificial Rogue, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the Roldars. The Roldars are very attractive to Americans. We like those quite a bit. Yeah, Castilian not. I remember watching Parallel Mothers. Parallel Mothers is a really good movie. Parallel Mothers really rules. That might be a Discord watch-along movie. Is Parallel Mothers. And the Parallel Mothers, they're speaking Castilian, I think even like Eastern Castilian Spanish. And so they're lisps being very hard. The lisps were like so like to an American who like the default Spanish accent is Mexican, it sounded insane. It sounded ridiculous. The Castilian Spanish sounded so absurd to me. And like we like the people I was watching with, it was like actually kind of like interfered with our ability to take a very serious movie seriously. You kind of like the lisp? Some people do. Some people do. I am an American from a certain age, and I was raised to think of lisps as comical, unfortunately. For reasons that probably have a lot to do with the ambient homophobia of my people. Ibiza. Which country in South America is nearest to heaven? I don't know. The only thing, the joke that you were reminding me of, I don't know if you meant to do this, is poor Mexico. So far from God, so close to the United States. Uruguay because Argentina is the heaven. That's cute. That's cute. And see, I'm like a history guy, and so I have struggled to think of Argentina as heaven because like when I think about Argentina, I think of Argentina as the cursed place. Right? I don't know if people are familiar with this thing. Argentina is this very strange country from the history of economics where Argentina just kind of got all of its economic growth done in like by like 1906. Like Argentina has just like the most cursed, horrible economy ever. There's a joke in economics that there are 4 types of economies on the planet. There is developing economies, developed economies, and Japan and Argentina. You have to have 4 sets of economic laws, and those are your 4 sets of economic laws. You've got separate special economic laws just for Japan and Argentina. And the rule for Japan is that no matter what happens, the currency will never break. It is impossible to break the yen. Nothing matters. The yen is eternal. And the rule for Argentina is that nothing good ever happens. Nothing will ever cause the Argentinian economy to grow ever again. I specifically remember a conversation with somebody on my Discord who was talking about the current president of Argentina and was predicting that he was going to like turn things around. I was like, that's not true. That's not going to happen. It's Argentina. There's rules here. We have rules in this society, and one of those rules is that Argentina is not allowed to win. And he was like, no, I think he's turning it around. And I checked 2 weeks later, and the inflation rate for Argentina was like 50%. I was like, yep. All I had to do was just go short on, always short Argentina. How how hard it was to remove Chinese coins from the market. I will say Blue is Blue, you are not understanding. Safer Q might be understanding what I'm talking about. There are, yeah, he ended up shilling a crypto fucking scam, and then it blew up in his face because of course it did. Scamming international investors is not a sustainable economic plan. I lost the arm. I'm just gonna use another one. But yeah, there are economic models. There are economic models that, so like Japan's inflation right now is like 4% or something like that, and its inflation since 1990 has averaged about 1%. There's a lot of economists. There are a lot of economists who predict that yen should have an inflation rate somewhere in the order of 5,000% to 5 million%. That's like what's happening. It's like the Japanese, the way the Japanese internal fiscal management works. There are people who legitimately think that Japan should be facing inflation rates of several million%, and they have thought that was true since 1980. There are people who've been predicting that Japan is seconds away from Weimar-style hyperinflation since 1980. People have lost millions of dollars on this. Individual investors have put millions of dollars. Yeah, no, they're so wrong. That's what has happened. Is that like they have a wrong framework for what's happening to the Japanese economy. They're just fucking wrong. I am going to use the bathroom and run ads. I will be back in a few minutes, and then we'll do this arm, and we will start working on the next model as well. But I'm going to do the cleaning and priming all together at once. So give me a minute. It could be seconds away for an absurdly large number of seconds. Correct, Safer Q, correct. All right, we're going to be right back. Enjoy the fan art. I'm going to run ads. All right, all right, all right. Okay, so we're gonna... A nice thing about these models is that these guys are really simple. These are dead simple models. So I'm just gonna... May as well grab the one with the Pila. There's only so many parts to these models, and they're not very complicated. There's no legs. There's no legs, right? The legs are all built in already. Nip, and nip. I don't really have to give too much of a crap about, And so I got Pila. I need a second arm. I'm gonna grab a sling for this one. I'm gonna grab a sling here. This one's proven kind of difficult to get out. Sling. Oop. And I need a head. There we go. And I'll put this frame away. Hold on. These are warlords. Warlords. Yes, that is duct tape. That is duct tape holding the Mini to the stand. It would be better for me to use some like sticky tack or something like that, but I didn't find any immediately. I knew where the duct tape was. I definitely have a lot of room for improvement in my tools, right? But no, these are warlords. This is warlords. What's it called? Hail Caesar, late Republican army. So I've got 100 of these bastards. I have so many of them. Sticky tack might not be sticky enough. Duct tape is incredibly cheap at the moment for me. I'll decide if I don't like it or not. Being too sticky is something of a disadvantage, right? Because then it makes it more consequential if I accidentally touch it with the brush, right? It makes it worse if I touch it with the brush. I do not want to use super glue, Scaldy, not for this purpose. I want this to be lightly sticky, right? Because the point is I'm painting the model and just trying not to touch it with my hands. So I want to be able to take it off, right? I want to be able to take the dang thing off. Okay, I'm just cleaning up some lines. I actually really find this part of model work relaxing and enjoyable, the cleaning. Apparently I'm using a terrible one. I have been told that this thing sucks. This is the Games Workshop one that came with the Games Workshop starter paints, which I should not have bought, overall. Overall bad purchase, mostly because I do not like the Citadel paint pots. You use double-sided tape, but you mostly have metal minis. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. I just didn't know where the double-sided tape was. I could have used... I do have a baggie right next to my desk of command strips. I could have used a command strip. That would have actually worked pretty well. But I knew where the duct tape was, and I just grabbed it because I knew where it was, right? It's an experimental technique. I've never actually done this before. I've been holding the minis in my hand previously, on previous streams. So I am, learning a lot of techniques as we go. I will say that this cap is... This is a cap from a product called Spot Shot. And I think out of all of the technological advances I've seen in the last 30 years, Spot Shot might be the most mind-blowing one to me. Spot Shot's crazy. I am amazed with that stuff. I hadn't used it before, and I am floored. It's a carpet cleaner. It's a carpet cleaner. It's a Spot Shot is a carpet cleaner. It's like Woolite or like 309 and stuff like that. And I hadn't used it before, and I spilled fucking ink on my carpet. I spilled ink on a white carpet last week. Okay, I want you to think about that. I spilled black ink on a white carpet, and I was like, oh, well, okay, that's fucked up. And I got out the Spot Shot, and I just used it, and I cannot find where the ink was. It's gone. It's gone. 100% clean. 100% clean. Insane. Absolutely insane. If you had told me 30 years ago that cell phones would be what they are today, I would have been like, yeah, sure, whatever. I would be like, yeah, I can believe you. If you had told me that carpet cleaners would be this good in 30 years, I would have been like, you're lying. That's bullshit. There's no way. There's no way. I would not have believed you. And hello, Stressed Owl. Yeah, and Ryan the Space God, yes, correct. From 1975 to 1988, an inflation rate of 10% per month. What are we doing here? That is what the Argentinian economy is like. Argentina's economy is ludicrous. Nothing can go right in Argentina. It felt like bullshit to me. Yeah, per month. Yeah, no, nothing can go right in Argentina. And it's worth noting that that's not hyperinflation. Like, hyperinflation is, well, for hyperinflation, we're talking about tens of thousands of percent, right? Hyperinflation is a whole different beast. But we are talking about just like, that was just like normal. That was for 13 years. That's a great question, Blue. It's a great question. No, again, Argentina had like the strongest economic growth ever in the 19th century. 19th century, the way I look at it is like Argentina did 200 years of economic activity during the 19th century. Like, if you were looking at the Argentinian economy, in 1905, like, you could be easily convinced that they were going to take over the entire planet. They were going to buy England and the United States. And then they just like have never grown again. it just like ended. Argentina just like ends as an economic carrier. I know we've got some Argentinian listeners here, but I think I'm assuming Kara's asleep. Oh, speak of the devil! Oh my goodness! Speak of the devil. Kara, I literally had your name on my lips seconds ago. Literally. People can back me up in chat. Literally was just talking about you. I thought you were asleep. Hello, Kara. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. What was Kara up to? Kara is a deer. Ooh, how was Night Rain? How was Night Rain? I don't know when I will get around to Night Rain. I want to do the Souls games in order, and at the rate I'm currently going, that means I think we're probably, like 40 years out from me getting to Night Rain at the current pace I'm playing. Hello, Eclipse Bun, and hello, Skyrish, and hello to 1000 Skellingtons. Did I miss anybody else? Got Eclipse Bun, Skyrish Bear. Skyrish is cool. Skyrish is cool as well. But Kara is a deer. Kara is a lovely, lovely lady. I appreciate her a lot. I hope my people, will give her a follow if they haven't already. For the viewers, oh, and hello, Shyborg. Hello. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. That is not a bit. That is an actual job that I held and trained for a very long time. And now I am anime online for money. Most of my streams are calligraphy or other handcams, like today, where I am painting some miniatures. I am currently just doing model prep at the moment, so I'm cleaning up I'm cleaning up mold lines a little bit. Yeah, we were talking about Argentina. We were talking about Argentina. We were talking about Argentina and how it has Argentina has a cursed economy. The Argentinian economy is cursed. It's been fucked for like 100 years. Argentina is cursed. Argentina is absolutely cursed. Great for tourism if you're safe and don't wear expensive stuff. Yeah. No, there's a lot of. I'm not saying that there aren't good things to say about Argentina in general, right? Culturally and visually and the people and so on and so forth. All of that can be good. I study economics and history more often, and Argentina is a basket case and has been for decades, if not a century. Yeah, yeah. Argentina had a very brutal military dictatorship for the 70s. Si mate. Yeah. Yep. Uh, yeah, Kara is very lovely. Kara has a very lovely voice, folks. If you did not know this, Kara has a very lovely voice. I think some of the folks in here will like your voice, Kara, if they don't already. Currently, Ryan the Space God, we are currently in a situation where the yen to dollar ratio is very favorable. If you want my economic predictions, it's not going to get a lot better for Americans. I suspect that we are going to see the U.S. is going to have currency problems sooner than Japan will. So heads up on that one. But currently, it's actually relatively low by it's actually a relatively favorable rate by historic standards. All my savings into bitcoins, it'll be fine. Oof. I would consider that a poor investing strategy, independent of my feelings about cryptocurrency in general. I would consider that a poor investing strategy just because you should have a diverse investing portfolio. Limiting gaijin access to tourist spots. Oof. All right, Sacrificial Rogue, enjoy your sleep. Invest in the silver. Nothing goes wrong in the hard. Nothing ever goes wrong in metals. There's never any instability in the precious metals department. Please, people, tell me that you understand my profound sarcasm there. The precious metals market is a horrible place to invest in. Thunderdome rules in the precious metals market. Please do not invest in the. Please do not take me as giving sincere advice to try to invest in silver. Good gravy. Good gravy. Who buys Japanese products? It's yeah. Throwing snowballs almost so hard. Whoa. Did it for subs? That's horrible. That's awful. That's awful. And hello, Rabbit Mutt. Hello, Rabbit Mutt. Fun D&D shopping experience paying with gold coins. The coworker who bought gold from the apocalypse comes. Yeah, Ryan the Space God, that's baffling. That's baffling. That's baffling. I wonder if people like looked at the Johnny Somali going to prison thing and were like, I'm just built different than Johnny Somali. Like, it's not the actions that Johnny Somali took; it's that he was unskilled. Because that's a stupid thing to believe about the world. Get a kotatsu. Uh, hmm. Wonder how much I care about getting kotatsu. Not very much. Not very much. I should get some washi. I should get some washi. A Nordic guy that was a tourist went over and called him out and covered his cam. Whew. Yeah, you know, I hope they don't fuck it up for me, a guy who would like to spend some time in Japan and absolutely does intend on making some content just out of the simple fact that I will be a VTuber in Japan. Because that's just like literally a positive for us in this field, right? I don't really know Ryan the Space God. This is Nagi, this is Nagi. This is the old man. This is the old mantis. This is the old mantis. There's no heat in houses there. That's true. That is true. Uzbeki dumpling. Ooh, I didn't think about that. I don't know Uzbeki cuisine. So let me give the shout out to Nagarino. To Nagi. I adore Nagi. Also, Kara, I apologize. Oh wait, hold on, Stressed Owl. I ripped you off on this one. Was it dark before or was it light before? Hold on. Was it like this before? It probably wasn't. Yeah, I ripped you off because this scene I haven't been setting. I am behind on fixing my scenes. I need to do a big dive on my scenes to figure out to like rectify them. I do like a big rectification of my scenes because I do not think my OBS is set up very efficiently right now. HVAC work for the How are you doing? Okay, I guess that answers my question about how you are doing, Nagi. I guess that generally answers my questions. Hello, Nate. We're painting Romans. We are painting ancient Romans. I learned a new technique for skin from Vince Venturilla, and I want to be working on it. I painted this guy's skin. This guy's skin is entirely black, yellow, and red. There was no skin tones you were harmed in the making of this guy's skin tone. So I am feeling very enthusiastic about that. I am priming up the next model before I get on finishing his arm, because I also need to prime up a new arm for him. So I've just finished breaking out and prepping up this model. And we are brush priming. It's the damn high 90s. Kara, I am not jealous at all of you. I'm not jealous at all of you. Monarch Lou, thank you for the follow. I wouldn't worry about it, Nate, because Nate, you are extremely intelligent in many, many ways, and I am extremely impressed with you. I don't know color theory either. I am learning as I go. I am very learning as I go. Want to use your cute sweaters? Oof. Yeah, I am sorry. I mean, even in New York, I barely get to use them. I love the cold. 90F feels like 97. I hate that. I know that we've got a couple of people here who are Team Summer, and one of them I know is Blutiful Angel. I think Blue would enjoy the Floridian weather with you psychos. I personally find temperatures above about 70-ish Fahrenheit to be nightmares for me. That's when I enter the hell zone. Yes, I did add the descriptions of the dates. Yes. Oh no, Akara, I didn't assume that you preferred the hot weather. I did not assume that you were I was not assuming that you were living in Florida because it was your favorite place on the planet. I would never impugn your honor with this assumption. It's a hell of a thing to accuse somebody of if you don't know. Cold weather's a fantasy. 110F. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I've been in that kind of weather quite a bit in my life, and I don't like it. I don't like it. It's less true of me as an old man, but I was absolutely one of those guys who, when I was young, I was very much one of those guys who uh, was wearing shorts when it was 20 degrees out. Uh, like I think like for a while my dividing line between shorts weather and pants weather was 0 degrees. Yeah. Upstate New York is crazy, by the way. If people do not know this because they're either not American or they just don't live in this part of the US, upstate New York actually gets more snow than Alaska. The snowiest cities in the US are not like Juneau or Fairbanks. They are like Syracuse. Yeah. It's like Syracuse and Rochester are the snowiest cities. It's non-trivially a matter of humidity, right? It's non-trivially a matter of humidity. Uh, like you need to have like Alaska's too dry to have that much snowfall. Yep, Buffalo's another one. Yep. Wisconsin does have a fair bit of snowfall, but upstate New York gets the most. I know people who grew up in upstate New York, and like during the winter, you would have like 6 foot deep snowdrifts just everywhere, like carving tunnels on the sidewalk. One day in Rochester went from 80 to 20. Yep, and more than a foot of snow. Yep, 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 yep. Upstate's crazy. Upstate's crazy. Okay, I think there's too much paint getting into this brush. I need to get it out. Need to give it some more rinse. Yeah, University of Rochester. University of Rochester's crazy. Yep. No, that's the thing that happens in Chicago. And hello Tech Tenchi. Hello Tech Tenchi. Yeah. That's definitely a Chicago. That's a certified Chicago moment right there. Uh, love Chicago. And I'm obviously old news at this point, but as ever, congratulations to the Chicagoans on their acquisition of a pope. While lapping onto the beach in Lake Michigan. Yup, yup, yup. Lake Michigan's a crazy place. I love Lake Michigan. I love Lake Michigan. That's a crazy top body of water for my reckoning. Top tier body of water. How do I load this up with more paint? I need with more primer. I need to. This thing needs This thing needs this brush needs to get cleaned out. This brush needs to... I might need to get another bucket, another can of water out here. There's a lot of planes in it. I don't know. Of the Great Lakes, I genuinely don't know. That's just a piece of history I don't know. Which Great Lake is full of planes? No idea. I don't have an answer for you on that one. Have a good lurk, Texentry. Titicaca between Peru and Bolivia. Why is it the weirdest? I'm familiar with it because it's the highest altitude lake, and that's like a good so Lake Titicaca is like a really good like trivia question to know the answer to if you are ever doing like trivia nights. This brush is so fucked up. It's saltwater. I didn't know there was saltwater. Huh. Today I learned. I thought it was freshwater. I mean, I've never been, and I'm extremely unlikely to go for a variety of reasons. But the Dead Sea is crazy to me. Dead Sea is absolutely insane to me. Hello, Grunge Cake. Yeah, I don't know. You could tell me like any of the lakes could be. Yeah, I miss the Aral Sea. The Aral Sea is such an insane story. The Aral Sea is such a crazy fucking story. For people who aren't familiar with this, the Aral Sea, if you are an old like me, you grew up with the Aral Sea being like a fairly major geographic feature of Central Asia, and it just does not exist. It's like gone. It's been extincted, and it was extincted because the Soviet Union wanted to be autarkic on cotton production. It wanted to be autarkic on cotton production, which is difficult to do because of the the fact that nowhere in the Soviet Union is actually good for cotton production because it's the Soviet Union. And also hello, Alloy Sunseeker. Apologies for not getting the hello in. So they looked at their climatic maps and they decided that the area that had the best climate for it was Kazakhstan, and it was Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, and but the trouble is that it's good in terms of the temperature, but it's very bad in terms of it's good for temperature, but it's very bad in terms of water production. Right, it doesn't get enough rainfall. And so we're just like, okay, we'll just use the Aral Sea at a completely unsustainable rate for the water. Lake Tahoe is cool. Second deepest. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. The deepest is, for the record, is Lake Michigan, right? Like I'm not wrong on that one. It's still Lake Michigan is number one for depth. Because Lake Michigan's crazy deep. Crater Lake is the deepest? Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Windows Security Defender, I will absolutely fucking kill you if you do jump scare me like that again. Windows Security Defender just popped up with a notification that it found no threats to me, but it made the exact same sound that OBS makes when OBS crashes. Lake Natron in Africa? I have. Lake Natron's crazy. Lake Natron's crazy. Windows defense team for the fear team. Yeah. 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 Absolutely scaring the tar out of me. See, there's a funny idea, right? There's a funny idea is to make a jump scare game that's like designed to like scare streamers and include like the Discord join call sound and the OBS crashing sound as inside some of the jump scares. I have messed up this brush something fierce. This is my worst brush for a reason. This is my bad brush. My punked out brush that I don't give a crap about. Don't tempt me, I'll make it. Let me in so I can collect royalties. Give me enough permissions that I can just collect royalties and not feel responsible for the actual product. I'll feel pretty sick if I one that you know that uses Steam Messenger that comes to mind. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, here's a way to like develop on that theme further and get a couple of streamers together and have them say like, "Oh, thank you so much for the raid." Right? Like have an effect that has a bunch of people like me go like, "Oh wow, thank you so much for the raid. That's very kind of you. What were you doing? Oh, you were playing such and such game. How was it? How was it?" I think that'd be funny. Just really mess with the streamer's mind. Yeah, pre-recorded raid intros. Yeah, exactly. Make people think that because if I'm just playing a game and I hear somebody say that, it's like, oh wait, hold on, what the hell just happened there? Did I raid out by accident? And of course, if you want to make it really good, right? You'd need to have it like for specific people, which is pretty bespoke, right? I think that would be a oh, this is like an idea that I need to like do with Bug or something like that, where like or like Clonk, somebody who actually knows somebody else who like that would be like a good stream idea. Like we make a horror game like and we like convince one of our friends to playtest and it's entirely designed to prank them specifically. Meeting with Bug next week, so this is a good idea. This is a good idea. I'm an ideas guy. I'm giving out ideas here. We're here for the ideas. All right, Pekon Neko. Pekon Neko. Have a good night. Have a good night. It was a pleasure having you here as ever, as ever. Peko, also Peko, your fan art is in the next schedule. I think you'd appreciate that. Twitch still has the knock one. It does. Twitch does still have knock. Bug actually uses it because she's a psycho. My favorite VTuber, not my favorite, I guess he's a VTuber. My favorite YouTube creator, Veilfisk, has done this kind of crap. This is the kind of shit that he like lives for. So, you would collab just for the victim's reaction? Yeah. How hard is it to get a game listed on the Steam page? Like increase the deception, increase the level of deception by like getting it on Steam. Not impossible. Not impossible. So the thing is, like, I think this is a very funny idea, but I have to say, Nagi, I don't think it would be funny to prank you with it. I think that I would want you to be in on the prank rather than to be one of the prankies. I think there are other people I'd rather prank with it. Inari would obviously be my first pick. Obviously. Salad would be a bad pick because they'd figure it out. They would figure it out very quick. Nagi is too precious. That is not the word I would use. I do love Nagi, but precious. You have to pay $100. Oh, Is the extra level? Okay, no, it's not worth it because because it just got to be cheaper, right? It just got to be cheaper. It just got to be cheaper. Folks, this is what's like texting with Nagi. This is just what she's like. This is just what she's like in text. This is how she communicates. This is just direct normal snake communications. Sounds like Snick, yeah. She isn't even doing hieroglyphics. She's just communicating in like pure like undeciphered logograms. Typing is hard when you have no arms and only emojis. That's a good explanation. Hello, Romar Kent. Hello, Romar Kent. Amusingly for your name, I am making some ancient Romans. I am currently at the moment, I am doing a little bit of, I'm priming, I am priming up the next model that I'm going to work on, but we are going to, before I paint it, I am going to finish, this model is almost entirely painted, but I lost the arm, so I'm going to have to redo his arm. So I am, this brush is so fucked up. Yeah, I will need to glue it on. Yeah, Ancient You, Romar. Ancient You. Nagi, what even is this emote? No, it's the first one. It's still the first one. I've just been mad about it for 2 days. I've only lost the one arm, but I've just been mad about it for multiple days in a row. That's all that happened. I go crazy when I can't find my things. I go absolutely fucking crazy when I can't find my things. That's what has happened here. Okay, so let's move my stuff out of the way. So here I'm going to start with cementing. It's the Tsuchinoko and drip. That's amazing. You would be too early, Ryan. You'd be off by a few centuries. These would be the Roman legions from roughly the time of Caesar. So you would be off by about 200, 300 years. However, the Lorca Hamata, the chainmail, does remain prominent as a form of Roman armor for a very long time. Oh, this is a fucked up arm. Okay, let's let that settle in a little bit. No. This is like so Christianity becomes the official religion of Rome with, I forget the exact year, with Constantine. So 300s, 300 CE is when it becomes the official religion, is under Constantine. And then and then this would be like 50 BC. This would be 50 BC-ish. This would be between 100 and 50 BC. The Tsuchinoko and drip. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. That said, Nagi, I have never seen you wear anything. I really struggle to imagine you wearing that. Who is it that you're making mad with the Gritty Goose? That's like, I know that you use the Gritty Goose specifically to flex on somebody, and I forget who it was. It was Sui, right? It was Sui. You're doing specifically to flex on Sui. Or is it somebody else? All right, I'm going to bring out the palette and just kind of show what I'm doing here. You were wearing simply a really good outfit. You were not dressed up ridiculously. You were wearing a very good outfit. For people who have not met Nagi in real life, she's extremely attention-grabbing. All right, so we're going to put down some blue. We're going to put down my primaries, right? So a little bit of yellow. Oop. Attention grabbing. Yeah, that's a. What you want me to? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, Nagi? I can make it more embarrassing for you. All right, Ally. Have a good night. Have a good night, Ally. Thank you for stopping by. Attention constricting. I have no pronouns. Don't refer to me. Okay. That's where we're at. That's where we're at on the Snake Index right now. That's where we're at on Snake Index. Okay, and let's put down a little bit of water here. No reference, only value. I see. Okay. That's where we're at tonight. Out of curiosity, Nagi, how high are you right now? Take a bunch of blue over here. Let's take a third one in a second. Third. Oh, you just woke up. Okay. Nagi has been getting obliterated on antihistamines. For the last week or two. All right. You want to play Night Rain? I can't stop you from playing Night Rain. It's like a... I think it would be very in keeping with streamer lifestyle to, like, wake up and the first thing you fucking do in the morning is you play Night Rain. Like, that's extremely legitimate. Okay, so I have taken roughly 3 parts... roughly 3 parts blue to 1 part red. Let's drain some of that out. Let's add a little bit of yellow to it. Let's add a little bit of yellow to it. You read all of the studies. Yes. I'm sure. I am sure the snake of many talents has a perfect understanding of the medical literature. I mean, fucked if I know. The only antihistamine I really liked was Zyrtec. Okay, and that's pretty much that's not entirely, but pretty much entirely. It's primarily blue and a little bit of red and a little bit of yellow. A little bit of yellow. And unlike in I am looking at I am still learning colors theory. I am unlike blue, unlike Nagi, unlike other people here. I am the moron about art. I don't know shenanigans about art. I don't know nothing about art. So I am still learning this very much as I go. So let's get him over here. I'm actually going to start with the brown because that's a lower layer. Not on the skin. I'm going to be doing the handle of the sword. And if a little bit gets on the hand, that's fine. Thank you, Tech Tenchi. And yeah, I haven't taken color. I never took a. I haven't taken an art class since middle school. Well, okay, I took calligraphy classes, but I didn't take a class on drawing or anatomy or any of that stuff for all of high school or college. I haven't picked up a paintbrush for a very long time. So I am very stupid, right, at this. Glaze. I need to get the glazing. I need to get the glazing, that glazing mix. Poor performance on my part. Mediocre. I am already regretting attaching this. Already regretting attaching this. It would have been. I've already messed up my life. The new painting. Hello, Saf. Hello, Saf. I was about to shut you out, and I was like, oh wait, the bot will handle it. The new painting technique, new to me because I am a moron, is creating skin tones out of primary colors. I have been trying to create skin tones using skin tones, and I learned how to create skin tones out of primaries, and I feel like a genius. This guy's skin tone is just blue, red, and yellow. And I know that this is probably not fancy and new to folks who are at all good at art, but I am baby, so I'm just a little guy when it comes to art. So it's very exciting and new to me. I think I could use a little bit more yellow. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But how are you doing, Saf? Yeah, I've invented RYB. I haven't I mean, I literally learned it from a YouTube tutorial, so I'm not going to claim that I invented it. I learned it and I am working with it, but I definitely did not invent it. Do not put words in my mouth. Do not put words in my mouth. Still needs more yellow. Needs more yellow, needs a little bit more red. Acrylics. Acrylics. Hello, Ace Hardvar. Hello, Ace Hardvar. Acrylics is what you used. Use more ambiguous. I am not trying to... I can even link the goddamn video I learned it from. It's from Vince Venturella. It's from Hobby Cheating with Vince Vincion Nannerla. Italian names are hard. I'm trying to give this gentleman Bagel, Boggle, Bagel, Bagel. One of those words. Yeah, one of those. I'm trying to give this guy very, like, dark skin, right? I'm trying to make this guy look, like, very dark. Because I don't know, that amuses me. I think that's important for representing a Roman legion, right? If I want to play around, learn more with mixing, check for Zorn palettes. Ooh, okay. Hold on, I'll have to... Zorn palettes. It's a technique that kind of appeals to one part of my brain very strongly, which is the part of my brain that hates spending money, and then appeals very hard against the part of my brain that likes having things be really simple and repeatable. So I'm very conflicted about it. Could betray both and buy better color primary color paint. I know, right? I know. I could double down on the bad, on making myself feel bad in multiple ways. Because I am distinctly mentally ill and distinctly mentally ill in ways that Nagi is not. I regret attaching this arm so much already. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Top 10 anime betrayals myself. Betrayed by the guy who thought it would be easier to drool all over supplies I'll never actually use. Didn't Joanne's die? One of my friends who's like a big arts person, like her favorite store is Joanne's, and I think it's dead. Yeah. Did they like go actual bankrupt, or did they get like venture capital forced bankruptcy? Because VC forced bankruptcy is utterly crazy to me. Because a couple of years ago, I mean, like, just closed like yesterday, Safer-Q. Like, give her more than like a day to get over it. Like, it's like just, this is like fresh news. Okay, hold on. Hand is shaking a little bit. That's unusual for me. Hold on. I got exactly conflicting information in two posts from you guys immediately. Yeah, Sharkray and Voverin saying exactly opposite things. But yeah, the one I remember from a couple of years ago was Toys R Us went bankrupt. And like I remember talking to some finance guys because I live in fucking New York, and so that happens sometimes. And they're like, oh yeah, it was just a terrible business model that Toys R Us had. Toys R Us had a terrible business model, and they went out of business because because it's like a stupid business model in the 21st century. And then turns out that Toys R Us is so profitable that even after they got the equity bankrupted. Was like a private equity firm bought up Toys R Us and then saddled Toys R Us and then moved debt from another company that they held into Toys R Us. And then oh my god, you guys are contradicting each other again. I'm being trolled. I'm being trolled here. But it turns out that Toys R Us was so effective at turning a profit that they managed to overcome that. Like, they declared bankruptcy and then just, like, won. Guitar Center died. Guitar Center is the one that just, like, actually died. Guitar Center actually died. Red Lobster. The Red Lobster. I don't know enough about what's going on with the Joanne situation. I just know that, like I said, I just know some of my friends are very sad about it. Oh, Blockbuster. And hello, Galactic Wolf. Yes, that's true. Sometimes bankruptcy is also a thing that you can just like win. Like bankruptcy is just a thing. Like bankruptcy is one of those things that's kind of crazy to me. Is that bankruptcy is and defaulting on loans is a strategy. Like it's not like a moral quantity. It's not like an essential part of your nature. A company can just do bankruptcy, right? And so can you. So can you. So can you. If you have the heart of a warrior, you can declare bankruptcy and come back. Yes. Yes. I will say it out loud, Vovern. I will say it out loud. Donald Trump has gone bankrupt like a dozen times. Like dozens of times. Like he's you know, you can come back from bankruptcy pretty readily. And in fact, that's the point. The point of bankruptcy is so that you can come back from it. Bankruptcy is not something that's designed to be a like once in your life thing. It's designed to be a thing where bankruptcy is a way of discharging your debts so that you can re-enter the economy in a meaningful way. Well, I don't know if he does it that way, because that implies a level of strategic thinking that I think is unfair to attribute to the man's, particularly the way he was behaving in the 80s, right? I think that's an unfair way to describe his business strategy, is to describe it in terms where it makes it seem like he really meant what he was doing. I don't think that that's reasonable or fair. I'm getting a couple little edge highlights here. I like doing edge highlighting a lot. I like doing edge highlighting a lot. Yeah, retreat is sometimes the better option. Yep. Yep. And let's get rid of that. Let's deload that a little bit. Yeah, which it often is. Yeah, which is often is. And I think that a non-trivial factor here, right, about strategic defaults and bankruptcy is that, like, if you are an end user, like me and you, we are taught to think of bankruptcy and delinquency and such as, like, failings. Like if you find yourself bankrupted, that's because like you should always pay your debts, even if it will destroy you. And like your bank doesn't think like that, right? Like whether or not you pay back your debts is a question of, like, how does it affect your credit rating? Right? Like, how does this affect my credit rating? And I need that credit rating on such and such time frame to accomplish my financial goals? Or is the amount that this hits my credit rating worth less than the value of the money? That's like a real question. That's a real question you should be asking yourself. And we're taught not to do that. At least I certainly wasn't, as a person who grew up like middle class to lower middle class. And no, that's just like a necessary part of how the economy functions, right? That's like, I am just screwing myself by thinking like that. Okay, that's way too much white. Going to a bored state where you have no options. Yeah. No, it's okay, let's see. I think I made just enough of this stuff to make a little bit of highlights. Payback should immediately and deal with it, whereas not using a loan. Yeah. Whereas not using a loan. Yeah, having set 0 is inherently a negative to a credit rating. Yeah. No. It's the way that we are taught to interface with our own credit system is incredibly deleterious to us as the end users, as the actual citizens of our country. And I don't entirely know what to tell people, because like the form of debt that you like is most ruinous to an American is student loans. And that's one of the ones that's like really hard to get out from under. That was kind of Joe Biden's like main policy achievement. Signature policy of the Biden administration. Hold up, I'm locked in because I'm doing some edge highlighting here. I want this part of the bicep. This part of the forearm. Healthcare is second. Healthcare is second, and it's like healthcare debt is incredibly deleterious. Healthcare shows up the most in bankruptcy proceedings, and that is non-trivially because you cannot use bankruptcy to discharge student loans. So, like, yeah, you're not going to. Student loans are intrinsically not going to show up as part of a bankruptcy proceeding because they're excluded, which is fucked. That's a lot of why they're so deleterious. It's because you can't bankruptcy yourself out of them. And it's a real catch-22, right? Because going to college is so fucking valuable if you're an American. It's so insanely valuable for Americans. It's like the number one predictor of long-term quality of life. Is like, do you have a college degree? It's like number one. It's like the most important thing. But also, it's like a arguably very bad investment. It's like really a pain in the ass to untangle. Just cleaning up this shield a little bit. I actually really enjoy the part of model painting where you where you're cleaning up the lines. I actually really enjoy it. It's like arguably my favorite part. Health insurance is not required. However, it was rigged into this. Yeah. Yep. It's pretty unpleasant. I don't think it's brainwashing tech, Tenchi. I mean, like, looking at it from a statistical standpoint from the outside. Like, admittedly, I am a person who's college educated, but so like I'm not that outside. But like looking at it just from like a raw numbers perspective, just having a bachelor's degree is an enormous improvement. An enormous. I mean, I don't want to be. It's not about like whether or not the jobs require those qualifications in a truly meaningful sense. It's you're just not going to get in the door without that. And I go completely a little bit nuts about the fact that the highest paying job I ever had really only required a middle school education. On paper, it required a master's degree, but in practice, it required a middle school education. In terms of the actual skills used, it was a middle school job. Well, it's I don't know what the best solution is, Nagi, in no small part because a really awful part of how we are doing things in these here United States is that we are foreclosing off we are trying to we are not trying to make things better by eliminating those things. We are trying to eliminate those things in order to make it so the only job left in the country is Uber driver. Like I was literally having this conversation with my with some family members earlier. It's just like what's your backup plan if your art and writing don't work out? And it's like, well, I still have these qualifications. Like I can still go back and like go back into this field that I worked in before. But like also this field is either the field that I used to work in is either going to get more in demand or will be completely absolutely dead in 10 years, right? Like it's I can't tell. Oh, and absolutely lie on your strategy. Oh my god, lie like crazy. Like it is no, lying has been the go-to strategy. Safer Q. 20 years. 20 years. Is that only because you're only 20 years old? No, lying is the go-to strategy for social advancement since the Stone Age. The most reliable job in the most reliable job in human history is sycophant, right? Ever since one monkey figured out how to put a crown on his head, there has been stable, steady employment in telling that monkey he deserves to have a crown on his head. Right, like, no, lying is I find lying really kind of fascinating. I find lying kind of a fascinating thing because, like, it's so... like the strategy, like, we can't eliminate it. And there's like a part of human civilization that like believes that the total elimination of lying is like a necessary precondition to like any sort of social order. Like, you're never going to get that. And then there's like another part of it that's like, no, we should incorporate that lying. We should encourage that lying. And no, I think it's just an arms race. Like, lying at an individual level is almost always a good strategy, but keeping other people from lying is very, very important for your own safety. And so that's kind of like a lot of how social norms work over history, right? Like, is how do I protect myself from other people lying to me all the time? Dad told me the senior designers company he worked for found out to have falsified all his qualifications 30 years ago. That's impressive. That's impressive. I am not a good liar, so I just overstate my achievements on my resume. I don't fully make up new ones. I just kind of overstate them subtly. Okay, hold on. I think we're getting close to the end on this guy. Yeah, I have worked in recruiting, and when you have thousands of applications, I remember doing applications for some jobs where, like, I wouldn't even really ask kind of direct questions. I would ask them. So, like, one of the questions I remember asking people all the time was, what do you do if there is a toilet that is flooding? Right? And because the thing is, like, you just should be able to answer that question. If you are trying to become a janitor or a maintenance personnel, you should be able to answer the question very easily. What do you do if a toilet is over? Nagi, I know you know better than that. There are two correct answers. Oh, that's sick. That's sick. I like that. Yeah, it's shut off the water. Shut off the water is one correct answer. There was one other answer that I considered correct, and only one person ever gave it to me, and it's very funny. The other correct answer was put up a wet floor sign. I'm still really amused by the person who said that. That was really funny. It's like, yeah, yeah. I don't actually think that's wrong. It's not the best answer, but at least you thought about it. The number of people who I asked that question to and they just froze up. It's like, come on, man. Come on. I don't need you to like actually have the like you can just like any level of like actually having thought about the answer will like get you through here. Yeah, wet floor sign is extremely not my problem. I respected it a lot. I respected it a lot. I respected it a lot. All right. I think this guy's pretty good. I thought this guy would only take me for the first like half hour of stream, but there we are. We have 15 minutes until ads, which let me put down the number. This is guy number 2. Roman number 2. I'm going to throw us to ads a little bit early and replace the water. You got hit recently. Was it better to be a good communicator or a good listener? That's like a Zen koan, man. That's crazy. That's a crazy question. That's a crazy question. I will say, Vovern, that this reminds me that I earlier today did the Kojima name generator. I don't know if people are familiar with this. There's a Kojima name generator that Brian David Gilbert made. And the name I got today, because I got bugged to do it, so I did it myself along with her while she was doing it. The name I got today was Listening Listener, which I think is deeply, deeply funny. Hold on, let me go grab it. You guys can do it while I'm in the bathroom. Yeah, I was named Listening Listener today. I've done it several times. I've gotten several different. You get different names almost every time you do it. So I will be right back. Enjoy the fan art. I will run early ads, and then I will get started on this next guy. All right, I'm back. Uh, Not even hiding a second website in the hyperlink. It's like he hates phones. I am an honest man. I am an honest man. Let it not be said that I am not an honest man. This is why I don't play Among Us. I would just get creamed and be very stressed out the whole time. Fire department in the military use different alphabet call it. That is frustrating. That is really frustrating. That just feels like a way to get people killed. I don't know what to say too much about like military military certifications and qualifications, because I think this will not surprise anybody to learn. I was not in the military, so my understanding of military affairs is, you know, stuff that I read in books, which is not biased towards the actual specific experiences of the modern U.S. military, because I haven't really read that stuff. All right. So we don't have like that's not, I can't paint with that. That's like dead. That is there's not enough left in there. So I will probably do I'll probably do a different skin tone for this guy. Not that far off from current military applause. I do feel pretty comfortable saying that one of those few things that I do feel comfortable about saying about how the military works in our country and in every other country that I've ever heard of is that the military is a product of the society it's from. And so the fact that you even have certs to worry about, that you even have like a certification program that exists at all, that's already a pretty unambiguous sign that there's a resemblance between the civilian and the military structures, right? Because a lot of societies simply would not have anything like that. Like that's simply not a thing that exists for a guy like this. There is no centralized certification structure in the Roman Empire, so there's no centralized certification structure for Roman soldiers. Why would they have such a different system for just the military? And the answer is that they don't. The answer is they just fucking don't, because that's how societies work, right? Societies build militaries that are extensions and products of the larger society. Okay, I definitely need a lot more yellow than that. So if you read one of my favorite books to talk about on this channel, The Cutting Off Way. The Cutting Off Way is about Native American warfare in the 16 and 1700s in the American Northeast. And there's the structure of what makes you a good warrior is heavily a reflection of, I'm just going to put the yellow in here directly. Is very heavily a reflection of what the society values in general. I probably should have used iced yellow. But I'm trying to learn here, right? So I'm going to stick with... this. See how we're getting a fleshy tone. See how we're getting a fleshy tone here. Let's put in the ice yellow. Yeah, with a specialization for the soldier in question. Yeah, and this is a question that all sorts of militaries have in how they do things. And so there have been eras when higher degrees of specialization was desired. of soldiers. But there a lot of systems have actually been even more generalist than ours. Again, like I said, the cutting off way is about Native Americans in the 1700s, and for those people, they have a society where there is like almost no specialization in the entire civilian structure, right? There's functionally no specialization for the entire society, and so why would they all of a sudden develop long-term military specialization if every person in the entire society basically has the same job, right? There's basically two jobs, and those are man and woman. Even chieftains do. I will be adding a little bit of white. That's a good call, but I will be adding a little bit of white. This is going to be a pretty pale guy. This guy's going to be pretty pale. I'm just cleaning out this brush a little bit before I load it up again. Oh, wow. I need to use 2 cans just to clean this guy up. I've already basically killed an entire can of water here. Yep, got a little bit of white over here. I'm going to take that white, mix it a little bit with itself just to make sure it's like nice. And then I should have used ice yellow in the first place rather than moon yellow. But a little bit late for that. All right, it's hard to show emotions. Please get some good rest. Please get some good rest. It was a pleasure to have you here. Okay, let's deload that a little bit. Get some of that, because you don't want to keep paint in the brush for very long, right? You want to get the paint out of the brush pretty quickly. The reds, though, the reds are such a mess. Okay. Using up way too much palette real estate on this one. Okay, so I'm gonna do the base skin tones first. And part of the reason why I want to get the base skin tones in early it's looking quite yellow by my considerations. Is because I want to get this neck in. All right, I want to get the neck covered early so I can mount the head early. I don't know, I feel like this looks very Simpsons. This looks very Simpsons-y to me. I think it needs more white. And hello, Deedledoo. Hello, Deedledoo. It needs more white. And you think it needs some red? Okay. You think it needs some red? Okay. I'll add the red first. Red is so much. Yeah. It's very strong. It's very strong. Let's try putting this on the model and just see what happens. Because sometimes it looks a little bit different on the model context than it does on the palette, right? See, yeah, that looks way better. That looks... Let's deload the brush a little bit. Good gravy. I'm gonna need to replace the water cans in like 5 seconds. We're like already wrecked the water cans here. Yeah, that looks very flesh toned to me. The Kojima name sheet is very funny to me. I find the Kojima name sheet very, very funny. There's an accompanying Brian David Gilbert video about it that I think is really good. But okay, yeah, this looks a lot better. A lot less Simpsons. Oh boy, this brush is messed up. Let's move the camera angle a little bit. This is about where I'm actually painting, right? And I was painting very off-center. Oh, do you see a lot of support for Zoran Mandani in New York City? Among my own social circles, yes. In terms of the actual polling data, I don't know. I think it's a little bit early. I do not want to make any real predictions about the election because for two reasons. The biggest reason is that my record on predicting elections is awful. There are certain things I have a pretty good record at predicting. And then there are some that I have a really terrible record on. And elections is one that I have a really terrible record on. I get fooled all the time. I'd say my record at predicting financial crises is pretty good. And I would say my record at predicting international wars has actually been very good. But at predicting U.S. elections, I'm historically very poor. So I don't really know. Again, among the people that I personally know, Mamdani is the only one that anybody's talking about. Like if you were to ask me like what I think based on like my man on the street level interviews, it's like, oh, Mamdani is the only person who has like any name, who has like anything going for him. But you know, this is mostly a sign that I have a pretty specific and limited social world, right? The only people I can even name who are in the race are Mamdani, Cuomo, and Adams. And Adams is like one of the most hated politicians in the US, which is a pretty stiff competition at this point. Cuomo is pretty widely despised. And then there's Mamdani. However, I don't know what that really means in practice. Yeah, the bubble is real. The bubble is real. And of course, like, at this point in the previous mayoral election, it was Yang, right? Yang was the clear, obvious shoe-in. Not based on, like, my own people, but based on, like, if you were to look at public polls and such, like, it was like, oh, it's going to be, there's no chance it's going to be anybody other than Yang. And then Yang, did Yang drop out? Like, Yang didn't stand a chance when push came to shove. So yeah, I don't even remember if Yang was even in the race or not. Like, he didn't do well. I don't know if he dropped. I think he dropped out. But yeah, very resonant. Very, very resonant. Whether or not that's enough is another question. The rent control is like one of the most, it might be like the single most popular thing you can run on in the US. And in America, in New York in particular, right? Like, New Yorkers spend upwards, the average New Yorker spends about 2/3 of their income on rent. My expenses are majority rent by quite a bit, right? My primary expense in life is rent. So, you know, that's the thing, right? It's pretty easy to convince New Yorkers that if you say, like, look, we'll stop rent, like, a lot of New Yorkers are going to be very, very receptive to that. Stop rent increases. You know, it's a very, very popular policy among Americans, and it's an extremely popular policy in New York. At least among the electorate. Whether or not he'll be able to do anything with that if he wins election is another question. Right? Yang lost in the primary, ranked fourth. He still got fourth in the primary after all that. That's kind of impressive, to be honest, given... And like, at one point, it looked like he was going to secure over 50% of the vote, right? It looked like he was going to win a hard majority. And then he just didn't. Right, then he just got completely creamed. Okay, hold up. I'm going to replace the water in this. This because it's driving me insane. That my water is like, my brushes are coming out of the water dirty. It's going to be like 2 seconds. It's going to be like 2 seconds. I'm just going to dump these out and fill them again. All right. All right. Okay. I also need to work on a better default face, Almantas. That's Small priority, but it would be a nice thing to have a better default face. The Almantas snoozing animation. Yeah. There's somebody who's set up their AFK to be their character checking their text messages, which I thought was really cute. Also, how are you doing, Kirill? How are you doing? Start working on the skirts. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing the reds now? That's very stupid of me. Psyduck grabbing its head pose. I would need to talk with Sensational about setting that up. Because I don't think my arms are animated in that way. I don't think I've got hands set up in that way. It would be pretty good for me to have me touching my stroking my beard, like closing my eyes with my beard and stroking my beard. I think would be pretty good. Just got home from work. Was gonna stream by a drag festival, but work at a liquor store. Ah, okay. Okay. Wait, who wouldn't let you come in with it? The drag festival wouldn't let you come in with it, or work wouldn't let you come in with it? Ah, security at the festival. Oh, okay. They gotta protect the vendors, right? They gotta protect the vendors from free booze, from the monster that is free booze. Yeah, no BYO, no BYO. Pretty normal policy, but not a policy that I like because I'm very cheap. I'll be honest, the cumulative effect of alcohol costs at concerts and venues has meant that I've just watched every concert I've gone to completely stone sober. I just never get drunk when I'm at shows. You get a bottle of wine, no corkscrew. Yep, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, let's get in here a little bit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, NYC prices are brutal. Sea Change. I don't know Sea Change, and I guess that makes sense because if they're a middle tier Canadian brewery and they have to compete with me having the option of buying the finest Midwestern microbrews. What are they? How would they even penetrate my awareness, right? They're craft brewery, but they're butthole. Ooh, yeah. I don't. That doesn't feel like the type of business that manages to expand very far. Not that it never happens, but you know. And of course, the crazy brewery, if you're an American, is Founders. Founders is crazy. Because you think it's like a little microbrew. You think that Founders is a little microbrew based on their branding and where you find them and stuff like that. But like, and their quality, right? Like Founders is like good quality beer. But then it's like, no, Founders like does like bonus production runs for like Heineken and stuff like that. Like they will brew Budweiser, like brew actual Budweiser for Budweiser. Their facilities are insane. Uh, like if you are in Michigan and you drive past Founders, you will see Founders from miles away. Just miles and miles of highway side brewing before you get into Battle Creek. It's crazy. It's like, oh, this is a cute little microbrew. This is a cute little microbrew that's like got more manufacturing capacity than like General Motors at this point. Okay. Labatt, there we go. Yeah, there's a Canadian brand I can recognize. What's her name? The lady who Kate Beaton. I heard from Kate Beaton, not personally, right? Like from her socials, that the Canadian sports has turned into like the most embarrassing jingoism on the planet. I don't know if you watch sports, so I don't know if that's if you've noticed that, but like the hockey game advertising, she has said is just like the cringest stuff on the planet now. Of we cannot sacrifice our freedoms as Canadians, and like Canadian national anthem playing, and then just buy Molson. That's accurate. That's accurate. That's awful. You're becoming American even faster than we could have anticipated. Not just becoming American, becoming Texan. Awful. The whole point of of not being America, so you don't have to put up with this crap. It's like the virtue. All right, all right, all right. Legitimately hard to tell when I've missed spots. Even American companies, Canadian owned and operated on franchises, incredible. It's like you go to the McDonald's and it's like there's like a Canadian owned McDonald's. Incredible. Incredible. There's still some paint in there. Okay. Let's get that out of there. Papa John's and Domino's, of course they are. Domino's, that's baffling, right? Because like Domino's, there's two things I think about Domino's, right? The first is that Domino's has outperformed Google over the last 20 years. Like Domino's as a stock is like incredible. Domino's is killing it as a business investment. Domino's is an extremely good business to put money into. And the other part of this is like Domino's is like the only Domino's does well in New York City. Which a lot of people are very surprised by, and I don't blame them for being surprised, right? Because they added stuff. Well, at least in New York, it's very specifically because Domino's does really good delivery. Domino's as a delivery service is really good. Like, whether or not the pizza's any good, the delivery service is really good. Well, the thing is, New Yorkers are ordering Domino's a lot. It's the best pizza you can get because you can actually get it. Yeah. It's a you know, doesn't matter how good a pizza is if you can't get it. Yeah, no, things like I can't imagine, like, I didn't even know that there were sit-down locations for Domino's in New York. I thought, like, again, I know that Domino's is doing well in New York, but I thought it was all Shadow Kitchen, right? I thought it was all delivery only. I mean, New York City water is just phenomenal, right? Like, New York City just has phenomenal tap water. That's just the truth. Closest Sony pizza places they want. Yeah. I don't really know what to do about that because, like, again, I get pizza so rarely. Mostly because, vegan. Okay, I'm working on getting some of the most annoying parts of the model early, which are these, like, deep recesses. These annoy the crap out of me. If you are in New York, Screamers is pretty good. I don't want to, like, put it on a pedestal and act like it's, like, the best pizza you're ever going to have in your life, but Screamers is a pretty good pizza. And, like, I have ordered Screamers with non-vegans, and I have ordered Screamers and put it next to non-vegan pizzas, and people preferred the Screamers. So, Screamers, specifically the clean slide, is, I think, really good. But, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, it is kind of expensive. Yeah, they put vegan cheese on it. And there's a couple of vegan cheese options that you can do. I forget what they use. I can tell you that if a place says that they're using Daya for their pizza, don't fucking bother. Daya pizza is literally worse than just not having cheese on it. Screamers is in Greenpoint. I actually do use Daya with a fair amount of frequency because the Daya is good for macaroni and cheese. The Daya cheddar sauce that you can buy, the Daya pre-liquid cheddar sauce, is, like, really good for macaroni and cheese. Oh yeah, Greenpoint's not hard for me to get to. I can imagine that. Kirill. I can imagine that. Daya is. Daya is a very. I feel like Daya is very mixed. Daya mozzarella is awful. Dia mozzarella is like really truly bad. What's up, Nagi? What's up, Nagi? What is this particular sad snake communicating to me? I have had poutine so rarely in my life that I wouldn't be able to comment on good versus bad poutine, to be blunt. Like I just wouldn't. Nagi, you've had good vegan food. Don't mess with me. I've had good vegan food with you. Basically don't get it from any American joint. They're sure to screw it up. Fair. Fair. I can believe that. That Monsieur Watt is vegan. We've had Monsieur Watt together. You thought it was really good. It's vegan. Yeah, Monsieur Watt rocks. God, I haven't made my own Monsieur Watt in a while. Travel to Vegas was morbidly curious about the restaurant's poutine. Well, like I said, I am in no real position. I've had poutine like 3 times in my life, maybe. I think the last time I had it was at a beer hall. So I am pretty sure it was not taken very seriously. And I did not feel moved by the experience from my own perspective. I felt like it was unremarkable as an experience. I would have rather just had fries. At the Gibo Orange Julep, there's a massive orange shaped building. Nice. Nice. I'm wondering when is there a VTuber convention in Vancouver? It really feels like there should be a VTuber convention in Vancouver. And hello, Emperor's Armpits. Welcome in. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm just yeah, I was about to say not no, I was not. I was not. I might be now because lactose tolerance is a bit of a muscle. Hold on, let's move my guy over a little bit. You can lose lactose tolerance over time. So I probably don't have lactose tolerance anymore. Probably. It's been over a decade, right? Because you are not a VTuber and you've never streamed before in real life. Yeah, yeah. But you watch me. What, Kira, what if I go to Vancouver? Shit. What if I do a meet and greet at the Vancouver VTuber convention? That may not exist at this moment in history. but feels like it should. Like, just like based on the demographics of VTubers, it really feels like there should be one. Damn, that costs money. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'm going to off Kai, but I feel like if you were to ask me, if I were off Kai, right? If I were off Kai and I were thinking about the future, I would probably do the next off Kai in Vancouver. Mostly for security reasons. Yeah, you're part of why I'm going to off Kai, you fucker. They mostly work in more adult industries. That's fair. That's fair. Is Vancouver known for sex work? Is that like a known thing about Vancouver? Because in the U.S. we associate sex work with Vegas. That's our sex worker city. And Los Angeles. Those are the two big ones. It's a West Coast thing. Yeah, Vancouver's really big for film. Yeah, yeah. I never stop talking about how funny it is that in Rumble in the Bronx, you can see the Cascades. It's actually really complicated. Nagi, it's actually really complicated. Straightforward prostitution is legal in the state of Nevada and generally illegal elsewhere. But pornography is legal to produce in several other places, including California. Most pornography that you will see produced in a straightforward, traditional fashion is going to be from the Los Angeles area. And then obviously, like, they can't do shit. Like people... It's very weird. It's very weird. I don't quite know what the law would be in everywhere. I don't know quite what the law would be everywhere. Because I'm not in sex work, right? I'm not in sex work. So... like... Just flat out, like, pay money for sex with an individual client is illegal in most of the US. But, like, strip clubs are legal on, like, a town-by-town basis. I mean, there's a nude layer. I don't have a nude layer on this model, but, like, there's a ref sheet for my hairy chest. We've got a ref sheet for that. Am I telling you bribe the city's owners to not report your brothel? Yeah, that happens. That happens. It's a great emote. I love that emote, Nagi. You can get an emote like that too, Nagi. It might even be legal as long as you don't actually have nipples on there. As long as you make sure the nipples remain covered, I think you might be able to get away with it. They hate side and under boob. That's true. It's so weird. It's genuinely so weird to me. The rules that they have about like hips and side boob is so strange. But yeah, Americans can't comprehend the female form. I feel like the person, I feel like if you look at Vexoria, the Sun Eater, that will probably tell you what the limits of Snoob are. Hold on a second. What the fuck is happening? Oh, okay. There we go. Sorry, I just heard some new sounds playing as that some tab that I was muted in rated into somebody unmuted. Yeah, but Vexoria is probably the snoob expert, right? So if she's getting away with it, it's probably okay. Yeah, no, Nagi, that's actually probably more accurate. Yeah, the hips thing is crazy to me. The hips thing is so strange to me. The hips thing is so strange to me. And it does not make any dang sense to me. I don't have a lot of patience for it. There's really weird rules about it, Nagi. It's super strange. Like clothing that I would consider like normal street casual is illegal on Twitch. Like it's like substantially more conservative than what I would like consider normal in the American Midwest. It's so strange to me. Like it's like not even like it's like coming from a theory of sexualized bodies that is actually like foreign to me. It's so weird. I don't know what to make of it. They're super strange, yeah. And I don't know too much about like the internals of Twitch specifically, right? I can talk about like the broader stuff happening in the US where like Americans are convinced that our culture is getting more and more sexualized over time. And like I do a movie night. Oh, absolutely not, Blue. Absolutely not. Not at all. Not at all. Male VTubers get away with so much shit that female VTubers do not. But like there's this conviction that America is becoming a more sexualized culture over time, and it just like it doesn't make any sense in terms of actual sexual activity, right? Like sexual activity is on a continuous broad decline in all forms of sexual activity that we can record, and we've been recording for like 60 years, right? Like we've got records going back decades, and it's very obvious it's just in a continuous decline. And then like I show movies from like the 80s and 90s on our server, and like dude, like there are sex scenes in PG movies that you would not be able to get away with in an R-rated movie now. Like it's wild how much less sexual, particularly like compared to like 90s movies. Like 90s movies, it's like crazy to compare. And I do wonder if like part of what is happening with, for example, VTubing and gotcha games, where like VTubing and gotcha games are often like pretty frank discussions of sexuality. That like that like this is like a reaction to the fact that in other spaces it's being crowded out very, very strongly. I do wonder about that. I'm not sure what to make of that. I do think, like, because I know, like, Nagi is, like, a big person about getting mad about public media literacy. In the show Game of Thrones, they showed, like, a frame of male penis, of a dude's penis. Like, they showed, like, a frame of a guy's penis. And it was, like, this became what the show was about to some people. Like that was what the show was. That was the part of the show that was like the most remarkable, was the part where like a character had his dick out for like, again, like fractions of a second. Not even like a large fraction of a second, like a very small fraction of a second. There was even a song about it. Which, like, if you're an American man, it feels crazy. Because, like, if you just, like, take public transit, or, like, go to a sporting event, or a bar, or even a restaurant, if you are an American and you go to a restaurant, there's a very realistic chance that you'll see a penis. It was in season 1, Blue. It was in season 1. Might have been the first episode. I genuinely can't remember. Like, if you go to, like, a restaurant, you'll just, like, there's a very realistic chance if you're a dude, you will see another guy's penis. Huh. I can't say much about, Animal Crossing, because I've never played, but, yeah, that's fair. I was like, is that a fail? That doesn't feel like important to me. Like whether or not Tom Nook is good or bad doesn't feel like. Well, it also just doesn't feel like. I feel like the question of like moral condemnation is not really a question of like literacy, right? Like, it's not really how moral condemnation works. It's all just dialogue and no action, but rather than showing the character's face, it just shows their naked hips and genitals. I actually like that. I actually like that quite a bit. I like that quite a bit. I think that's a very funny idea, Kirill. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I support you applying to a grant with the Canadian Film Bureau. And as a person who just watched Cronenberg's Dead Ringers, I think that Cronenberg will support you. I think that if you go to David Cronenberg with this idea, I think he'll support you. I think that Cronenberg will support you in this one. I will support you, but my support doesn't mean very much. I'll just tell people about it and go, hell yeah. I think you might have, but you have a lot of projects. You're cooking a lot. You're cooking a lot. The snake is cooking a lot. The snake is frequently cooking, almost as frequently as she is cooked. All right, let's get in here. I need to deload this. What's wrong with me? Oh, Dia Diamandes. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hold on. Diamandis. How are you doing, Dia Diamandis? What were you up to? Hold up. Let me make sure I get your name right. What were you up to? You're studying Roblox. You're just playing Roblox. Welcome in. Well, for the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am a VTuber. And I mostly do lots of calligraphy, and I play old games. And today I am painting a miniature. A Roman Legionnaire. I have done one on stream today so far. I think it turned out pretty good. And now I'm doing a second one. Realistically, this guy was like 3/4 of the way done before I started the stream. This guy was like almost done before I started the stream, but I did do him on stream. Thank you. I am still learning. I am still a newbie at the painting arts. I hope that you had a nice time with Roblox, your Zoomer stream of the month. That's a interesting phenomena, an interesting conceit to go for, the Zoomer stream of the month. I don't think I'm too likely to partake myself, but I screwed up right there, and I shouldn't worry too much about putting brown paint onto the chain here. Well, there's a couple of answers to that. One answer to that is to try to preserve your brush tip. That makes a big difference. The other answer is doing a bad job. And the third answer is fine motor control. That's how I would break it down. I am currently putting down kind of base layers. Which is probably not the best use of my time at the moment. What I should be doing is I should be focusing on the top of the model so that I can plant the head on him so I can get to painting the head. That's probably what I should be doing right now. And in fact, you know what? Let's get a little bit of wash in here. Oh, that's a mess right there. Let's see. Where is... There you are. Oh, I bought them to paint. Yeah, I bought them. Strictly speaking, they were on Throne. I bought a couple of Eldar models a while back, and I painted them on stream, and while I was painting them, I put a couple of different types of models up on my throne, and one that came up was I put down some historicals. And I now have 100 Roman Legionnaires to paint. I cannot find the... Where's the box? I'm going to go crazy. It's like the third time on stream I've lost my mind over the fact that I don't know where the top of the box is. It's not there, which is the main place I would put it. No. This is actually going to make me lose my mind. Oh, there it is. Found it. There's not a lot of space here. Hold on. But yeah. Let's see if I can get it in here without messing things up too badly. Yeah, you don't need to see VTuber thighs here. 100 of these little bastards. 100 of them. Caesar's Legions, late Republican. Late Republican. These were on... I don't know how it happened, but for whatever reason, that entire box was on sale on Throne for $30. I think it was like $32. So yeah, I've got so many of these guys. I got so many of these little guys. We're going to be here for a while. I paint very slowly. I paint very, very slowly. So this is going to be a very long project. I don't really have a goal. People have asked this a couple times, like, "Oh, are you gonna like play with them?" I'm like, I don't know, man. Probably not. Oh, that's way too thick. Gotta do some yeah, make them all fight. Oh my goodness. Okay, really messing up right now. We gotta trying to okay, and let's get the paper towel on here. Doing a little bit of a surgical extraction of some of that ink. Okay, pretty much got it out. There we go. Recovery. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a wash layer of brown. I'm gonna be doing some brown washing right now, and then do another layer of we want it to be very watery. This is a mahogany wash, and then we're gonna do another layer of silver over that. We're just trying to get it into the recesses to make it so that the upper layers pop out more. But yeah, I am painting for the experience of painting. I just like working with my hands. And I like yapping. I forgot the most important thing to say here, which is obviously, if you need to raid and run, please avail yourself of the Alt F4 button. I will not begrudge you or any of your raiders for taking a break and taking care of your health. I am trying to make the world a nicer, funner little place, and it feels pretty deleterious to my goals and strategy and life philosophy to, you know, get in the way of people taking care of their health. So, well, you get ready to eat. Okay, good. Make sure you get rest. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And yes, when you came in, we were talking about, we were talking about adult media. The snake is being summoned. Where do you gotta go, Noggers? Where do you gotta go? I half thought you were calling me. I was like, oh, crap. You want in? Wait, do you want in? What's going on here? I legitimately don't know. You need to tell me more. Oh, there you are. Okay, never mind. There she is. All right, Nogs, give me a second here. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. Nope, that's the wrong person. Nogs is going. Are you? Discord audio is being goofy. Discord audio. Check now.
Discordo.
There she is. Okay, and we've got Snake. We got Snake.
Discordo. Hello.
You came in like we were like 2 minutes out from ads, by the way, Nagi. So.
Yeah, let's go. I'm the harbinger of commercial advertisements. How you all doing, guys? Wait, let me put up the chat. I'm just
changing the stream info to include your name because I'm a gentleman. This is Nagarunski. This is like the 18th time we've done this. This is like one of my most common stream things to do.
Dude, I'm bored. I'm bored. So I came to paint miniature.
Yeah. Did you come here to tell me how bad I am at painting miniature? Because I always appreciate that.
Show me the guy.
He's right here. He's going to get another layer of silvering over the chain.
He doesn't have a head.
Yeah, I'm about to put that on. I want to make sure I did the neck before I mounted the head, because otherwise then I have like this weird like whitened space underneath the chin that's impossible to paint and make look dark, and it's awful.
Okay.
And actually
how do you rate Vinci V's technique?
I think it's pretty sick. Vince
is like known to be like a classic content creator that made this kind of stuff for years and years. Did you know Vince has his own paint stuff?
I did not.
If you buy from Chimera Colors, there's like a paint line that YouTubers picked out, like the mixtures, and there's one by Vince.
Hell yeah. I mean, he deserves it. I rate his technique S+. This is the kind of shit that I was looking for, right? When I was like struggling to figure out how to do skins on previous streams.
I will say, it's like being able to paint with primary colors, no matter what, right? Like if you use red, blue, yellow, or if you use cyan, magenta, whatever, that's like really good.
I feel really good. I feel so liberated. I feel so liberated with this technique.
I am a CMYK kind of girl. I really like CMYK as a color space. Specifically because I'm like, I got brain poisoned by the Impressionists, and so I like adding magenta to shadows. You know?
Ooh, okay. I need to know more about this, because like you're talking to a guy who's like.
So it's a classic thing. Adding purple to shadows is like the fucking art meme, right? In impressionistic painting. If you're using like any kind of impressionist style, most of the time you see that there's like a blue shade to a cool shade, right? To the shadows, which is because adding purple to shadows, right? Like that's kind of like the idea there that they did. What did I put in the search engine to learn more about what? What do you want to learn?
I'm guessing that he's asking about like what the hell the person that we're talking about, which is Vince.
That Vince Venturella. That's Venturella, right? Is actually the fucking weird ass Italian name.
Yeah, he's Italian American, so it's probably like Vinny. It's probably like Vinny Vins.
It's Vinny V actually, what he calls himself. Isn't his intro even do it Vinci V style or whatever the fuck, right? Like that's what he says, but it's not. Italy doesn't have the L to E that's Spanish, so they actually pronounce it like the.
I'm going to lose my mind about the fact that whenever I look up a YouTube video that I've looked up before and I click on it and I'm trying to send it to other people, it sends the timestamp. I'm like, no. No, if I want the timestamp, I'll right-click on it and look for timestamp. Don't do this to me, YouTube. Don't you do this to me. Don't you dare.
Good TV style.
But yeah, this is the video that gave me the really good.
You know who I think is a really good content creator? I don't know if like you'd get that much about miniature painting from him, but Zumikito.
Zumikito.
I think he is. I'm pretty sure he's Polish because Polish. I don't know if you knew this, but Polish people, they think that miniature painting is serious business, dude. Like they are so dedicated to their shit, right?
Hell yes.
So here, let me find this for you. It's like the Slav painting techniques, and he also has one of the best accents possible. Here, I'll put it in chat so everybody can see it. YouTube Zumiki. He also streams on Twitch, so there's that.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Are you suggesting a potential raid target?
Possibly. I don't know if he actually streams right now. I've seen him live.
Oh, this looks like shit.
He just has a very good grasp of technique, right? Like in theory behind technique. His videos aren't the best, I feel, for understanding how to actually implement something because it's so fucking granular that like the only way to actually really learn something from somebody else is actually watch them work in a really, really dry and annoying way, and it doesn't make for very good videos, right?
It's a shame. It's a shame, right? Like it's a shame. Because like the thing that the algorithm wants you to do, right, is like make tutorials that are like impossibly easy to follow. Like that's what really.
So the real issue is like if you want to learn like how to paint like to a fucking nitty-gritty technique, right? Like you basically need like your personal tutor, right? Like or like a video that's like hours long and shit that you watch, right? Where you see specifically what they're doing with their brush tip and all this kind of stuff, and like it's just.
Well, you need to go to like a fucking school, right? Like you need to go to a college. Like that's like the actual way you get really good.
Or you develop your own technique. That's like the second choice, right? Like you just try it out and you just do it until it works.
Which has like all sorts of shortcomings, right? Like it's.
So I have definitely learned things from tutorials. Right, like, but they're never the kind of tutorials that are like polished and that are nice to watch and all this kind of stuff. It's just like some guy talking incredibly fucking intricately about some weird ass technique that he uses in some strange way where it's like, oh, I use this technique, but I don't use it for what it's supposed to be used for. I use it like this. And then he shows how he does it. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty interesting, right? Like that kind of like funny hand motion there, a flick of the wrist. Let's go. I'm going to train that now. And then I just try it like 100 times.
This guy's beard's sick.
Dude, he has a sick ass beard. It's crazy.
It's a sick beard. I like that beard a lot. I like that beard a lot.
He also has the voice, right? Like he has the deep voice that people so aspire to.
I hope you didn't find like Polish me. I'll be really upset if I've been like doxxed by like ley lines.
It might be Polish. I'm not even sure if he's Polish. He might be like a different kind of Slav. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's hard for me to tell.
All right. My fella. We've got an important snake intervention here. Eyes.
So the thing with eyes is that you don't want to make. First of all, you just have that brush control. That's the number one. Mm-hmm. Second of all, you don't want to make the scaleras clear white because that looks unnatural. You want them to be like somewhat. I would tint them either with a pink or with the skin color, right? That you have mixed.
Okay.
And then what a lot of people do, if you don't have the brush control, go to the store, buy yourself a Sakura Pigma fine liner, and you do the pupil with that. Some people even buy themselves a blue and a brown one and then a black one to do like the iris. So.
And those are basically pens, right?
Those are pens, yes. They're also pretty good if you have like Warhammer figurines and they have like all these scrolls on them with tiny little writing.
I do kind of want some of those because like I think you saw me. I don't know if you saw me earlier. Like I was doing the outlines on these laurels using just an ultra fine brush, and it's like super fucking annoying.
So my actual recommendation for fine liners is Molotow. They are a French brand. They're actually, so Molotow is very useful for miniature painting in many ways, even though they're a street art brand. It's graffiti gear, right? So Molotov has this refillable black fine liners. They're like not much. They're like kind of like competitive price wise. I feel with what Pigma makes.
I'm just gonna take a brief point here, Nagi, that I went to shop.molotov.com/en. Here, the first thing I see is wir benötigen in Wahlgen bevor Sie unsere Webseite weiter besuchen können.
Maybe they are German then, dude.
the very French besuchen können. Wenn Sie unter 16 Jahre alt sind, it's the DPR. It's the DPR.
No, dude, I was.
It's the data protection. I'm just getting the data protection notification, but it's just very funny that even on the EN site, they're just like, "Fuck off."
You know what? I lied. I thought of a different company. They're German. They're German graffiti brand. So I like their fine liners because they are easily refillable and like the only fine liners
that makes me happy.
The ones that are qualitatively comparable and refillable are like the Copic from Japan, and they're much more expensive. They're nicer, I will say, because they're like fully aluminum housed, but bro, who needs that shit? Like, I don't care. Just give me the.
I mean, I don't mind getting a slightly nicer feeling tool, but refillable is important to me. I go insane throwing out used pens.
Yeah.
I feel like a lunatic.
So that's also why I don't buy the Sakura Pigma ones, because they're not like refillable that easily, and I just want to be able to buy that shit back. Also, Molotov is, by the way, the Molotov One for All marker series. You know, the like graffiti markers.
Okay.
You can buy the refills from those, and they are acrylic markers. It's like an acrylic paint that is made to stick to basically everything because it's made for concrete and like painting on fucking illegal surfaces, right? So it's
good for them. Difficult. Good for them.
Yeah, so it's very illegal. Molotov with a W at the end. Molotov, W.
Yep, I'm there.
So what you do is you can buy the refills of the One for All, and they work as acrylic primer. They have a very nice surface. I like them specifically because you can get gloss primers, and they're important for certain techniques. Specifically, black gloss is a really good thing to do. And if you're painting fully, if you're opaquely painting over primer, just use a gloss primer, because every matte primer obscures more detail because it just has fillers, mostly talcum powder or whatever in it. So just use a gloss primer. It's just like it's better for the quality of your miniature. So you should do that.
I should.
But yeah, so I like it specifically because they have primers that have a nice finish and that are available in tons of different colors. So if you do batch painting, if you paint up a whole kind of like, if you're a Warhammer guy and you paint up like all of your little space boys, having a primer available in the base color of whatever your Space Marine chapter is pretty good. And you're going to get it from Molotov. So like you should buy that.
She's out here advertising.
Satin and matte are only really different in the amount of matting agent. Right, like the gloss paint is always the one that has nothing in it. It's like the natural state. This is also why they say that like a gloss coat varnish is more durable, because it's more brittle if you put so much fucking stuff in it, right? Like it becomes more brittle.
All right. Now, circling back to the objective. Yeah, your space boys. Circling back. First of all, Matthew did ask an interesting question, but I am glossing over it because I want to finish this part first. So what the fuck am I doing with the eyes? I've got my skin tone mixed.
So, how secure do you feel about actually hitting those eyes with a paintbrush?
Experience has taught me that I feel more secure than is justified.
You need to stabilize your hands when you do that. Like there's like no way. You have to stabilize your wrist against some kind of surface. Also, you're not really that centered with your camera. I don't know if that's like wanted or like what you want to do with that.
That was because I put it on my guide to have some water. I'll definitely take hints on centering the camera. Let's see. Right about. Hold on. Let me just not look at the camera and just figure out where it feels natural. Okay.
Oh god.
There we go.
Oh hey.
There we go. Okay. All right, and then so
what you wanna do is you wanna first create like a eye color that isn't as white, so that you can paint it in and you don't have to be that correct. And then you do one that is like a whiter off white, and you paint that on top of it, and then you do the pupils.
Okay. I am just grateful if I managed to get inside the fucking sclera without
with the pupils, it's important to not just put a dot in the middle of the eyes. Because if you look at like even your character here on screen, the eyes are not a dot in the middle of the eyes, they're on top. Like half of the pupil is obscured. So you have to like kind of take that into account for them not to look like insane people, you know, with like dilated pupil. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna take some white from my palette. That's way too wet.
That's not. You gotta go more less diluted with this, because you actually need coverage here.
Yeah, I'm gonna just get some fresh white. Let's just some fresh white on there. Oh. It's garbage ass Corax white that I'm mostly using because I don't want to throw it away, but I don't think it's very good.
Dude, Corax, the Citadel, all the Citadel paints that have a lot of white pigment in them are trash.
Like, yeah, I am looking of all of the paints that I'm like actually like looking forward to replacing. It's definitely the whites that I'm like, oh fuck this stuff. I've got like 3 of them, so it's gonna take me forever.
So, you want the real answer to what white should you use is Liquitex heavy body acrylics artist's white. That's kind of like a good choice. It's not super expensive. It's more expensive, I think, buying a full tube of white, of course, than buying a single pot, but it's actually decent. I actually use Winsor & Newton's professional series acrylics white, which is also good, but the Liquitex is, I think, the smarter choice for the smart individual, not like me.
Okay, so take some of this white and then take a little bit of the flesh. Now let's see if that actually mixes in. Not nearly enough.
So the important thing with this kind of stuff is that using 100% black or white is usually discouraged in painting.
Yeah.
Because you want to have like this kind of relative value contrast, right?
Relative. Okay, so I should have made sure that the palette was on screen while I was doing that. So this is what I've got here. So it's somewhere between white and the flesh tone.
This could be slightly whiter.
Could be whiter? Okay, cool.
Yeah, this could be whiter.
It was, yeah, okay. Perfect. Thank you for that. I'm definitely not going to be putting it on with the brush I'm using for mixing. That would be crazy.
Yeah, this is actually what you have a size 0 for. So, like, if you have it, you should break it out now.
Oh, hold on. Almost knocked over the model. Size 0. I'm just not bothering to mix with the size 0 because that's crazy.
Made in China.
Made in China. I have 30 of the fuckers. So if it sucks, I will just throw it out. But so far, I do not feel like it is the brush that is limiting me. I think it is my own skill.
Made in China.
Made in China. As they've been saying on Twitter all day, everything is made in China except for courage, which is made in Palestine.
China.
Yeah, China. Okay, so I've miniaturely loaded up the size 0.
Become the
I'm gonna have to take off my glasses to get up this close and personal. I'm trying to make sure it's on camera while I'm doing it. Okay, so 3-point stabilization. Okay, hold up.
Oh man, he's locked in, dude.
Need more?
I can see shit on that camera. I'm gonna be real with you. So like you're on your own.
Buddy, this is like one of our big projects that me and you need to be working on. I know that you and I already have some big fucking projects that we're working on. But one of the ones that is like really stressing me out is
the camera?
Yeah, the camera.
Okay. So what's the budget for fixing this?
That's a good question. And like let's start with a bigger operating parameter here, right? Is like there's enough things fucked up with my handcam setup and my streaming setup that it's not about fixing like just the camera, right?
Okay.
That is insufficient.
So what else do you want fixed?
Lighting is the biggest one. Lighting is by far the biggest one.
That's not so like you can light on a budget. That's like not a problem.
Well, I'm just saying, like, don't give me the camera that's designed to deal with like my room space and my lighting
I understand, but like the thing about lighting is that people, like especially in movie and like videography, get like really, really fucking elitist about this shit. And the actual truth is that like people in like actual good productions are like, you know how you light fucking scene China ball. The China ball, dude. Like buy the China ball. If you know, you know. Okay, about the China ball.
I don't. But I will say, like, you're talking about like doing like elite productions. Have you been looking at the kind of shit American TV is putting out in terms of lighting?
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty freaking bad, man. That's what the pros are doing.
But the truth is that what in actual movies that get published, right? Like maybe not like fucking money burner MacG Marvel Cinematic Universe shit, but actual movies that get published. The actual solutions that they sometimes use for scenes are like really actually fucking budget. Right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised by that because like I am capable of watching movies that were made like 100 years ago that have decent lighting. So like like it's not that like the equipment is expensive. It's that like it's fucking lost tech for some.
The equipment is extremely expensive if you want to get like some of the cool shit, but you don't have to get it. Like if you want to create stuff on a budget, you can do it, right? Like there's some things that you cannot do, but like for you it doesn't matter, right? Because you're not making a movie, right? Like because there is like
I don't need to do I'm not trying to do Barry Jenkins. I'm not trying to do Barry Jenkins stuff.
So if you want to make a movie, right, where you want to fake the sun or whatever, right, like shining in from outside, you're gonna need a pretty good lighting solution to do that, right? Like you can't just fake the sun, right? Like with some fucking rinky-dink shit, right? Like that you get from the hardware store. But if you want to like have a scene where somebody's sitting on a couch, right? And you get like this cone of light above them and like a nice moody side light that's maybe tinged in a color. You can do that on a budget. It costs you like $50, right? Like, I don't know. It's like not that hard.
Sorry, I'm locked in a little bit here. All right. So I mean, like, I don't know, some behind the scenes nonsense that people here don't need to know, but oh, hold on, the camera needs to be refocused. But this is honestly, this is like a substantial thing. The fucking autofocus on this iPhone
that
sucks.
fountain pen is leaking. No, fuck.
And hello, your mom. 006. Oh, hold on.
I was writing with my pen and now it's stained my hand still. And I have a white keyboard. Not a keyboard that's gonna be full of Fuck.
Rip to the snake. Rip to the snake.
You know who else? More mom.
Okay. Okay. So let me look in here a little bit more. Let me see what I'm getting here. I think I actually need to hit it, get a little bit more paint in here.
Hit it.
I need to hit it again. Sorry, chat, we're locked in. Somebody in chat, Matthew was asking about Slapchop.
Okay, the slap chop. What do you want to know about slap chop?
My own perspective. If you want to know my perspective on it, which I don't think anybody really cares that much about. I guess you're here, right? I guess people are here. It's my channel. I just don't find it at all interesting to the problems that I have as a painter. It's
I mean, it's kind of like made to. It's like not a new technique or whatever, but it's like a combination of techniques that people have made to be able to do stuff extremely fast to what is to them an acceptable standard, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, sure, I guess, like, sure.
And again, like I mean, this is kind of like my big thing in here is like my understanding, the thing that people always sell me on Slapchop is that Slapchop is for doing things quickly. And folks, look at me. Do you think I'm trying to do this quickly? Like, that's just not a problem that I am concerning myself with. I just, it's just uninteresting to me as a consideration.
He is slow.
You know, I am painting on stream as a form of, like, the painting is the background for me doing content creation, and so painting faster is just a way for me to, like, expend resources more inefficiently. Like it's like a how do I have, it's like rolling coal on a car. It's like this doesn't solve any of my problems, and it introduces new ones. It spends something I'm trying to be sparing with. Okay, let's see if I can pull this off. If I can pull off what Nagi has asked of me. Which
Demands! Do it!
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. It's too
I'm gonna
wet.
go wash my hands real quick because this is terrible. God damn it, this is also the ink that doesn't get off of anything. I'm screwed.
Oh, F. Is it like Noodlers or some shit?
It's the blue. No, it's what is it? It's Parker's Blue ink.
Oh yeah, Parker's
Royal
is pretty
blue.
tough.
Prussian blue.
Ooh, Prussian blue. Nice. Yeah, that's good luck, buddy. Good luck, buddy. Good.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Rip to your keyboard. Rip to rip to the sneeboard. All right. Yeah. So Shark Ray is like coming at this from a different perspective from me, right? Like it's there's different priorities, and different people are trying to accomplish different things with their paint, and with what they're doing. And again, to me, a completed model is an expense, right? To put this in like very accounting terms, a completed model is something of an expense, and an incompleted model, the thing that I want to do is spend my time painting as much as possible. I am here trying to really take my time as a painter, partially because I find it personally satisfying, but also because the models are an expense, and the output that I want is not an army. The output that I want is a stream. Locking in super hard here. Okay, that didn't deposit at all. And it's also very different prioritization, right? Screwing up there. Finishing things in a timely fashion is just making things expensive. Pretty bad job there. I'm going to have to repaint over that one. Okay. Ooh. Okay, let me take a look at chat. Having painted the models since I mainly enjoyed playing the actual games. Yeah, this is something that I think about quite a bit with like some hobbies. I think about this with like sometimes there's a hobby that's a mix of multiple different hobbies overlapping on top of each other, and the way they overlap kind of like interferes with itself. I think about this a lot with D&D in particular. D&D is like the big one I think about this with, where D&D
Whoa.
Shark Ray is reporting. So like I was saying while you were gone, that from my perspective, a completed model is functionally an expense, right? Like the output the output that I want is I want to make streams, right? I'm trying to make streams where I am painting. And so taking a very long time to paint models is just me being efficient with my resources. That's just efficient resource use. So learning fast techniques for painting is just me being a dumbass. However, if you actually want to play games at any sort of like reasonable pace, you need to finish your models. Right, you got to finish your models at some sort of reasonable pace if you're planning on playing games with them. And I was kind of thinking about how this is a bit of a case where the being the like a wargaming minis hobbyist guy, you kind of have two hobbies that are married together in a way where they kind of interfere with each other.
Yeah.
They kind of like, and it's something I think about like what D&D is doing as a game system is that it's is both like a tactical war game and a role-playing game, and I think the two of those things like clash with each other really badly in the case of D&D. That's kind of all I was going for. It's my classic example of like something that's like cross purposes with itself. Is D&D. But yeah, in the case of like the hobbyist wargaming thing, like yeah, like I have a very different priority because like when I want to play war games, I play them online. I play them online. I don't play them. I think I made this guy look like shit. I don't know if you guys can even. I don't even know if it's coming through on camera, but I think his face looks stupid. Let's.
You gave him too small of pupils again. Look at this.
I think I did. Let's.
You gotta give him bigger pupils.
Hold up.
Pupils.
Poopie.
Make him large. Make him large.
Make him larger? Okay. I'm guessing I should probably start all the way down to the base coat.
No, just give him larger pupils.
All right.
You gotta make the black pupils large. He must large.
He must large. He must be coked up.
Also, he doesn't have eyebrows, so like there's that. That also looks kind of weird, right? If he doesn't have eyebrows.
There's not a lot of space to fit an eyebrow in here. Because like the helmet is basically like flush with the top of his nose, right?
Well, I guess there is that, yeah.
Like his eyebrows are like a quarter of a millimeter deep into the helmet. Not impossible. F.
Dude, I love my fountain pen. That's such a good thing to have, dude. Oh my god.
What are you using right now?
I'm just taking notes.
No, I mean like what pen? What pen?
The Twisby. The
Twisby
The
Echo?
Twisby the AL 580 the rainbow edition. You know the titanium rainbow looking one?
Yeah.
I really like it. I'm a fan of the piston system. You know the piston fill?
I do. I'm not a fan, but I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I don't like it.
I just want tons of ink, okay? Like just give me millions of liters of ink. Just like give them right there.
I mean, the way you do the really big one was with the eyedropper. The eyedropper technique is the way you get the big capacity.
I'd be that too. The Seringue.
My daily driver is a I think I've got it right over here. I am being a cheapskate, and my daily driver is this guy. Is my Pilot
The one
Metro.
that I really want to get, the Pilot Metro. The one I really want to get is the Lamy 2000.
The Lamy 2000 is a fancy one. But yeah, I just use a syringe and just pump it into
I want to get the Lamy. That one is cool, the Lamy 2000.
It's not so linear. Painting's only done when you decide to stop. That's fair. That's fair. The discussion, though, was starting with the slap chop method, which has always been billed to me as a method of doing things quickly.
I mean, slap chop is like not a method like that you have to do on everything. You could just be like, it's like basically slap chop is like an underpainting glazing technique in quotation marks, right? Like where there's many of those. But it's like this kind of stuff was even done like on canvas paintings, right? Like this is like even in like French painters in the olden times have been using this kind of technique. And it's just dependent on like what you want to do with it. There's certain things that look really good when painted like that. In my opinion, there are not very many, but there are a few where this kind of painting actually looks pretty good. And for example, if you want something to look wet, I feel starting with a slap chop is usually not a bad choice. You can then work off of that and add like highlights or whatever to the degree that you want it. But there is like some techniques. Also, I think another thing that it looks really good in slap chop is ceramic surfaces. If you do it right, for ceramic surfaces, it's really good if they are not too large. So if you have a really, really large thing that needs to be ceramic, I'd airbrush it. Like I think airbrushing that is probably the only logical choice. Everything else is like self-torture. I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm very much a use the right tool for the right job kind of painter. I don't take any pride in being able to achieve effects with tools that are not optimal. I don't care about that.
Okay. I would if I was able to achieve any effects at anything, but instead I am Boo Boo the Fool.
Boo Boo Bubba the Fool?
Bubba the Fool. Bubba the Foe. The Bubba the Foe, the French way of saying it.
Let's see.
Oh, am I socked now? Did the sock go through? I got too many things covering. Yeah, I'm socked. Thank you for socking me. Because yeah, the only art form that I have like any actual aptitude with are, you know, public speaking and writing, which are very different, right? And I can't really think of a time where somebody like did something like really deeply counterintuitive with writing to achieve like a very weird effect. Like it's not like it's never been done, but like in general, if you're doing something gimmicky as hell in writing, it's already just like that's already insane enough. Like George Perec or something like that.
Hey, can I ask you something about writing research?
Yeah, sure.
I was asking, like, I don't know, long ago I asked Al about, like, helping me learning about the Slavs.
Yeah.
Like,
Not
or,
that
like,
not that long ago. It was like a couple days ago, man. Yeah, that was like really recent.
yeah, I learned about, but specifically about specific kind of stuff historically about like
Hmm.
Eastern European stuff, right? And
Yeah.
where to find that because I was googling this shit. It's impossible,
It's
right? Like,
impossible. Yeah, no, it's impossible. Finding like actual finding religious art at in 2025 is just like impossible. It's just done. You're just like cooked. At least on Google. Google will not help you.
and so I was thinking specifically about the augury part, right? Like,
Hmm.
do you know what would you look for to find actual, like, because this is such a problem with like new age spiritualists. If you Google about like augury and like historical augury, you come up with a billion sources of some kind of guy pretending that he knows the secrets of the universe,
Yeah, of
right?
course,
Like,
of course, of course. Yeah.
it's like I just want to know about like ancient people that thought they could tell the future by looking at birds. Okay, that's what I want to know about and what they've been thinking back then. I don't care about your fucking snake oil, dude. I have that shit on my own channel. Like I
Well,
don't.
of course, of course, of course. Of course. Also, for have a good night, Blue. Have a good night, Blue. Thank you for stopping by. It's always a pleasure. Um, yeah, I can think about that. I know where I would find Roman sources on that.
Roman sources are good. I know, like the thing is, I
Mm,
know like a few actual examples of modern uh folk basically folk culture or whatever the fuck, right? Where this kind of stuff still exists to this day, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
I mean the most well-known English language example of this is the magpie's rhyme, right? Like I'm sure you guys have heard it. It's like if you've ever asked yourself what that is about, it's about telling the future by watching birds.
Hmm.
That's what it's fucking about. Okay, but I know of a Polish example of this, of a Polish folk song that is kind of about this. And I know some stuff about like Romanian, like a Romanian kind of story, right? That is about it. But other than that, I don't know what the actual context for this is, so to speak. Like, what did the people that created those narratives actually think about this, right? Like, that's what I want to know.
Okay. That can be really tricky. Hello, Tilted Over. Yeah. Um, so Shark Ray, this is kind of non-trivially like why Nagi is coming to me is that I do have access to those. Uh, not super great access, but I do have some access to academic sources, and I'm familiar with how to use those sources, how to use the databases. So that's pretty much what I would be doing when I take some time to do some research off stream. Is I'm going to be going to a I'm going to be thinking about what she has said here, what she is looking for. So she is looking for augury specifically, and you want the
I'd
social and
also be
intellectual.
I'd also be okay with telling the future or like any kind of mysticism associated with earthworms, but like that's a
Earthworms,
lot
okay.
rare. That's a lot
Earthworms is going
rarer
to be a
to
tricky
find.
one. Yeah, that's.
That's a lot. I know of some of that stuff, but only like from my own context and countries I have lived in. That's the only thing that I know.
Mhm.
Right. But I mean the fucking weirdo Italian man with his like theology about worms and
Yeah,
cheese is already pretty fucking good. Like that's
yeah,
already pretty
that
fucking
one's great. That one's a great source.
that's a good source.
Yeah, that one's good. That one's really good. No, it's Shark Ray. It's a really popular history teaching book. Is The Cheese and the Worms. It's about an Italian guy who got executed for heresy because he couldn't shut up about worms.
Yeah, one time they even let him off, right?
They let him
They
off.
let
Yeah,
him
they let him
off.
off.
They were like, just shut the fuck up about the fucking worms, dude. And then he didn't shut up, so they had to kill them.
This is what life was like before Twitch.tv.
Yeah.
This is what happened. This is what happened if you
So
were.
he created his own theology about worms and cheese, right? Like
Yeah.
that like the divinity about worms and cheese, and they said like, shut the fuck up about those goddamn worms, and
He's
then
just
he wouldn't shut up about it.
being executed for being incredibly annoying. Yeah, no, exactly. Gorath, yeah, this is not a like. If you are in academic history, this is not like that obscure of a text. And if you're not in academic history, it's like, why would you have ever heard of this? Right? Like It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good source for that reason because it's a good example of a microhistory. That's
What's that actually called? Is it like called a calligraphy or whatever the fuck? Like I think that's kind of like I think that was the word for cheese they used back then in Italy.
It's don't remember.
Let me look this up.
Yeah, no, it's to me it's about microhistory, right? It's a story of microhistory, and gotta put some bronze plating on the helmets, on the Montefiore. But yeah, I will probably be able to find some things about some of this, but it's a little bit tricky because like there's definitely cases where it's like sometimes you just don't know.
It's actually Formaggio e Vermi. Okay, it's sad that this is that. Good old wormy.
Good old worms.
I'm so pissed, by the way, because Vermis would be the perfect fucking title for my film project, but that already exists and it's awesome, so I can just
the Vermis rules.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Unwilling to steal valor from Vermis.
Dude, Vermis
even the snake has too much honor for that.
Nah, dude, you gotta respect it. Okay, like Vermis are respected. If you don't know about that, Vermis is like a dark fantasy work that is presented in the form of a game guide for a game that doesn't exist. It's like for a 1970s, 80s kind of computer RPG kind of game, like text-based but with graphics kind of thing. And you know, like I don't know,
like Zork or something like that. Well, yeah, not like Zork. Zork doesn't have graphics. Like wizardry.
Yeah, but kind of like Zork, but with graphics, right? And you just like read about strategies and like what the story of the game is about and choices you can make and what you can get in the book. My favorite part about the book is that it like has like some kind of really fucking absurd, funny parts in it. But it's like really dark. It's really dark at point. There's 2 books. I only read the first. I have the second one right here. I have them in the room with me, right?
Yeah, just walk them right over. I'm clearly right down the street.
I really like how Vermis, the first book, starts because like the entirety. I mean, you'll probably be able to tell by the actual first page, right? Like so, in the first page, you see like some kind of ghoul or whatever looking into a well, right? And it says. The corpse kneels beside a well, mesmerized by the reflection of its living flesh. It wonders what could have been done and could have been, and for as long as the moon shines, the feeble illusion will prevail. It's like the entirety of Vermis is kind of like a little bit of a what is immersion kind of thing.
Yeah. So Shark Ray, just to clarify, so that like because this is the gimmick of it from a formal standpoint, it's a really weird gimmick because formally it is a guide to a video game that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it even says on the cover, Vermis, Lost Dungeons and Forbidden Woods, the official guide.
Yeah.
And there is no video game. It's just like an art project made by Plastiboo, which is the guy that made it. And then the actual update to Vermis, they also made. I have the original ones, the soft cover, but they have like one called Forsaken Edition now, where you get them both in hardcover. It's Vermis, Mists and Mirrors. It's the second one.
And extremely cold take from Al here. This is a genre that this is a format that I think a lot more pieces of fiction should be in, because. This is like Nagi's like main form of self-destruction is reading like systems manhwa. And like
that's how I do it.
This is a lot of systems manhwa would be a lot better if they were just this.
This is true. This is 100% correct.
Like just you don't care about writing a story.
Like the reason why I read bad fiction is because 1 in 50 examples of bad fictions has, over the course of its actual story, one good idea. And I don't feel bad about extracting.
It's an incredibly laborious process. It's an
incredibly incredibly laborious process.
You are mining in some non-rich veins is what you are doing.
One
That's what
thing
you're really
that
doing.
I am good at is seeing something, like seeing the application of an idea, right? Like people that like write the system shit, they don't know what they had there because they never do anything with it. And I read this shit and I'm like, damn, boy. Damn. And then I write it down and I'm like, this kind of like plot element, I'm gonna put that in something.
Damn. Yeah. And I mean, I guess I was just really going for like, these are stories where like the parts of the story that you're ultimately going to be judged by as a writer, like whatever else you're doing, you are going to be judged by things like your characters and like do
Vermis
things.
doesn't have characters.
I mean, that's where I'm going with this, right? Is that like,
yeah,
if you write a story where it's like, I got transported to the magical realm where everybody has huge boobs, you're not going to be judged on the characteristics of those huge boobs. You're going to be judged on like, are the characters interesting? Do they do interesting things? What is the quality of your prose? Do the characters interact with the plot in a way that's satisfying? You're going to be judged on basic fiction writing capabilities.
I mean, the thing is, like, basically what Vermis does is they give you the suggestion of a character, right?
Yeah.
Which also has, like, my favorite part in the entire story. Here, let me read you an excerpt of what kind of characters exist in Vermis, okay?
Yeah.
For example, you get the Minor Knight is like a character that you can choose. And it says, these knights are born and raised in the pestilent mines, and that granted them a very high tolerance to toxins and sickness. Their senses developed greatly. They can hear, smell, and see almost like creature of the night.
Mm-hmm.
And then, for example, you also get let me see here. You have the Stone Scholar, right? And the Stone Scholar says, faces compressed against the stone, light tied to their heads, in constant pain. But that sacrifice grants them infinite wisdom. Experts on mud sorcery, wicked, smart, and fragile bodies. So that's like the stuff that you get. And then my favorite class here, it just says Rat Man. And the description is become Rat Man.
Become Rat Man.
Yeah, just become Rat Man, dude.
Well, like this is exactly where I'm going with this, right? Is that like, if you don't really have ideas about like a character who does things if you do not think that you could write a piece of just like modern fiction about like a corrupt professor who has sex with his own students or whatever, if you don't feel like you could make that interesting, you're not going to actually be helped that much by making an elaborate world with an elaborate magic building system.
Also,
because those weaknesses are still going to show through.
Yeah, the problem is also in this genre, you're going to be compared to Nabokov, and Nabokov is just going to kick your ass.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there's that problem. That's that problem.
Ever since Nabokov wrote Lolita, like, it kind of feels like...
But where I'm going with this, right, is that if you're going to be one of these people writing these, like, weird systems manhwa, like, just write Vermis. Just write it just write the setting. If you don't have any confidence or even interest in writing interesting characters who do things with a plot line that has any sort of coherence, cut it out.
See,
just cut out the stuff that you don't want to do. Just skip the part you don't want to do.
Is actually not about the setting, because the setting is also generic as fuck. Systems manhwa is specifically about watching a character min-max life, right? Like, it's about like watching a character. It's like basically not only systems manhwa, but most of Korean fiction is basically about what if you were to go to do, right? That's like,
well, you are reading different Korean fiction than I am, because I'm reading Han Kang, and that's not what she's writing about at all.
I know, right? Like, this is like Korean internet fiction. Okay?
Yeah, the Korean internet fiction, the Korean slop, the slop that gets past like what a Western audience, when they read Korean fiction, like wants to present to like other Korea boos in the West. Yeah.
Not only that, like even in Korea, it's pretty.
I can imagine it's still popular. Yeah. Like I imagine it's still pretty popular. Like
obviously, Korea has some of the most like intricate artists, right? In filmmaking specifically, Korean films are very
oh yeah, they rule.
popular recently, right? But it's like all this fucking web fiction is all about like, imagine if you were the coolest though. What if you were like, for example, what if you were like the prettiest person? Like what if like in a society where everybody cares about people's appearance, what if you were like so fucking hot that nobody could deny that shit, right? Like basically that kind of stuff, right? And it's kind of a little bit
Depressing.
I don't know, man. It's like really depressing.
It is pretty depressing. Yeah, oh, very much Shark Ray, very much. These things also.
No, the thing is this with Korea is that they are on steroids, like with that shit. Like you think Japan and like the isekai stuff is like you don't know, right? Like Korea will like completely unironically create a world where, for example, being rich, having like certain skills that are stand-ins for being rich or all this kind of stuff, or like being like born in the right family or all this kind of stuff is very important. Then create a story where the character gets gifted these things and never turn around to make a critique that this is actually kind of fucked up. They will just say, isn't this actually cool, actually? It's like just that now I am a chosen one, and if I am a chosen one, then it is my right to rule, so to speak. It's fucking insane, dude. Like they're like
it's the way it looks to me, right, is like Americans have a it's not even a game, it's just kind of like a conversation topic of like, what if I won the lottery? Right? Like, what if I won the lottery? And this is just like a thing that people kind of do with like their friends and family. You just kind of like are having a beer, and you're like, if I won the lottery, if I was president, if I had all this power, I would X. And then the Korean art system is basically like dedicating Death Star level resources to that conversation.
Yes.
Right, like a conversation.
I mean,
that, like,
also, I mean, right now solo leveling is super popular, right? Like, it's not different. It's that too, right? Like it's the solo leveling. The main character in solo leveling is like a complete loser. Becomes the most important person that has the most sought after skills, and he immediately turns from kind of like a meek but kind of like a personality that is like, yeah, no, I do what I can, right? Like to support my family and do all that stuff and the people I care about. And he immediately turns into a morally dubious asshole as soon as he has that power. They later do kind of like a weird kind of like attempt to save that. But the truth is, I don't believe that the person that wrote this, because in the beginning that wasn't even popular as a web fiction. This is like way before this even blew up, right? I think that he was just being informed by his cultural context when he wrote this. Like I think he was telling on himself when he wrote this shit. Like that's what I think. Okay, like I have no proof of this, but that's what I think. And a lot of people are doing that.
I have like, there's a message, there's a pinned message in one of your channels on the Snake Cord from Mix. That's a comic of somewhere in Korea, and
oh, you mean the one in the Degenerate channel where it's like, let me pull it up real quick.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'll put it on the stream so that people can see what we're talking about.
In my Discord, it's okay. I'll explain it real quick. In my Discord, if you go to the Degenerate section, there's like there is stuff. Let me just find it. I can't even navigate.
It's the first message. Can I find it in your own Discord before you can, even without a keyboard on? Because my keyboard's not like hooked up right now.
Probably, honestly. No, I already found it.
Okay. You beat me.
It's like the first message. It's the topper of the NSFW general, and it's like the guy sitting there and is like, "Oh no, Samsung didn't hire me."
I'm actually just gonna pull it up on I'm
Yeah,
gonna pull it up on stream. Okay.
it's
So
like so.
it's
This is
so,
actually like the Korean experience right there.
this is what the Korean economy is turning into. Unfortunately, I feel sorry for I am sorry, Koreans. That this is admittedly like in America, like the current project of my country is to replace all jobs with Uber driver. Like that's like the goal.
I mean,
Like
they say this in China too. Like in China, there's this meme about like so all girls become streamers, and
Mhm,
all men watch the streamers,
mhm.
and then the men that don't watch the streamers become delivery drivers to deliver the food to the guys that watch the stream. That's the only
Yeah.
possible jobs you can have now.
I remember watching seeing like a bunch of testimonies of like a bunch of comics out of China about jobs, about like new jobs that people are holding down. And like there's this one guy whose job, like it's a full-time job, is he waits in line.
Mm-hmm.
So like there will be like a special limited edition thing at like a pizzeria or whatever. And like his job is that he goes there and waits in line, and then another person comes and like buys his spot in line. And that's his whole job.
Now my only way is to rip off solo leveling.
Um, I mean, I had this conversation with my aunt earlier. That's like, yeah, there's like the only job that I'm like really confident is going to be like a good job in the U.S. in a couple of years is scam artist.
Oh, it's already pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. They're winning right now. It's scam artist and being the kind of guy who owns a sports betting website, and I've already kind of missed the ship on that one.
Please donate to my chat.
Oh yeah. It's but yeah, I feel for the Koreans in the trapped in Hell Joseon, as they like to call it. Okay, I need to. This guy looks like shit right now, but I can make him look less like shit.
When Samsung doesn't hire you, that's like the worst ever.
Landlord will probably continue to be a solid job as well. Yeah. I mean, the thing is like something has to change, right? That just because like that's what reality is. Like you can't like not change things because time, because of the linear nature of time. You can't just like not change things. And so like you're going to change things. Especially because a lot of the stuff that is being done is built on like unsustainable grounds. And so like being built on unsustainable grounds intrinsically means that like something will change at some point somehow. And the question is what and how and who fucking dies as a result of those changes. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, so like this was like Adam Smith's prediction back in this is Adam Smith's prediction back in 1776, was that like his prediction was that capitalism was a temporary process of reshuffling things back to getting back to feudalism. Right? That like at some point we're going to return to feudalism. At some point we're going to just return to feudalism. That this whole reshuffling of society along like productivity that exceeds the ability to extract rents, that's going to end at some point. And
I mean, it has to, right? Like the people just there's this thing of like people have this weird kind of capitalist realism idea to the point where people will just fucking die or whatever. They actually think that if they just people are just gonna fucking die, right? Like if that's not gonna happen. They're gonna fucking become a mob and rise up, dude. They're not just gonna accept their death, dude. Like I don't know what you.
I mean,
it's so weird.
This is like the fundamental difference between Smith and Marx, right? It's like Smith is like, yeah, slowly but surely the ability of productivity to extract additional value from basic inputs will peter out, and it'll crash, and the way that it'll crash out is just like it'll just slowly turn into feudalism again. Like we'll just slowly get a reorganized feudalism. And Marx was like, no, eventually people will get so fucking mad that they'll just start killing people. Like that's like the difference. Like people, I still remember my fucking students when I was teaching as a sociologist. Sorry, it just makes me a little bit mad. They're like, oh, Marx's whole thing was like he had too much faith in human nature as being like a good and kind thing. It's like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
That's propaganda, dude. That's
if you said that about Kropotkin, it would be at least like kind of sensible. If you said Kropotkin was like believed that humans were like intrinsically good and stuff like that, like that's at least like within the same ballpark.
Have you ever seen the Kropotkin memes? I think they're the funniest shit.
I haven't. I like Kropotkin. I actually genuinely like Kropotkin. You're talking to a guy who's a Kropotkin fan. I like Kropotkin.
I'm not particularly like Kropotkin. Is like.
I mean, he's not my favorite because poor Yanni.
He has a funny name though. I like his name.
It is a funny name. But yeah, Smith is just like, oh yeah, like this is all just gonna like peter out, and it's all just gonna be the same bullshit over again. I fucking hate it. And Smith hates landlords more than Mao Zedong. That's like a thing that often gets missed. Smith fucking hated landlords.
Dude, landlords are the blight. Not only landlords, all the rent-seeking assholes.
Yeah, rent-seeking in general.
I said this last time on my stream. Yeah. There should be a tightly controlled kind of like we should control business models more tightly. You shouldn't just be able to just make up your fucking business model however you want. This is getting out of hand. There should be a very few amount of business industries that can do like a subscription model. Everybody else that does is go right to jail. Go fucking right to jail. Like I don't give a shit. Like this is like pyramid scheme adjacent in my opinion. Like this is like there are certain business models that we legalize and that should be illegalized. I don't care. Like you charge rent for shit, right to jail.
You should be providing something of verifiable value to the people who give you money. Yeah. But it just kind of drove me insane because it was like, yeah, if you want to say like Kropotkin believed that people had like an intrinsic like not even goodness but cooperative element to their nature, like okay, whatever, sure, that's true. But for Marx, it's insane. It's just like not accurate at all. Marx is, and I like had my students read Marx, and I remember a student being like, "Oh, Marx like wasn't accounting for human nature." I'm like, "What do you mean? What do you think his vision of human nature was?"
See, but you know what they mean, right? Like, because the anti-Marxist propaganda is that human nature makes it impossible for Marx to ever be correct, right? Like it's the humans are greedy kind of brain rot.
But he expects people. He thinks humans are greedy. Like that's like the part that drives me nuts. Is like he's not out here saying that humans aren't greedy. He's out here saying that humans are greedy, but humans will become violent if subjected to enough indignity. That's the claim that he's making that's controversial. Is it is that humans can only tolerate so much bullshit before they start snapping and killing everybody?
I mean, that is the issue, yes. You gotta give them stuff or they will be mad and then they kill you.
Yeah, no, it's treats.
I mean,
right?
this was like, dude, in pre-modern societies, like in tribal societies, like it's so common for people to just do that kind of shit. Like not even like for that stuff. Like if there's a guy, right, that is like just like being annoying, right? Like and doing stupid shit, they would just kill him because it's easier than actually telling him to cut it out.
Yeah.
like no, because like the social standards in those societies was often one of respect in a way that you couldn't just go there and be like, hey bro, maybe you want to like do this or that or like stop this shit and maybe you want to like, you know, so you just kill him instead because that's way easier. Like
it's one of those things I try to like really convey to people about like why I think some of the decisions being made by my government right now are really fucking stupid. Because like the reason why you want if you are a rich person, the reason why you want a functional court system where poor people are allowed to sue you when you fuck up, like it's something you want. If you are rich, you want that to exist. And the reason why you want that to exist is because if they don't have that, they just murder you.
Yeah. What's the alternative? Right? Like you can't make the important thing is that we're kind of like at a point in like the capitalist propaganda where the rich people are buying this shit themselves right?
Yeah, it's pretty grim for them.
They don't fucking understand that this is actually a fucking shield for them.
Yeah.
And if they don't actually do that, then they're just exposing themselves to danger. I don't get it, dude. They're just like,
it's very much so like these guardrails that we installed on our the only thing stopping me from flying is the seatbelt that I am wearing. Kind of
the
thinking
thing is essentially that they don't understand that they can't make the poor people shut up and go away. That's actually not possible. They have to like do something, right? Like to actually appease them, right?
Yeah, you have to negotiate with them. And like successful systems that are stable and propagate over wide areas of time are systems that facilitate that. Like I am a very pessimistic person about a lot of stuff here, and this is like it's just like a pattern that you recognize is that like even if what you're giving them is like seemingly bizarre, like the promise of eternal life, you're still fucking giving it to them. Hello, Flamebird Phoenix. And yes, strikes are the compromise between like strikes are a compromised position. They're a gentle position on the spectrum from like we just kidnap you and burn you alive versus like we don't do anything, right? It's they're the compromise position. And if you're not willing to accept a pretty easygoing fucking compromise, like you're going to get a bad fucking deal. Like it's very frustrating and like I said, I'm pretty pessimistic about a lot of this stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, one of those things that I always like to highlight about like I get a little bit annoyed when people talk about like how unpopular given government is in the present day because the way that we measure unpopularity for historical governments for like governments that have been dead for like hundreds of years is like how many like violent revolts that got hundreds of people killed were there per year.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's like an unpopular government in like when I'm looking at like Imperial China and I'm like, which was an unpopular emperor? It's like, oh, they got like thousands to millions of people killed in revolts. Like that's that's like the mark of an unpopular emperor. One of my favorite ones is Wu Zetian, the only female emperor of China. And I always love this little story about her where, unsurprisingly, a lot of people fucking hated her, right? Because it's like a deeply misogynistic society with a woman in charge. So like a lot of people really fucking hated her. And also like nobles are just kind of revolting all the time. The thing is though that she was really popular with the peasantry. And one of the consequences of this and one of the ways that we can tell that she was in fact really, really popular is that the kind of aristocratic revolts that we would see in China regularly that would get like a few thousand guys would be like a nobleman and like a couple thousand peasants like fighting under his banner. Those revolts still happened, right? You know, again, kind of shit that we would consider completely apocalyptic in the United States. But was just like business as usual in Imperial China. These armies would happen and they would get mustered together. And then by the time the Imperial army showed up to crush them, or like the local governor's office showed up to crush them, the army had like was down to like 5 guys. Because all the peasants were like, fuck this, I'm out. Which is like something we don't usually see. That's like quite unusual. So like she was like unusually popular with the peasantry. Because she instituted tattle boxes that included for aristocrats. That was why she was so unpopular. It was like, yeah, you can put in like anonymous hints if you think like one of your neighbors is stealing, including like your landlord. So like the local aristocrats fucking despised her. So yeah. And like again, like when was the last time there was like a genuine armed insurrection in the United States? Right? Like it's pretty fucking uncommon in American and Western European countries at this point. Okay, highlights. I'm gonna do a little bit of highlighting before I plant this arm on my dude. I think these highlights should be lighter. I think I fucked up a little bit here. Light skin. The White Devil. The Gringo Menace. Sorry, I just find the phrase gringo so funny. I love it.
Gringo.
Gringo. Gringo. That's my ethnic group. I'm Gringo. I know it's not supposed to be. I know that I'm like almost certainly pissing somebody off because it's defenestration is when you throw somebody out of a window. Yeah. Oi, so gringo. Yeah. But yeah, defenestration is throwing somebody out of a window, and that's like one of the really important events in the Protestant Reformation is the defenestration of Prague, where some guys got into an argument and one of them got thrown out of a fucking window, but he didn't die. So, like, one side was like, oh, he didn't die because God intervened and he had the right side and blah, blah, blah. And the other side is like, he didn't die because he fell into a pile of shit. I think it was the Catholics were like, it was a miracle, and the Protestant side was a pile of shit version, but I can't actually remember. And you know, the thing is, like, if you're in a trial by combat, society, that's the pile of shit was put there by divine intervention. That's what the angels looked like. The angels looked like a pile of shit.
They come to you in the strangest ways.
They come to you in the strangest ways. It's true. It's true. As far as I know, the only trial by combat society was the Catholics. I think literally nobody else actually had divine trial by combat. I think it might literally just be Catholics. And that's like one of those funny things, like it gets imposed on other societies when you like read fantasy fiction. Is like, oh yeah, how barbaric are these people in like our fantasy Africa and stuff that they do trial by combat? And it's like the only people who did this were the Catholic Europeans. Okay. Simpsons ass looking motherfucker. We the people. But yes, let's gonna mount the sling arm. What's it gonna look like? Okay. Something like that. Something like that. Hello, Bug. Hello, Bug. I saw that you DM'd me. I haven't read your DM. I have not read Bug DM. What are you doing up, Bug? It's like not at all like bug time. You would never be working at midnight. No. I keep on thinking you're a West Coast girly. Which is an insane thing to forget about. Okay. Sling arm is going up there. But how you doing, Bug? Finding Eastern European family records is near impossible. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm so shocked that Eastern European record keeping is mediocre to poor. I can't believe that. That's I'm so shocked. So fucking shocked. The snake has gone nonverbal.
I'm sorry. I was like getting into a groove, dude. I was like grooving out.
What you grooving out to? What's the?
I'm sketching with my pen, with my fountain pen.
With your eco.
No, not my eco. It's an AL, but the diamond AL.
The diamond. I keep on forgetting it's the Twisby diamond. Because Nyano's a huge eco fan, right?
Yeah, I like the Twisby diamond.
My favorite is definitely my Faber-Castell ambition, but it's too thick for writing in Japanese. It's a European medium. It's just like it's absolute murder to try to write in Japanese with a European medium. Folks, if any,
too thick even for normal writing.
What was that?
I think that's too thick even for normal writing.
Yeah, even for normal writing, I kind of don't. Even for English, I don't really like it. But for Japanese, it's just impossible. Everything comes out looking like soup. For any psychos out there who might be hearing fountain pens and being like, "Ooh, that sounds really cool." First of all, yes, fountain pens are cool. They're a good way to take a very basic part of your life and turn it into an expensive way to be a huge nerd. Which is, I mean, isn't that what life's about? But also, okay, time to freehand some laurels. Time to move the camera a little bit. Time to move the camera a little bit. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy how much. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. You should get more sleep than that. That's fucked up that you got that little sleep. That's fucked up. But yeah, it's I've got a dissociating snake in the background. We've been ranting about capitalism. I don't know if you guys can hear. I can hear her scratching.
Fountain pen noises. Fountain pen noises.
Yeah, the fountain pen noises. I can hear fountain pen noises in the background. I'm
a fan of lining and inking with fountain pens. They're pretty good. I don't know.
I'm just kind of a fan of how much faster they write, how much like less effort it is. Because like I used to do like full stenography, basically, like full hand stenography during graduate school. I would literally write down every single thing that was said during class. The whole dang thing. And the whole dang thing that everybody said, every single word got into my notebook. And if you're doing that on a ballpoint, like the difference between a ballpoint and a fountain, like it actually adds up. It will actually add up. You will notice at that point when you're writing like 15 pages of notes a day, like you will notice the difference in effort. So I don't know. I've developed a real affection for the fountain pen. And this moment right here, what I'm about to do, this is where I really, really friggin' wish I had a pen. I had a paint pen. This would have been really nice for what I'm about to do. Well, yeah,
that pen.
I am definitely. Oh, I used way. This is too dark of a. These laurels are too dark. This ink is too dark. Not this ink. This paint is too dark. The green I used is too dark. It looks like shit. Do I just do it again? I think I just do it again. Just first of all, let's deload my 0. And let's see. We don't want dark green. Do we want angel green, maybe? Pineapple apple pen. No. Oh, holy crap. There are paint pens. There are paint pens. There are pens that do acrylic painting. Do the paints that is acryls. And that would be pretty good.
You would excuse me for a second. I must get myself some tea. It is very important.
Get teed, nerd. No, it's still not dark enough. That's still not light enough. That's still not light enough. That's still too dark of green. We're going to go one more shade lighter. That was Angel. I think we're doing sick green. Despite the name. Yeah. So the question about like German production during World War II is I genuinely find that interesting. I genuinely find that pretty interesting. That the difference between how the manufacturing systems of the countries really mattered. And the German manufacturing system, right, is unsurprisingly an output of the cultural norms and values of the Third Reich. You know, the Third Reich didn't just create a completely arbitrary system that reflected the best things that they could do. They created a system of economic production that suited their visions, right? That suited their utopian idea of what a of what a good economy should look like. And that utopian ideal was based very much on a structure of the economy that was built around small artisanal production, right? And individual craftsmanship and skill. Because the whole project, right, of the German Third Reich was around this reproductive unit. That was kind of their whole the whole thing. And so, you know, they have to do that in every single step of the way, all the way top to bottom. They tried to go dwarf. Yeah, they tried to go dwarf. Well, and they tried very specifically not to do manufacturing, right? They tried very specifically not to do assembly line. And so German tanks don't... Like, I've seen the factory floors of how they made Panzer IIIs. And it's an entire team makes the Panzer III from start to finish. You know, they don't they don't make like one part of the tank and then hand it off to the next guy. They make the entire thing start to finish with one team of guys. This is so much less efficient at scaling upwards, right, than other techniques. And it is kind of interesting that if you are working if you're working iteratively, if you're doing this evolutionarily, this is a coherent way to build a manufacturing base, right? This is not an insane thing to do in terms of making a manufacturing base, but it doesn't scale up in the same way that having an actual factory with a production line does, right? And statistically, right, a couple of us here have worked in an assembly line, right? About 10-12% of Americans work in assembly lines. And I know that there's quite a few Europeans, and assembly line work is not that unusual in Europe. And Kenworth. Oh, right. Yeah, Kenworth. Good. Yeah. That's definitely a manufacturer right there. Gonna lock in while I try to get this black paint on here. Again, this is the moment where I wish I had one of these fine line paints. Not sure that this is turning out super well. This is looking very, like, toothpastey, right? Maybe it'll look better from a distance. But from this distance, from up close, it looks kind of like shit, if I'm being real. However, that often happens, right? That often happens where something I think looks pretty poor up close and then looks a lot better from a distance. That's happened quite a bit in our time here. But yeah, like if you are just working from a standard of like, well, we have people who have all these skills, you know, we have these people who have these skills. How do we utilize them, right? Was the least effort option. It's kind of the least complicated option. But as we saw during World War II, the gap in productive capacity between Germany and the United States, or Germany and the Soviet Union, was substantially more massive than would have been remotely suggested by their respective manufacturing capacities at a basic level, and certainly by their respective GDPs and productivities. I don't know. I think it's neat. I think it's neat. I think it's a neat thing to think about. Which is a reminder that next week on the Discord, we are doing a movie night about killing Nazis. We are going to be watching Downfall and Inglourious Bastards. So hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like to do these double pairings. You've been playing a cool game about killing Nazis lately? Hell yeah. Which one? Which one? Oh, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Ooh, apparently there's even some archaeology in it. Nice. 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 I'm a slow guy, so I still have actually not played the new Colossus. I have played Wolfenstein. I've played New Order and Old Blood of the new Wolfenstein series. That's a shame. That's a shame. I really liked Old Blood. I really liked Old Blood. I stand by Old Blood as just a phenomenal little fucking game. I think Old Blood rocked. I really appreciated Old Blood's extreme strong commitment to the principle of these are Nazis, so you just have to kill them. Like, all of the major villains in the New Blood, in the Old Blood, all have these very uplifting stories. it's all like, oh yeah, this person like overcame like blah blah blah. I was like, yeah, but they're still a Nazi. Right? Like it does. I don't care. I don't care that they love their dog. I don't care that they did this or that. They are still a Nazi. They still got to go down. Made you nauseous with the head bombing. That's obnoxious. That feels like one of those things like games should just like always have an option for turning down. Why would you give redeemable praise to Nazis? Because that proves a very important lesson about Nazis, which is that Nazis are human. And it is an important intervention in how we discuss Nazis in the 21st century, because oftentimes people will talk about Nazis that actually exist as if the fact that they have redeemable and human characteristics makes them somehow different. That Nazis cannot, if you only portray Nazis as one-dimensional, you cease to portray them as humans, which means that people will be trained to look at humans as if they could not be Nazis. That is a thing that a lot of people are trained to believe at this point in human history, is that if a person is a Nazi, if a person has normal human traits, if a person has parents, if a person has a childhood favorite friend, if a person has meaningful and interesting opinions about music, that means they can't be Nazis, which is bullshit. Which is bullshit. I don't care how much that Nazi loved his dog. He's still got to go down. Right? That's why. That's why. And I think that's important to do. And I think it ruled in the Old Blood. I think it ruled. I think it absolutely rocked. Okay. Let's see. I feel like this highlighting might be too subtle. In Minecraft? Ah, yes. Sure. I think my edge highlighting that I'm doing on the cloth is too subtle. I think I need to.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. It took longer than expected, dude. I was like making the tea, and then I had like a fucking. I looked out the window, and I suddenly had like a fucking experience, dude. I was like having like some psychedelic shit happen to my mind, bro. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, the Benadryl's totally not dangerous at all.
It's not the Benadryl. I had like a fucking creative intervention, dude. I had to take some notes.
Had a religious experience.
No.
Had a religious experience.
Kinda. I don't know. We chilling. It do be that way.
Yeah, we chillin'.
Also, I've been like drawing designs here for my aliens, and they look like too much like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. And that wasn't even one of the inspirations. I don't know how this always happens, dude. It's so weird.
It's wait, all of your aliens look like Lilo from Lilo and Stitch?
No, But I have this thing going where I'm like, okay, so here's what I'm inspired by, right? Like I have like this fucking pool of stuff, right? And I'm like, let's go, we're gonna create like some cool shit. And then I created and it's just fucking Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. And then I look up later what the actual inspirations were for Stitch, and it's kind of the same shit. And I just recreated Stitch from Lilo.
It's called Convergent Evolution. It's called Convergent Evolution.
Did it happen to me in the same project already, to the point where I'm like, okay, you know, I'm just gonna embrace it. That it's like similar, where I was like, okay, this is gonna have like some story about like some kind of fucking magical girl-esque pre-cure battle shit that is going on, right? And then I realized halfway through that like these kind of creatures that I'm creating, the aliens, they share like 90% of their traits with like this really well-known TV show that has its own fandom, right? And I'm like,
is it Lex?
What is Lex?
Oh man, Lex rules. Lex rules. You know Sybil the Moth, right?
Sybil the what?
Sybil.
Oh yeah. Sybil.
Yeah, Sybil rules. She's been watching it on her channel, so it's been a fun revisit. Because it's so public access, you can just show it on Twitch. You can just fully stream the entire TV show on Twitch. It's a Canadian public access sci-fi original. The core of it is that the main characters have stolen a super weapon from an evil empire. And the super weapon is like a dragonfly the size of a planet. And so like the showers on the inside of it are like, they're just like dicks that piss on you.
I see.
It's a really grotesque and fucked up sort of sci-fi, and part of what really cements it is that the main characters don't like really have any particular mission. Like the main protagonist is just like a horny janitor.
I see how it is. I see how it is.
He's just like a middle-aged guy who's like hasn't gotten laid in a long time and has gone insane from it. There's a really one of the lines is like really sticking with me right now.
I might actually check that out then. It seems pretty interesting.
It's insane. It's insane. You'll like it.
That are different from fucking Stitch. I mean, Lilo and Stitch is pretty good. Like, I haven't seen, like, apparently it got like a live action remake.
They got a live action remake where they just like
none of the live action remakes from Disney have ever been good. So I don't assume it's going to be good either. So I won't watch it.
I have not bothered to watch it. I don't intend on watching it. I did hear that apparently they changed it so they just like give up Stitch.
They want to what? Give up Stitch?
They just like give him up to the government.
That's fucking funny, dude. That's like not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah, somebody posted a clip on Twitter of like the live action remake is just like this part where it's the part where like they're putting Stitch in the back of a car and then it just rolls credits. Like this is what the live action's like. It's like, oh my god, that's so insane.
No, but see, the thing that I'm making there is like this weird kind of perspective change thing where when the aliens are the ones being observed, they're like some weird kind of grotesque creatures. But when it's shown from the aliens' perspective, they're really anthropomorphized and they have like all these like cute features, so to speak, right? That's what's going on there, right? Yeah. And so I created the aliens first as these fucking eldritch like monstrosities, right? And like all their capabilities and all that stuff. And then as soon as I actually started to stylize them, I realized that I'm just recreating some other shit that already exists. And I'm like, fuck. They immediately gotta know. And I didn't even intend that.
So you can't just like rip off stuff that like nobody would fucking know. And the thing is like
the problem is this is not a property that nobody would know. Everybody in this chat would know. Right, like I'm pretty sure that everybody in this chat would know just through cultural osmosis of being on the internet.
Unless it's like literally Star Wars.
Okay, you probably wouldn't. You're the only one that wouldn't know. I'll give you that.
Oh,
I can
interesting,
even
interesting.
show
Now
you-
I'm curious. Now I'm curious because
Okay,
it's like,
you know, you're not allowed to voice your guess, but I will send you a sketch that I made of the main character from that storyline, and you tell me if you know.
because
Okay.
I figured I would be like more versed than average for a Twitch viewer because I'm like a weirdo who's like read Dorking Place and shit like that, and like
So if you tell me what this is,
I was gonna tell you to
don't
rip off.
write
I was gonna tell you to rip off Solaris for what it's worth.
here. So this is like, it's, as I said, it's like some magical girl precursor thing. So like the designs are kind of like in the actual vein of that. Here. So this is the main character of that actual thing. So this is after I decided to embrace this, no matter
All right,
what.
hold on. Okay,
So write me if this reminds you of anything. Just write it in chat. The chat is not allowed to know. They're
Okay.
peasants. They can't handle that shit.
Okay, so wait, in our DMs or in chat?
In DMs. I sent this to you in DMs.
Okay, no, I see it in the DMs. I see it in DMs.
Yeah, write it in DMs.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna. My guess.
Not bad, but you're incorrect. That wasn't bad. Not bad, but you're incorrect. I don't know. No, the second one is also not correct.
Fair enough.
But I'm sure that's fair. That's fair actually. But like I don't know what that one is about. I haven't ever consumed that content. That's a cesspit I will not touch, right?
Can I tell them the incorrect guess?
Yeah, sure. Tell him the incorrect guess.
My incorrect guess, which was a troll guess, I was mostly trying to piss you off, was Homestuck.
It's not a bad guess, though. It's really not a bad guess, seeing as what this became.
It's also like that's definitely like the peak of like things that like everybody would know online, but I definitely wouldn't. Would be Homestuck. Like my understanding of Homestuck is like almost entirely through the lens of like people telling me to not read Homestuck. My only other real knowledge of Homestuck is from what's it called? Via Toby Fox. Like fifth layer via Toby.
Toby Fox worked on Homestuck, right? So
yeah, he did.
Honestly, Homestuck not getting any new content for so long was probably also what made like Undertale so successful. Like it's
Probably.
just they all moved on to Undertale.
Probably. I mean, it's.
I don't know what Homestuck is about. I just know that it's like trolls and shit. Like I don't know, are they internet trolls?
They're kind of internet trolls. They're in alternate dimensions. They are embodiments of zodiac signs. This is like my level of knowledge of it. I know Miss Bodega Rat could tell us a lot more about it. Hey Bodega, it's 4 a.m. Tell us about Homestuck.
Fucking Homestuck, dude.
Which part I think she would actually respond. if she saw that, I think she would actually like do something about it. Hey Nate, hell yeah. I am not drunk.
Nate, do you know what Homestuck is about? I just showed Al one of my designs, and I was like, "Do you know what this reminds you of?" And he said Homestuck, and I don't know.
Neither of us actually know what that means. Neither of us know what that means. I'm just fucking with her. I am just being an asshole.
I just know that isn't Homestuck like a mixed media web project? Like it's comics and animations and all, and like
it's like
games.
Comics and animation. There's music and stuff like that. Yeah, me and Nagi are actually too normie for Homestuck, unfortunately. Like we've managed to find things that both of us are too normie for.
But I am no stranger to internet degeneracy, okay? But Homestuck is nah, bro. Like that's like, okay, there's like the Sonic fandom and shit, and like all this stuff that I'm like, nah.
Well, the thing is, like to me, it's actually like the Sonic fandom, where it's like, it's people haven't sold me on it being interesting.
The Sonic fandom is like the most degenerate bullshit. Like I don't understand it at all. Like it's there was some others that tried to usurp the throne of like being the most degen people on the internet, but the Sonic fandom can't be beat. They're too powerful.
They're kings. They're kings of this. And I don't get it at all. Like I just don't get it at all. Like
I don't understand the staying power that shit has. Like I don't get it, man. Like it's weird. It's like I don't know.
It is
like
very strange to me. Oh heck yeah, I gotta get under here. Yeah.
So yeah, what is the overall plot of Homestuck?
Nano, help me out. Help us out here. You know Homestuck, right?
Nano, what's the overall plot of Homestuck?
What is Homestuck? What is Homestuck?
Okay, the funny thing is, Nano actually knows about my project.
Oh shit! He knows about your project. I thought you said he actually knows about Homestuck. I'm like, shit. I was just trying to insult him.
So he actually knows. He actually knows the picture I just showed you, and like what, because I was testing you. I was testing you to know. But
yeah, that's fair. That's fair, and I failed. Because like when I was like, oh yeah, if you want to like rip off something, just like rip off like Solaris. Like nobody online is gonna know Solaris, despite that being extremely well known piece of fiction.
Yeah, dude, that shit. Like, there's like some stuff now that is like, I know, like, you remember when All Tomorrows became popular on the internet? I was like, what? Like some 1980s fiction? What? Very strange. Yeah. I wonder when, like, you know the Forbidden Files? Have you ever heard of the Forbidden Files?
I have not.
So the Forbidden Files is a French film that was made like in 1989, right? And it's basically just a modern internet analog horror series, but actually made with like artistic rigor. It's like a collection of documentaries about like abnormal stuff, right? Like one of these is credited with inspiring House of Leaves, by the way. Like one of these
nice.
Where like it was almost certainly the inspiration for House of Leaves, right? So it's just I wonder when the Forbidden Files is going to become popular online. It's going to happen one of these days. I don't know, like it's some of the actual stuff is pretty good. Like some of the actual like concepts that are there are pretty good, even for today's standards.
I actually feel like the standards for concepts is like lower than it used to be. So like
my favorite one is where they go to like it's like all over the world, right? So in one of them they go to Mexico, right? And they talk about like these villagers about the witch. There's like a witch in their town, right? Like and they film the witch and like it's like entirely nothing really happens. It's entirely about the stuff that the villagers say, right? About the witch. And they also have like one where a guy, it's like a documentary of a guy that got shipwrecked, right? And he was like in a boat.
Right.
Like one of these lifeboats. And he didn't get rescued for a while, but it becomes apparent that he's surviving out there way longer, right? Like than would be normal. And we kind of get glimpses of the fact that somebody's helping him. He's like talking to somebody in the water, right? That is helping him. And we never kind of understand. It's like some Cthulhu shit, right? Where we never kind of understand who that is until we realize that at one point he has the chance to get rescued and doesn't do it because he's waiting for the guy in the water to return, right? And in the end, it's just a tape of him like being like, okay, guys, bye. And he just fucking dives into the water and is gone. And it's the last thing we know of him. This is pretty good. It's pretty well made.
I will say I like The Shape of Water, so I'm into this. It's a good Shape of Water variation.
It's a good ship. Very shipful.
He found his aquatic husband, and I respect it. All right, we got some people taking we got people taking drugs. We got people taking drugs in chat.
Dude, what the fuck? Drug is in chat.
We got the drug chat. We got drug chat. I'm enthusiastic about my new drug-based fandom. Definitely going to be a. It's definitely not going to cause any problems for me on Twitch.tv.
In the age of the rising sea levels, we will gain aquatic partners. It's true. Become part of the. I kind of should make like a fucking series where a guy is dating water girlfriend, and she's like, "Do you want to become part of my Cthulhu cult?" And then in the end, he just becomes part of the Cthulhu cult.
Make one
That
about.
would be. That's a good movie, dude. Like that's a movie that people will watch. That shit will go viral online.
Hell
like,
yeah.
Like a guy is like fucking dating water girlfriend that he like finds on an internet the dark web dating site or some shit. Like this is like some life of luxury kind of storyline.
I'm actually kind of
Like,
into this. I'm into this.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I mean, if there's one
admit
thing that like we should know as the VTubers, it's that people want a wife that is like kind of humanoid, but not like that humanoid.
there's like a weird kind of like if you want me to get like weird philosophically interpreted for a second, it feels that there's a certain genre of like fantasy fiction that fetishizes living a human-esque life. This is like a weird kind of thing where people want to live a life that is kind of like what they're doing right now in modern society, but not really.
Yeah.
That's like kind of what's going on there a little bit. It's very strange. Many things could be said about this, but I will not say them because I'm stupid.
No, surely you've got thoughts. Surely you've got thoughts.
No, Niano has a theory. He's gonna share it in chat. It's gonna be way better than whatever I'm gonna say.
I am invested in your theory, in the Mancer theory. I'm invested, while I am putting some brown wash on my dude's calves.
The dirt and the grime.
Honestly, it's mostly just to make it so that it doesn't look like so obvious that he's made out of plastic. Just kind of like makes the recesses show up a little bit better. That's way too much. That's the dirty.
I'm yelling at the screen and he wants to join.
Oh, he's trying to join. He's trying to join.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to ask because he's awkward. He's an awkward cat.
Should we just like use somebody's voice channel? Should we just add him?
You can just add him.
Add friends to DM. I always get nervous. Is he going to be able to see like all of our history?
I mean, in the DMs, yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, wait, will it create a new one?
I can't remember.
Whatever, we can go to like whatever channel we have. What do we got?
I mean, my server. I've got my server, and my server has a stealth zone that you can't see. That I can put you into.
My server has a non-stealth zone because it has roles for collaborators, and you can go into the collab chat.
It's true, you can. I can only see the secret serpent lair.
You can go to the secret serpent lair. I'll pull you in, okay?
All right, cool. We'll see you in a moment. There we go.
Welcome to the Coil of Collabs. We should also have better audio quality now. By the way,
we should. I mean, that's the reason why I made a thing on my own server for like collab roles, but it's I don't use it very often.
Apparently, I don't show up no more.
Interesting. Oh yeah, you probably should. Hold on.
If you want to join, just join the Secret Serpent's Lair. Or like, can you join this? Can you join the Coil or whatever? I don't know. I thought I gave you the thing.
Why is?
There he is.
Okay, hold on. Why is Fugi's like fuck you guys? Fugi does not like you guys right now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Okay, you are coming through audio wise. What the heck? It says URL is reactive.fugi.tech/group. Like, is there any reason why that wouldn't work? Or Refresh cache? I don't know.
Dude, he's flexing on us with his voice. Holy shit.
No, I just woke up.
That's a,
I
but
just woke
it's
up
pretty
and I've been
good
awake for
just
2
waking up
hours.
voice.
It's
Yeah.
pretty good.
It's
I
pretty
would
good,
say.
man. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you're gonna hear it.
Pretty
You're gonna hear it
powerful,
like a
bro.
solid week, brother.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna. I hope I don't have to like get the individual sources off of Fugi. That'd make me sad.
I think if you just refresh the browser link, it should work.
Okay, let's try refreshing the browser link. So let's just delete it first and then put it in there again. And nope, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
The menagerie.
Let's delete
Yes,
the
indeed.
let's delete the custom CSS. Nothing. Oh, I'm so confused. It was working perfectly fine when I was in the DMs. Control.
I've heard that excuse before.
I mean, you saw, like, you were in the channel. you saw on the stream.
No. Just pretend I'm the little sling guy you're painting. So whenever you put the brush to me, I'm gonna scream.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just gonna.
See, this is what happens. I surreptitiously impose myself upon others, and then things break, and then I leave.
This is how math works. Oh, and there's Kari.
There were other VTuber people? Who was there, Kari? Anyone we know? I have to ostracize them.
Yeah, we have to know who we have to kill.
Yeah. Anyone comes in, going to less wrong. What a shame. What if you just sign out and then sign back into Fugi?
That might do it. I'm just confused as to why it was fine when it was like in the DMs. Is it because like I don't have access to the snake cord? Is that why it is?
Maybe.
That's all I can.
That would be
That's,
funny.
that's
Give him the
the
roll.
most likely one I can think of.
let me give you the roll.
That would be really funny if that's the only reason.
What's the rule called again? It's called something like.
I got you.
This?
Never mind, I don't have you.
Wait, are you human?
Yes.
Oh no, no, that's Fugi's just being obnoxious.
You should be able to both be able to just see the thing now, the collab chat.
Let me refresh it again. Properties, refresh cache. Verify Discord login, verify blah blah blah.
I don't think I had this problem with anybody in here before.
Fascinating. Well, I mean, worst case scenario, you're just
It's
invisible.
all me.
Worst case scenario, we just have we're just defugied. Okay. Authorizing Fugi again. There's the group. I see the group one in Fugi, so I'm gonna. Weird. I don't know. It's OBS is being strange. OBS is being very, very strange.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's all
I
my
could
fault.
also try adding. Let's see if I can add Nagi specifically. No, it's still being weird. Transform to screen. No, that did not work. Well, whatever. So Niano had a theory.
Yes, I have a theory concerning this.
Not concerning OBS being strange. Concerning people wanting to have semi-human lives.
I think it's because pretty much the normal everyday sort of expectations that people had pretty much just even like 10 or even 15 years ago, right? Like those just appear for the younger generations at the very least. For example, like, I don't know, maybe like say sub 40, maybe millennials.
Okay.
Like the dreams and the expectations foisted upon them by our parents
Okay.
and
Yeah.
just seem like so far out of reach. Just simple things like even just owning like just like a small house, right? That's just become phenomenally expensive. Prices are going up all over the place. Places just to go out and visit your friends, you know, there's not a place to do. There are no third spaces really anymore, right? Particularly in like rural areas. It's better in cities somewhat, but I could say in my area in particular, it's just awful. Especially when you have to drive like 20, 30, 40 minutes just to get to a friend's house or go to a park or go to anything, right? And so I think that people, you know, are relying on, or not relying on, but taking the dream that was sort of instilled in them by their parents, by the expectations of their parents, and trying to live through that vicariously through fantasy fiction by just having, you know, the easily accessible third places, you know, going on trips with friends, um, having some of the modern conveniences of life, and just chilling there because it's
Vibing.
becoming more and more unattainable by the day in our current lives, right?
This is a common theory about you know, Stardew type games, right? About is that they allow you to have the simulation of things that would notionally be very cheap. You know, to have the simulation of cheap hobbies and the sense of abstract progression.
I mean, there's so many games about being a business owner, basically.
It's true.
Well, yeah, because people used to be. I mean, there were like I know the United States, something like in the past, like 80% of all businesses in the U.S. and like 80% of the entire market was dominated by small businesses, small local businesses, right?
Yeah. There's a point where self-employed was over 80%.
That's what the games are all about, like running your own small business.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I can even use some of my own perspective right here, right? I've been stuck at a dead-end job for about 8 years now. I've not had a single promotion. I haven't had a raise in like 3 years. And
that's
like,
job security.
now I'm just sort of sitting here being like, you know what? What if I do start my own business right now? And then I look at my finances and I'm like, but with what money?
I mean, you could do. You know, have you considered the extremely low startup cost involved in VTubing?
Yes.
The startup cost in VTubing is not zero. Like
it's not zero, but it's very low.
Too much for a lot of people, right?
The problem is jumping into a content creation career right now. The market is really saturated, and I'm not saying that you can't like succeed or whatever. I mean, like over like 5 years, I got somewhere, right? But it took 5 years, and I'm still, well, even if I was streaming all that much anymore, I'd still be only raking in maybe like $200 a month, right?
Yeah, that's
just not sustainable. Not sustainable in the long run. Unless I heavily monetize, which I probably could do, because I know some other fellows have done a really good job at that. But that just sounds really boring to me, and I can't abide by that.
That is an important part of all of this, right? Is you should not feel like that should not be how you describe like spending your entire life is quote really boring. I kind of have a stance that it's kind of worth trying to make it so your life is something that you actually like look forward to living. And like, I don't know, not every day is going to be your best day ever, but
sure,
you know, shouldn't be every day is your worst day ever, so to speak.
I agree.
But you know, I think I have well established myself as a generally pretty unrealistic person. Just sell drugs. I mean, drugs is a long and honorable profession.
Oh, the second my state legalizes weed, if they ever legalize weed, and if I don't move, which I really want to, I'm becoming a farmer.
I can tell you that Texas is currently looking to criminalize weed more severely than it was criminalized even during Prohibition.
Why?
Because they have the dumbest elected officials on the planet.
This is true.
They are going to criminalize anything that has any THC, that has measurable THC quantity in it, which includes a fairly significant Texan hemp industry, which it should be noted, we are not talking about hemp that you can smoke. We are talking about hemp for making like ropes.
Yeah, I mean, hemp is a phenomenal material. It's a wonderful plant fiber. You can make clothes out of it.
My wallet's made out of hemp. It's great.
Your what's made out of hemp?
My wallet.
Wallet. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's great stuff.
I'm not gonna say
they're going to criminalize like making wallets because like hypothetically, theoretically, maybe
somebody shouldn't have money anyway.
Yeah. What if you smoke your wallet?
What if you smoke your wallet?
What if you smoke your wallet?
I was taking a drink. You almost killed me.
Yeah, like what? Yeah, because Texas.
Dude, it's just the dumbest thing in the universe. I just cannot for the life of me, like, understand how the libertarian elements of conservatism mesh with.
I mean, they always in the end have to bow to the religious right, because that's like the voter base, right? So
well,
there you go.
And it's not just as the voter base; it's like those are the ones who are disciplined, right? Like, you know, you can have a really outsized influence in American voting if you are like a disciplined and strong. If you're like disciplined and strong, like when Prohibition got passed back in the 1910s and the 20s, they never had more than 10% of the vote. But they were disciplined and they were careful about their voting as voters, and so everybody was chasing them because like these guys will vote for you if you follow their issue. And the libertarians are schmucks who will fall for anything. And the religious right are disciplined and serious. And so the religious right get what they want, and the libertarians don't get what they want.
I don't know.
They just get owned.
Some spines.
Yeah, they just get owned. That's what happens. If you are not willing to strategically withhold your vote, you just get owned. You get nothing. I think I fucked up.
I don't really think the religious right should get anything anyway, so that's just me.
Librarian is right there.
My future political career, by the way.
Celaru, thank you for the follow.
Hey, Sailor. Hey, Sailor, you playing Night Rain? I'm gonna play Night Rain.
You bought it already?
I haven't bought it. I'm just thinking if I should buy the deluxe edition or the normal one. But they say it has more bosses and characters and shit.
It doesn't. I told you. They're
advertising.
False advertising. I mean, yeah. It's gonna take me a very long time to get around to playing Night Rain.
I just don't think I'd play it without other people.
I've gotta beat the Souls games in order.
I'm gonna play it today. I don't know who I can animate to play with me, but we'll see.
It depends on what time you go live. I could join if you want.
Sure. We can bring in the boys.
The boys. What time are you going live today, Nogs?
I don't know, man.
That means I have to buy it. Hold on.
I'll just hang out and just like yell. Celaru says that they've got nobody to play with. That sounds like they want to play with you, Nagi.
Yeah, but Celaru doesn't want to come to my stream and talk, so we can't do that. It's impossible.
Okay. We've got a compromise position here. Celaru comes and plays on your stream, and I talk and don't play.
You just have to comment on whatever Celaru is doing, like the entire
Legitimately,
time.
one of my favorite things I've ever done streaming.
That's hilarious.
Was I was extremely drunk. I had just gotten home from a night drinking, and my friend Sybil Cole, who just had a birthday, happy birthday, Sybil, was streaming Elden Ring. And I just like come into her chat and just shout, let me in, because I could tell she was tired. She was like exhausted. She was like on like hour like 16 of a stream or some shit.
Let's go.
And I was like, let's go, let me in, I'm drunk. And she just like lets me into VC with her. and I am just drunkenly narrating what she's doing on screen with a sports announcer voice, and I've never played Elden Ring before. I have no idea what's happening. I'm making up shit endlessly. I'm just completely full of shit the whole time. No, the two of you should know better than almost anybody else what my level of FromSoft knowledge is and skill.
Yeah, it's great. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Very powerful, dude. I watched that shit. I was like, wow, bro.
You know,
Wow.
I just have to say for one,
I've never
it is
seen anything
lovely.
like it. I've never seen
It's
anything like
lovely
it.
to see someone so untainted by VoD video.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Dude, I fucking hate VoD video, dude.
He's just a dude. He's a Souls content creator who just goes into extremely stupid.
He publishes his own Souls fan fiction as lore.
Yeah, basically.
That's
Good
what
for
he
him.
does.
Good for him. Somebody's got to do it, right?
No, I'm mad at him because he's making the games worse.
He's making the. You think he's got Miyazaki's ear?
Honestly,
No,
you know what I think?
no.
Nobody should be allowed to make videos about the Souls lore. Like, fuck that shit. I'm done. I'm done. Nobody's allowed to do it anymore.
I think that you should be allowed to make videos about the lore in any game as long as you lie.
Well, he does a pretty good job at that.
Aw, that's not funny.
No, it's not funny because he takes it all seriously and literally.
That's not lying. That's just being wrong.
Ethically the same thing as far as I'm concerned.
Ooh, an interesting decision point. An interesting decision point. 'Cause I think that's very ethically different. I think it's very, very ethically different to lie versus just be wrong. It's very fundamentally different.
Well, he's wrong willingly.
Willingly.
Because he's had like, I don't know, 14
keeps
years to
doing
get
it.
right, and he just hasn't. It's crazy. It's like watching your boomer uncle go down the QAnon hole, except it's
Except it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
It's just-
That's what makes it worse. Oh, I left my flashlight on. Oh well.
I mean, the people yearn to care about stupid bullshit. Tilted.
This is true.
Hold on, I have to check. Whose hands are those? Bud VT. Okay, Bud VT. Next time I see Bud VT, I'm going to compliment him on that.
Bud's such a good guy. I'm ignoring a DM from him.
Brutal.
Well, it's because I've been invited to like this server like RP thing or whatever for this one game, and I'm just like, I can't invest the time in it, and I don't want to tell them no.
Oh, that's always painful. That's always painful when it's like a collab that like you don't actually like dislike, but like it's just like
I have all this stuff with so many people like, hey, come to my Minecraft server and build stuff, and then I see what they built, and they all like build shit that takes hundreds of hours, and I'm like, bro.
No.
bro.
Doom Eternal. No. Have you anything to say to your creator? No. Dude, what have they done to the Doom franchise?
I don't know. I'm not very my only exposure to Doom Dark Age has been watching Vika play it, and I'm glad she's having a nice time, but like it does not inspire me.
Well, it's not even necessarily the gameplay. The gameplay looks fine.
Yeah.
What just bothers me is that it's just the story just is it's boring. They're trying to like dramatize it up too much whenever it's supposed to be just about a guy going around killing demons.
It's incredibly fucking stupid. I hate this.
Yeah, it's like, why do I care about this one tentacle lady?
It's not only that, like the entire thing about, oh my god, look at the Doomslayer. He's so cool and amazing, and he's like a fucking OP. Like, dude, I don't give a shit. Can we just shoot demons?
It's a little bit of it's definitely like a problem in like a video game thing. I don't like a noted Twin Snakes hater over here, right? It's like coming from my place of hatred for the Twin Snakes. Like, if you're going to be giving me a power fantasy, why are you telling me about it instead of letting me play it?
It's kind of like I also don't like this power fantasy where it's like, oh, you do this stuff, like, because what they're going for is like the Doomslayer just wants to kill demons, right? And like everybody else is like making up mythology about him and shit. But they're not sure that the issue that I have is that they're not doing it well enough because all of the fucking stupid ass people on the internet still latch on to this kind of weird mythology that is being created about him. When the point should be, I feel he's not a hero. He's just some motherfucker that kills demons. That's what I don't know, right? Like is that hard to understand? Like I don't
show him. Listen, what the problem is that in Doom Eternal and in Doom: The Dark Ages is that they show him interacting with people, and they show him kind of walking around and kind of saving people, right? Incidentally, through his actions of killing demons, he does rescue people.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, he shouldn't do that. His entire objective, kill, doesn't matter who's in his way.
And I'm kind of like wondering, right? Like, cause like I'm an OG Doom head, right? Like,
so you're like the Doom head when the guy was like some random space marine that just became like John Wick or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, and it's in like where I'm kind of going with this, right? Is that if you play OG Doom, it's actually extremely unclear whether or not our OG Doom Marine would or would not give a crap about saving people, right? Like yeah,
exactly.
It's very ambiguous about that because it's very intentional that the Doom guy be something of a self-insert. And
see, what I would do. So what I would do is the way I would tell the story is I would just like have you play Doom levels. And sometimes something happens, sometimes other people are there, but all you're doing is you're always just fucking shooting demons. And then on loading screens or on other parts, I would just put there like fucking newspaper clippings or whatever from like the Doom guy was seen again, and then like different people actually saying shit about him, but you're just shooting demons. And you never have that direct actual scene where somebody's actually stating something, because I don't know why it is, but when some character says something on screen, audiences get like fucking brain controlled by that shit, and they cannot fathom that character might be wrong about what they're saying, right? So you need like this kind of like level of separation where it's like, yeah, some guy on an internet forum or like in the newspaper is saying something that happened, and then like we stuff like that, right? Like I think that's more effective. That's how I would do it.
I don't know what I would. I don't know. I'm just. I definitely. I don't know. I like even like Doom 2016. I ultimately like look back on it and I feel unimpressed with. Like I was.
Dude, I will say Doom 2016 is like technically a very impressive game. It runs on a toaster, right? Like it's like
that's pretty cool.
It's like
I always
the
appreciate
one game that any fucking low spec PC can play, right? Like even back then.
I think that it's amazing that they went from that in Doom Eternal to the Dark Ages not running on anything that isn't RTX.
Because otherwise, how are they selling RTX cards?
Dude? Yeah, I was about to say we gotta have something on those RTX cards.
Well, I mean, who does Bethesda actually work for?
I don't know.
I don't know.
The devil or some shit.
Do they work for Nvidia? No.
It would be fucked up if it turns out that they do just hold a lot of stock in Nvidia.
Well, I mean, Bethesda wouldn't. Microsoft probably does. Actually, Microsoft definitely does, considering they bought, 49% of OpenAI, and OpenAI is like all NVIDIA processors.
Yeah.
So indirectly, sure. But if that's the case, then wouldn't it be better served by not eating up more of NVIDIA's supply of advanced chip making technology and dedicating more of that to AI rather than selling consumer GPUs that they don't make a buck off of? Actually, they make a lot of bucks.
I was about to say, do they not make money off of their consumer GPUs? Because if they didn't make money off of that, I would assume that
consumer GPUs went from being like a very high percentage of their income to being like single digit percentage.
Yeah. So I'm just going mad about the fact that like I can't see you fuckers. Yeah, no.
It's true. We're dangerous when we're out of sight.
Okay, there we go. fuck it. We're just going to have the invisible collab mates. We're just going to have the invisible collab mates.
No, Microsoft does own ZeniMax and therefore owns Bethesda.
This is true. It is known.
But what I'm saying is that, like, I don't know. I have an idea that while sure, utilizing more advanced technologies or whatever is probably a good thing in the long run, it's just, if you're making a AAA game that has hundreds of millions of dollars invested in it, don't you want to recoup your investment as quickly as possible? And therefore have the broadest possible base who could play your game?
That's a great question. Do you?
Well, I mean, it worked bonkers for Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal.
Yeah, and...
Yeah, but then you make the people mad. Like, you know how many actual graphics cards bundle AAA games with graphics cards purchases?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's like that's like a selling point too, right? Like you can sell to the graphics cards business, right? Like they will buy like contingents of your game, and then they will sell it with their cards.
Yeah, but as far as I know, I don't think Doom 26 or Doom Dark Ages is doing that. I know that they might be actually, because Indiana Jones and the Great Circle or whatever, the other RTX only Bethesda game. Kind of funny that it's only Bethesda who has 2 RTX games only right now. You're the only 2.
Dude, I hope Bethesda burns. Dude, holy shit, dude. Like, I don't know. They're not doing that well, in my opinion.
After Starfield, no. Starfield just had no creative vision. I hate that game. I put like 30 hours into it and I regret it.
I have heard so few nice things about Starfield. It's actually kind of impressive to me how uniformly negative I've heard.
I don't understand.
The more that I delve into the game development stuff, the more I like just realize how fucking stupid the AAA game development is.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, no, it's
mostly industry heads getting brainworms about not like dominating the entire market single-handedly, because it's like this weird dream that they have about like, what if we brought out like Minecraft again? What if we created like a game that is like minimal time, or Pokemon, right? A minimal time investment for maximum return, right? Like
which is like I understand why you would want that as a
Yeah, I understand why you would want this, but the actual idea is like they're trying to engineer that. They're trying to fucking like think that they can actually understand how to do that, because then they look at stuff like these extreme indie successes like Pokemon notwithstanding, right? But
Balatro,
before that Undertale, before that all kind of stuff, and they're like, oh my god, we gotta do that, and even better. Make it like a live service kind of game where you have to always come back and pay them more money.
Well, like here's the thing, right? Is that like there is a business model. If you are a big game developer, there is a business model where you get to have Undertale, where you get to be the company that profits off of Undertale, as opposed to Toby Fox getting all the money, right? There is a way to do that.
There is a way to do that, yes.
Yeah, and it's broad spectrum incubators where you accept that you're taking a loss on 90% of the projects.
Yeah, you just like take thousands of indie projects until one pops off. That's like the how to do it, right?
Yeah, you just find 1,000 guys who have released a game, right? A game of like any level of creative quality that didn't necessarily do commercially well, and you say we'll payroll you for a year, right? That's how you do it.
Yeah, anyone that you believe in will release a game. Yeah, and you just pay them, and you say like, but the game is ours, right? Like
you give them like a year grant, but we get all the profit. Like that's how you do it. Like you just give out grants. But like they don't want to do that because like the fact of the matter is like what they're trying to do is they're trying to figure out how they can get that guarantee, how they can machine that 1% success rate, how they can avoid
how they can
It's a good
avoid all the investment. Yeah, they want to like actually. So the issue is that I see with the gaming industry is that they tried this, right? Like
Yeah.
that this kind of stuff. It's like in the earlier times, like you remember Dead Space? Like it came back with like a remake, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But Dead
Mhm.
Space is like the complete encapsulation of this strategy. Dead Space was conceptualized before its existence as a multimedia franchise. They
Mhm.
wanted movies, novels. There was a few of them. There was like comics, animated series, everything, right?
Mhm.
And basically, that is what back then everybody was trying to do. This they wanted to have the franchise, right? Like they wanted to have kind of like the whole Halo, and even though Halo didn't branch out, right? Like everybody
Yeah.
was trying to have the multi-video franchise, right?
Oh, Halo did
And
branch out.
it did eventually, right?
No,
It's
fairly
like
early on, they had novelizations by within, like, 2 years or 3 years of the original game's release.
That's true. Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Did they make a
novelizations are
movie?
very cheap.
Did they make a Halo movie eventually?
They made a
Like
Halo
I
TV show
No, they made a TV show and it was awful.
okay, I see.
with Reach
No, but
City.
that's so basically back then everybody was telling themselves that they could engineer that success rate, right? Like and
Mhm.
like whatever kind of this what we're talking about, right? And it
Mhm.
turns out that they failed, right? Like because every single attempt of this failed. So the next thing was MMOs, right? Like and like pseudo MMOs and stuff like that. A business structure where you have continuous like the continuous influx of like purchases, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
everybody wanted this. So I mean, because ever since World of Warcraft popped off, people wanted to be World of Warcraft, right? And then after World of Warcraft, you got stuff like weird as lobby MMOs and all this stuff, and everybody wanted to be that, right? And then
Yep.
we are like right now we're on the extraction shooter. Before that, it was the Fortnite, the Battle Royale, and before that, we had like other
Hero
shit that I
Shooters.
don't even
Hero Shooters was the big one before that.
hero shooters, and before that even there was other stuff. Like this is like the
Yeah.
seventh incarnation of this now, and they still are holding on to this that it is possible to just the issue is I think that at this point they understand that your business model, if you want to pursue this, your business model is winning and everything else is complete loss. Like this is like there is no actual we make kind of a successful hero shooter like some companies do, like what is it, Hunt, right? With the extraction genre. It's just like we dump so much money into this, and we're gonna become a cultural mainstay or we're gonna die, right? And there's so much of this shit just gets shut down basically immediately.
Well,
It's
I'm
like
gonna
this
make it.
all.
I'm gonna go to get nuclear hot on this one, right? I'm
Mhm.
gonna interject a little piece of nuclear hot take info on here.
Ooh,
I think a
yummy.
significant contributor to why the model is so
Oh, no!
all or nothing. Oh no, the cat died.
I'm alright.
Is the price discipline of the field that the per unit price of purchasing a game has increased extremely slowly over the last 3 decades. And
Mhm.
while the production cost of a unit of video game from a seller's perspective has increased drastically, and the only way that you can bridge that gap of maintaining that kind of price discipline while increasing the costs of production is to sell outrageously, is to have
Mhm.
absolutely outrageous sales. And yeah, this just creates a situation where
I will say
just
this is a hell of their own making though. Like it's
yeah.
not like the video
Well, I mean,
games are
price
not
discipline.
actually that expensive to produce. This is like the thing that I see all the time. Like people are acting as if video games are black magic. And it's like it's not easy to make a video game, at least
Mhm.
especially at the standard that they're doing, but it's also not a magical endeavor.
Yeah.
The problem is also that they're just not. It's the inefficiencies in studios are so fucking monumental, right? Like that. A game that could be produced by a team of 20 has to be produced by a game of 300 and take 7 years. Right, like and be rewritten 2 times, have all their shit thrown out, have like tons of fucking like development time wasted. It's like it's insanity, right? Like how this shit is made. Like
it's interesting to see how different. So like the company that I can talk about, the two companies I can kind of talk about, like where I know their inefficiencies are in an intelligent fashion, are going to be Blizzard and BioWare. And that's because they're very public. Right? The inefficiencies in both those companies are extremely public. In the case of Blizzard, the big place where there's huge inefficiencies is mismanagement. Is just horrifying mismanagement that goes all the way to the top, where like abuse of employees and abuse of coworkers is just treated as a normal part of the working environment. All of that abuse takes up time, it takes up labor, and it exerts a human cost on your capital, right? It reduces your talent pool. It makes your talent pool, it means that not only are you spending money on, one, litigation, but also you are spending money on paying wages for disputations, you're paying wages for people to, in the case of Blizzard, literally walk around literally get drunk on the clock and then sexually harass employees. Like that's like part of your business now, and that's an expense. That's the thing that you are paying for. That's a huge inefficiency. But the other part that I think is going to be really important is, I think BioWare is actually kind of more illustrative one, is that BioWare had an explicit business model of burning their own employees out on a regular basis.
Yes.
That was intentional. In no small part, because in the like Bethesda, BioWare was fairly open about the fact that if you burn somebody out of the games industry, if you find a top talent person out of college, right, and you burn them out so bad they never work in video games again, that means they'd never work for your competitors.
What a disgusting mindset.
This is why BioWare has like 200% turnover on each Mass Effect game. And people would ask, like, how did the team that made Mass Effect 1 and 2 end up making Mass Effect Andromeda? And the answer is that they didn't, because it's a different team of people, because they burned everybody the fuck out. And, like, why was Anthem this insane, horrible chimera of a game that had, like, that made no fucking sense and was somehow designed to be made for both, like, 2004 and 2009 and 2015? How is it designed for all of these eras at once and make no sense? It's like, because it was a project that people kept on shoving in the back of the closet, and like it was made up by some guy like back during like Mass Effect 1 days. Some guy came up with this, and then he got fired. And then when the executives would ask for like a project, somebody would just reach back into the closet and find this like destroyed project and be like, well, we got this idea, and then it would go great, and then they would work on it for 6 months, and then they'd get burned out or fired. And then it would just go back in the closet, and this just happened over and over and over again. It's this little orphan child that just gets abandoned over and over and over again. This little, really, to put in more harsh terms, product of the foster care system, of the American horrible foster care system, of a project. And that's how you get that's how you get systems like BioWare, right? And that's where this mismanagement comes. This is how this mismanagement operates. Is like,
it's also this. See, it's a tale all this time that artists are basically fighting the business side of basically their own industry, right? The issue is that the people that lead an actual, or that call the shots in what gets produced in the gaming industry, have no idea of what they're making. They don't understand. All they do is like, there's some guy that tells them the market trends, and they have a project, and they're like, well, the project is no longer on the market, trends change it, right? Like, and this has like so much stuff to do with like, when what you should be trying is to preempt this shit and not react to it. What are you doing? Like, I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Consumers don't know what they want.
But
Ignore market trends for the most part.
the important thing here is that like there's so many things also of like inefficiencies where you have a creative director that is not capable of the job, that doesn't know what the actual what the possibilities are, what this all entails. Like there's stories of people just like ordering certain things like massive asset libraries to be made just to then immediately deprecate them because they were not kind of not what I was thinking, and I'm like, motherfucker, what? Right?
Yeah,
Like
this is
how
really not
about
the plan. I
how
can't
about
understand
you?
why you allow these people to just.
This is like, in my opinion, incompetence, right? Like if
It
somebody
is.
does
It is,
this, right?
yeah.
Like on a project where I have any power, he is gone and never comes back, right? Like, but this is kind of like par for the course, not only in this industry, but this is like stuff that came over from like movies and stuff. Like, you know, this whole fucking fix it and post meme, right? Like the fucking classic joke. That's exactly what that is about. Fix it and post is like this entire thing where movie directors are too stupid to understand how special effects are made and what is easy to change with special effects, what can't be changed, what is massive labor to change compared to reshooting the scene.
Mhm.
They will just be like, whatever, we'll fix it in post. And then the special effects workers sit there and like burn themselves away to get this thing working for scenes that will probably not even be in the movie because they'll throw them out. Right?
Yeah,
It's-
I think I have a
Well,
little bit
and,
of insight into this actually.
what was
What?
I've read some interviews from people,
Mhm.
particularly those who like do business with Marvel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the real problem isn't necessarily the director, because the directors generally kind of have like a pretty solid idea of what kind of movie they want to make. The problem is that you have the executive class, the managers, the producers, executive producers, and all that. They look at this and like, oh, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to reshoot this, we need to blah 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 blah, and then thanks to all of this, the budget of the movie just explodes, goes from being like what should be, honestly, given how the visuals look in the movie, should be like a $70-100 million production. They balloon it up to like a $300-400 million production every time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
because
because
like
the
there is this
middle
weird
managers
kind of
who
thinking that you also get in video games where it's like the way to capture the market is being bombastic.
Mhm.
That's what's going on there. Meanwhile, what I see a lot, like this is a completely different topic, right? But what I see a lot in the indie space of like what people are trying to do in the indie space with like really small teams is they want to create the killer app, or like, which is like, in my opinion, maybe also not the best way to go about this, where they want to have like a gameplay idea or like a ludonarrative idea that is so strong, so novel, so impossible to think about before this came out that everybody needs to buy their game, right?
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah,
like,
which is goofy as hell because like
I
let's
mean,
think
it
about the games
has
that have been
happened.
super successful. It has
It
happened, but
has
like
happened a few times, but the thing about this is, the issue with indie developers is that they don't have the full breadth of skills necessary often. They don't have narrative skills. They don't understand a game that is not just arcade, right? Like a lot of, like Balatro, for example, is an idea of like a complete arcade game, right? That came out that is like super successful.
yeah.
But Undertale wouldn't be successful without the writing. Like there's no way, right? Like this is entirely about the artistic direction, the writing, the music, right?
Yeah, no.
And
If as a guy who loves Undertale, if Undertale was put out there entirely on the basis of its gameplay, nobody would give a shit. Right? It wouldn't matter.
correct.
Like,
yeah, even though it has novel gameplay, right? That's not enough, right?
it's not
like
enough.
You gotta, and like with Balatro, it's also not enough that it has interesting gameplay. It is also really well presented, right? Like Balatro, like it's snappy, it has juice on it, how they say in the game developer industry, right? Like,
Do they actually say that?
Yeah, they say that. Like it's this. You know when you like control a character in a game and it's like really snappy, or like you have really nice bouncy animations. They say it's juicy. It has juice on it.
Jupiter Icy Moon Satellite.
I
I
don't like that.
I will admit I use the phrase "it's got the juice" a lot, but I'm actually usually talking about Payday 2.
Ah, yes, well-known
yeah.
indie game, Payday 2. Stop that.
No, but I'm saying like
Yeah.
the brain rot from the real industry is that they want to like have some kind of They have like some weird kind of executive class that thinks you need like some blockbuster kind of fucking insane experience that everybody needs to watch that is like weirdly generic at this point, right? Like it's like
It's also influence from investors as well. They want a massive return on their investment. And they want it as fast as possible. And they don't want you to just like shotgun out like, I don't know, 6 or 7 70 or like 40 to $70 million games over the course of like 2 years.
I will
And a
say
big release every 2 years.
publicly trading companies is like the worst thing that can happen. Like I feel that that should be illegal, right? Like there's reasons why they should be illegal even from a capitalist standpoint. I feel that publicly trading companies is against the spirit of capitalism. If you're a capitalist, you should be against it. It's like it perverts the actual incentive structure of a capitalist system. Right? Like that's fucking insane to me that nobody says this and that this is like everybody is just like it's cool. Like capitalism is not about rich people told me it's cool, so it's cool. Okay, like it has actual principles. So, and this is against those principles. Like I'm like, what the fuck? Like what are we gonna do? We're not gonna care about our customers anymore. Like we're gonna care about some randos in like that tell me like I just want part of you of the money that you earn because I own you, right? Like forever. By the way, it's in a way you could argue corporate slavery almost in a little stupid fucking strange ass way. You could like describe it as that, right?
Imagine the court case that uses U.S. corporate personhood to be like, yeah, we don't have to pay our investors shit because slavery is legal in the U.S.
So awesome. You Citizens United.
So funny.
You Citizens United say slavery is illegal. You can't do this to me, bro.
Under the 13th Amendment, you can I only have to pay out my investors if I commit a crime.
Oh, they didn't know what they did with Citizens United. It's gonna come back to haunt them now.
I think the problem with that is that the funny, business judges will look at you and be like, nah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, of course.
We have so much case law supporting this that we can't possibly rule against it, even if it would be really funny.
Well, I mean, also, like, we have multiple... I mean,
just rule against case law whenever.
I don't understand that mindset, because isn't that just like somebody brings this up, like, and this like, yeah, we fucked up in the past, so we're gonna keep fucking up, right? Like this feels like somebody bringing up new evidence. I feel nobody ever thought about. Like, you know what I mean?
The way precedence works in the U.S. is pretty goofy, but like
it's really goofy. I feel like the problem is if somebody fucks up in like any kind of capacity, right? In the in the jurisdiction in the I can't even speak, in the court system ever, right? Mm-hmm. Then you have to keep fucking up forever, right? Because otherwise you'd be against case law.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, it's insane to me.
All right.
No, it's also not sustainable. You're right, Andromeda 909. I miss this hero. I'm sorry.
I am. My biggest opinion on a lot of these matters is that the United States has, for some insane reason, decided that being a manager is a skill that has nothing to do with domain expertise. And so
I see you've read the Ed Zitron article.
I don't know.
I have not, because I actually hate Ed Zitron's writing.
No, this is like,
I think Ed Zitron's really annoying to me because I think he's largely correct. I just hate his fucking writing style.
This is not only
See,
this is not only true in America. Even from what I know about European companies, it's very common to just like, when you need a manager, you don't promote somebody that you have. You just get some random guy that has no idea what's going on from a completely different industry to do it. Right?
Yeah.
And I look at this and I'm like, are you like mentally deranged? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
This has produced an interesting thing in U.S. business, where this now means that government agencies are actually unusually efficient and well managed compared to private sector companies of the same size.
You'd never believe that from the propaganda.
You'd never believe that from the propaganda, but because when I've dealt with logistics in governance, like, who do we hire to fix the parks department, right? Like, we've got the parks department has a fucked up warehouse. How do we fix the warehouse? Do we hire just a random guy, or do we hire a guy who has previous experience fixing warehouses? We hire the guy who's previous experience fixing warehouses. Come the fuck on. What are you talking about? Whereas in the private sector, that's insanity.
Yeah, and this is like, it's kind of connected to what we were just talking about, because this is the effect that you get. Like the issue of like shareholders calling shots creates a scenario where the shareholders believe that the skill that is necessary for the job is to make them money. And so they don't care about the industry. They care about this guy made money, right? And then like another company sees like, oh, this guy made the shareholders really happy, so we're going to hire him, right? He has the skill to make them money. And this is what I mean by they are not, your customers are no longer your customers, right? Like it doesn't matter anymore, right? Like it's just like no longer to actually, it perverts the incentive structure of a capitalist business. Like,
there's a kind of messed up element to this too, to me, in that like,
I'm like, I'm already
like a very small
incentive structure, but this is, what is this, dude? This is like next level.
And I'm making like a small pedantic point here. I'm making a very pedantic element point here that like there is a place in a business for just the guy who makes money, and that's the fucking accounting department. Like, if your accounting department is made up of guys who don't know anything about the business, but they know what is money, that's like what an accounting department is for. Why did you put the accounting department in charge of props? Why did you put the accounting department in charge of video processing? Marketing. Why did you put them in charge of sterile cleaning? Why did you put them in charge of the surgery? Like, what are you talking about?
You know why? I can tell you why. It's because they all know each other.
Yeah, that's actually hold on. Yeah, Nano, you hit on where I was going to go on. Oh my goodness, thank you, Nano. Yeah, no, it's the fucking
boys club.
And it's a fucking business school bullshit, right? It's they have successfully propagandized that there's a form of expertise in knowing how to run a business that has nothing to do with the actual content of that business. And they've successfully propagandized this up the chain of command, and they have completely extincted their competitor, which is managers who rose through the ranks. And so now this is how you run a business, is like, who do we hire? We need a new project lead, right? Your gaming company dick sucking Maximus. Who do we promote to be the new head of program development? Do we take a person who led some projects on the previous project? Do we take the person who led some projects on the previous project we did and shipped it and like was not technically a manager but was a project lead and blah blah blah? Or do we take a person who ran a chain of movie theaters and make them now like the head of graphics, right?
I mean, look at what Wizards of the Coast did with Magic the Gathering. They just got a guy from Gacha instead. Yeah. Like, I mean, that kind of makes sense.
That one makes more sense than average. That one's better than some of the other ones we've been talking about.
That's better than average, right? But still, and of course now Magic the Gathering is a Gacha, but it's
Magic the Gathering is a Gacha and Fortnite.
Yes,
it's fucking Fortnite at this point.
That's it. No, but it's just, I don't know, man. Like, I feel that like knowing your industry and knowing your product is like the number one thing, right?
It's kind of fucking important. It's kind of a big fucking deal.
I always have to remember the one conference that HoloLive had. There was like, we know that they have like, we know some details about the shareholder conferences there. And one question that they're getting from their shareholders apparently all the time is, we still don't understand why you can't just recast them. We still don't understand. we still don't get it, right? Why you cannot just recast.
How stupid are you?
That's
why invest in a company you don't understand.
This is what I've heard from people.
Not understanding what you're selling, bro. Like,
I work in like economics. I work in like business and economics reporting these days, and this is the thing I hear from people who have very little familiarity with VTubing all the time, is that they think this is the point of VTubing. They think this is the selling point of VTubing, is so that a company can trivially recast their talents and reuse the art assets. And I just have to keep on explaining to people over and over and over again, no, that's the cheap part. Doing that would be spending resources.
In fact,
and losing money on the good part.
This has been tried and it has failed colossally when it has been tried. So
it's not worth it. It's not
for
fucking worth it. It's extremely not fucking worth it. It's like
the issue that you get here, though, is that you have people that are incredibly influential in the industry, right? And they will sit there and they are like convinced that they have a really good understanding of basically everything because they're really rich, and of course you understand everything when you're rich. And they're like, we don't understand why you can't just recast them. Like that's like this kind of shit in every industry forever.
I know that some of the folks who watch me are not like VTuber watchers in general, and or are just not in business, or not like small business owner brained.
I just connected some dots.
But like an important, like the thing that makes a company like HoloLive function at a business level, the thing that makes the whole fucking thing work, that the wheels on the big business of VTubing, is that there is a giant pool of talented self-promoters who are constantly working below minimum wage to try to make it in the industry. And like, don't fucking recast because like they made the whole brand. Like, your business model is you reach into this ocean of people working really fucking hard and you pluck one of the ones out who has already done all of the hard work for you. Recasting is getting rid of all of that advantage. The advantage is that all these schmucks like me and Nagi out here basically wasting our productive years on an artistic endeavor doing all the self-promotion and self-skill building, but like you don't have to do any of that outlay. If you start doing recasting, you are taking on all those outlays. Don't fucking it's such a fucking bad idea. It's like having an oil refinery that like is trying to take oil out of the air or some shit. Like, what are you talking about?
See, here's the thing though. You just connected a couple of dots for me. All right. So I was thinking like a good rebuttal to these people is like, oh, okay, let's just recast Tom Cruise in Top Gun. But the thing is, that's actually what movie studios are leading to. Because I actually think that the movie star isn't a thing anymore, really.
Yeah, do you remember you remember the gaming version of this, right? With or we can make Metal Gear, it doesn't matter. Just get a different director, right? Like just do it.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like just get recast them.
When is Almantas version 3 coming out? Actually it's actually in progress.
I wish my 3.2 whatever it is was in progress.
The less wrong people are curious why the LLM VTuber doesn't just stream 24/7. I mean, the LLM VTuber could, in theory, stream 24/7. The question is, why would you watch it?
It fails. People come in for the novelty of it, and then they get bored of it because it's not a person. It can't react like a person. It's just like how, you know, the Darth Vader sort of awful voice thingamajiggy in Fortnite. It's a toy.
Yeah.
It's also that the large language model in VTuber isn't the attraction, it's the guy that's programming it. Without him, the entire thing falls apart so fast.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Vidal is the heart of it.
Yeah, he does. He's the actual entertainer, not the fucking like large language model. What the fuck? Like,
yeah, because he interacts with it. That's where the real art comes from. It's not the LLM itself.
I mean, the whole LLM. I don't know. I've said this point a million times. The LLM thing is driving me fucking insane because it's trying to save money on the thing that is already free. Right? Like people writing and putting out like convincing sounding bullshit is already something that's so cheap onto the point of free. Why are we trying to save money on that? The expensive part is fact checking. I mean, I know why. It's just stupid. It's asinine.
Well, no. I actually have a really funny thingamajiggy about this.
Yeah.
I think it's because the people who were hard pushing for this, one, they're primarily managers, and two, they know that they can be replaced by these things very easily.
See, when I think about
anyone else can be too.
When I see the people who are really pushing on like the future promise of LLMs and stable diffusion and stuff, the people who I see really pushing that shit are like really techie type guys. Are really tech pro-y type guys who are very clearly seething with resentment that other people could draw and get laid.
Yeah, you'll never believe what I'm doing right now, actually.
Drawing and getting laid? Holy shit, dude. That's
yeah, well, I don't know if I'm allowed to... Okay.
Working on that. Maybe it'll bear fruit soon. Who knows? But drawing.
Okay. I was like, if you were
I'm just
getting,
drawing
I don't
lines
know
to
if
get
I'm
better at my line
allowed to
placement and
admit that
stuff.
you are getting
It's
head
not.
while you're on stream.
But if you want me to like
I'm
get a
only on
little
type,
bit,
and by type I mean
if you
lines
want
per
me
page.
to get
Yes.
a little bit like a little bit analytical about this, I don't think it's the fact that they think that they can't draw, right? Like it's
Yeah.
that they don't understand why people draw. They don't understand
yeah.
like they don't understand artistic endeavors. They how I always say engineer brained. Being
Yeah.
engineer brained is like the biggest cause of this shit, which is like thinking that you can quantify and like understand and reproduce this kind of output in a programmatic way. And the answer to this is you can't do that, but you need to be a human. Like that's like the actual only answer. You need to be a human. Like as soon as we are not actually having actual real artificial intelligence, like human like not like large language model bullshit. Like an actual real artificial intelligence could be an artist. But LLMs cannot, right? Like, and the issue with this is that people are just looking at this and it's like, but it looks cool, so it has to be real, right? Like, I mean, you can't even make anything that looks as cool like that to me, and they just don't understand it. They say like the issue is that there's no words that I can say that don't sound like some fucking actual like magical pseudo mumbo jumbo to them. It's impossible. Like, but I'm not. Like, this is actual shit that people actually understand, right? Like, to be a real component of the stuff. I don't know.
So Curiosus brings up a point that is worth being said, which is that, and I'll just bring out the point from the social sciences. In the social sciences, there's a terminology. There's a terminological distinction between science and scientism. That science is a study of reality, right? Science is this process that we use for studying reality. Scientism is the belief that we can just kind of like
do anything with science.
Like the world is already reduced to an easily understandable set of laws. That anything that doesn't look like a physical law is just a failure of creativity. That like we already understand art as a series of physical laws. We already understand human relations as a series of physical laws. And anybody who isn't already Sharkbait. It's like if you read how Eliza Yudkowsky, who Kari might have the misfortune of actually meeting in person. Also, hello, Yorobukoyo. If you
mean to him, Kari.
Yeah, I'm very grateful I'm not there. I don't think I would be able to behave responsibly.
I would blow up at these people.
No comment. I might be too literal about that. Yeah, it's a belief that science has powers that exceed what any actual scientist would understand. Andromeda. A lot of people, you can talk to people all the time who think that the speed of light is something that we can engineer around. That the reason why the FTL travel is just a matter of like will and funding.
Well, no, that's not what I. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of people that think of science as like anything's possible. We can just like manipulate shit, like the source code of the universe.
Yeah. They think that fine structure is like a guidebook and not just the insane ramblings of a very funny scientist. You guys entertain chat. I am going to go take a piss.
You go. Goodness. Okay.
I'm not gonna say this now. Fuck chat.
Yeah, screw him.
You don't matter to me at all. Chat, you don't matter to me. Did I ever tell you that? I'm sorry. I probably told you that many times.
You're dispensable. Just numbers on the screen.
Disgusting peasants. Dirty
pigs.
True. Donate to
in a lot of ways.
In a lot of
ways, Chad are the rice farmers and we are the samurai.
Yeah. No, actually. I kind of feel like that, honestly.
I've been listening to a lecture series about Japanese history, and I'm just pulling references from that everywhere. I'm loving it.
Kind of. Well, you know what it reminds me of?
Mhm.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
You know what? You are so right. That's the second thing I've been into recently.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure has spoken about this long before it ever became relevant in like
Especially
current
with
culture.
the struggle of big challenges. They need to make him real. I'm sick of him not being real. I want a keychain of big challenges, and they won't do it.
They will never do it. They suck.
I need to stop speaking so low. It's going to shred my voice.
You know what the actual like I feel Chiikawa is recently kind of like giving Hello Kitty a run for its money a little bit. Like people are really into Chiikawa now.
Yeah, I want to see them take Chikawa and hit it with several sticks like they do in that one GIF.
Yeah, would he kill it? Would he just fucking kill it? That's
If
so
they kill it in
good.
effigy, it becomes the demon that they'd exercise.
That's
Dude,
pretty
why can't
good.
we like keep those like cool traditions, going on instead of just the lame stuff where we just have a white picket fence and white people everywhere?
I mean, that's America for you. I don't know. We in Europe, we have some crazy shit going on. Okay, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, can I just move? Is that legal?
It's like kind of like people that went from Europe to America just forgot all their culture basically instantly, and all they now do is like, yeah, we was Italians actually, and then like
Hold
you
on.
ask them about anything and they don't fucking know shit.
So, if I move to a different country, will my Americanness dominate the area and create like a reality distortion field? Or will I just be, since a being that lacks culture, will their culture just, infest me and like supplant my personality?
I don't know. It just really depends on how you feel about it, I guess, and how you want to manage that. Because
Well,
it's
I want
definitely
to wear
true.
cool clothes.
What kind of clothes?
I want to wear a
I'm back.
kimono.
You want to be like the one guy from the meme?
Dude,
in the traditional
that dude's
kimono?
living his best life. Absolutely. Are
Yeah,
you kidding me?
actually, yeah. People are acting like this guy's a loser. He actually wanted
No,
life, dude. I
kidding
just
me?
want you to know that.
I mean, just like,
He married a Japanese woman and all this kind of stuff, and like this. So I don't
he's
know
living the
what your
weeb
problem is.
dream. I mean, also just kimonos look really comfortable. I mean, why don't and apparently Japanese people love it whenever people represent their culture abroad, no matter who, right? So
Well, this is
marketing.
Yeah, it's marketing. It's marketing. There's like a genuine kind of thing going on between like how Asian Americans feel about and how Asian people feel about. That I think is like worth being concerned and like serious about. But
Sure.
I will say that if I'm in Japan, I'm probably going to wear yukatas and kimonos pretty frequently.
I'll do it over here. I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, over here, I wear big pants. But
I just want to be stylish.
anyway, what's this?
We've just been discussing Hello
We're
Kitty
comparing chat
Island.
to peasants to rice farmers, and we're the samurai.
And we've been talking about Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Yeah, Hello Kitty Island Adventure really touches upon the class struggle between the peasants and the samurai.
Is that what that's about?
Yeah, it is actually.
It's about so much. It's actually pretty insane.
Honestly, the
genuinely cannot tell how much you guys are fucking
Hello Kitty
with me
Island
right
Adventure is amazing.
I'm very gullible, so I don't know how much you guys are fucking with me right now.
Oh no, I'm being totally serious.
No, actually, it's like one of the better games that came out like in recent memory, I feel.
That rules.
Yeah, it's like Animal Crossing if Animal Crossing was good again.
Fighting words.
Animal Crossing is all about the class struggle. Namely, the class struggle of me in 2014, whenever Animal Crossing's New Horizons or whatever the 3DS version came out. I literally did nothing but that for an entire month, realized that this would be the rest of my life if I continued, and I sold it back to GameStop.
Hardcore.
That was the hardest thing I ever did in my life, actually.
I remember buying Animal Crossing New Leaf and starting that out and like building my house and then realizing, what do you mean I have to wait till tomorrow to play more? What do you mean, bro? I was so offended. I returned that game the next day.
They were trying to prevent. They were trying to prevent what happened to Niano. They were trying to prevent what happened to Niano to you. They were trying to.
What do you mean? I have to wait actual amounts of time to do things.
No, you don't just change your 3DS's time,
fuck
dog.
out.
Change your 3DS's time. This is the engineering. This is engineering.
This is what they mean by aura farming, actually.
Niano's demonstrating the engineer mind. The engineer mind, where you just.
You know, actually, okay. You guys talk about engineering brains and stuff a little bit earlier. I actually like spurned like an idea, a theory in my brain hole about me. So.
Oh no! We're getting into the personal insight part of the night.
Now we're getting to the personal insight time. That is almost certainly wrong.
Hell yeah! That's the best type of personal insight to have. Yeah, let's hear it.
Exactly. So, I'm pretty sure that like the amount of stress at my job and like the burnout that I've experienced over the past several years has been slowly turning me into an engineer like mindset, right? Where it's like I'm forgetting how to be like artistically a human, yeah? Because I just don't think about it. Because I don't think about it, that means it becomes foreign and alien, yeah?
Defamiliar.
And now, and now that I'm familiarizing myself back with it again, getting back into like writing, getting back into like drawing a little bit, and just sort of just doing stuff because I think it's fun and for no other reason, yeah? Now I'm just like, I get it now. I can actually think again. It's like I'm awake. It's crazy.
You've become woke.
It's true. No. No, Elon Musk is going to personally install the Neuralink and cure me of the woke mind virus and turn me into a perfect, AI slave.
Yeah, you're going to. I genuinely don't know what he expects men to do in his universe, because like it's clearly like what he wants women to do, but like I don't know what he expects men to do. I don't get it. Certainly doesn't want to be friends with him.
Genetic engineering to.
Here's how this is like what anyone of his ilk wants men to do in this universe. Try to be individualist, capitalist, entrepreneurial turbochads, and if they fail, accept their servitude. That's what
he wants them to be he wants them to be serving boys.
I was gonna say his next startup's gonna be like a genetic startup, and he's gonna try to create gene therapies to make every man's balls on Earth produce his sperm.
Christ. That's fucking dark. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I do think that is a compelling like type of evil wizard to have in a fantasy story. Is like the evil wizard that creates a super spell that replaces everybody else's sperm with his sperm.
You know what? That would actually go pretty well on those porn games that are becoming popular on Steam.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about porn games. I was thinking like The Last Spell or something like that. I was thinking like a horrifying tactical RPG. You know what? I think that's a direction that Final Fantasy Tactics could go in. I think that's Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 3.
It's not a bad concept.
Well, it wouldn't be advanced. It would be.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm gonna write that down real quick. I might.
Please do. I think it's actually pretty sick. We're locking.
I have an idea of how to use it already. So there you go.
Yeah, no, this is like a really fucked up type of villain. This is like
I better receive
a weird variation. This is like the weirdest variation of Lisa.
I better receive a check for royalties from this. I'm telling you, I could probably become a fantastic like lascivious work creator if I really thought about it.
Dude, get that cash, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I encourage. We need more actual full-on fucking perverts making art.
Well, I'm right here.
Less people like me who like are like aware of what sex is. But don't like really have thoughts.
Do you know why? Okay, do you want to know the real reason why I'm practicing drawing? Because there's this fella by the name of Twirlin Curtis, right?
Okay, Twirlin Curtis. That's a really like 19th century name right there, Twirlin Curtis. Okay.
He's a good guy. He's a really great guy. He's making a game, right? But the thing is, he's become so adept at drawing like massive knockers over the past like 2 years, and I'm like, that could be me. I could be drawing massive knockers. So I want to draw massive knockers. This is the entire reason why I'm doing this. No other reason.
You just feel inspired to draw anatomy.
It's possessing me.
Hell
The
yeah.
titties are possessing me.
Titties.
A man of culture, far from it. Far from it. I'm going to create culture. You know, that's badass. I'm writing that down.
I am kind of impressed. I am kind of impressed.
I think I don't have a.
Dude, my
notepad
aliens
open
still
on
look
my
like
computer.
fucking Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. I'm gonna kill myself, dude.
You're what?
Well, I'm trying to develop my alien designs further, and they just started looking like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch.
No. Listen. The market is ripe.
It is
For
extremely
more
good
Lilo and
timing.
Stitch? I mean, it wouldn't come out today, right? It would come out like in a few years. So like, and then
Good.
it's over, right? Like, there's no
No,
more.
it's not over. It's not. Listen, see, you're being possessed by the marketing brain. You're being possessed by the engineer brain.
Sharkray is asking, like, I'm learning to draw. Should I learn how to draw NSFW? Absolutely. Bare minimum. Any person who is learning how to draw representational art should be studying figure drawing. Like that's like a very basic expectation.
Gonna say, listen.
Don't be like that,
best
dude. We
artists
all
on
know you
Earth.
want to draw it. Just draw it, dude. We all know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you don't need permission. You're an artist now. Do what you want. Like,
yeah, exactly. You don't even need permission to be an artist. Everyone's an artist if they want to be.
Even if you're not interested in it, you really should.
There's people
you gotta learn.
that I will take the artist card from, like Shad. Shad is not.
Well, I was also going to take it from shoot. Who was that? Who's the bear guy?
The bear guy?
Yeah, the bear guy who drew that one comic about the Power Woman person being harassed, but that's not actually what happened. Power Girl.
Dobson.
I just think about I thought you were talking about hardware reviews guy. I was like, hardware reviews pretty cool.
With Andrew Dobson or whatever.
Yes, Andrew Dobson. I would revoke his card.
Oh, yeah, isn't he like a weird? Isn't he a white supremacist?
No, the thing about here's the thing with Dobson. Dobson was like an animator on the internet that really wanted to like make some stuff, and he wanted to animate for Disney, like everybody wanted back then. And so Dobson does this stuff online where he like back before it was cool was like he was a woke scold, right? Like a classic internet woke scold. There was like. It's like what they called people back in the day online that were just like internet progressives that were like incredibly overzealous and like just looking
very
for people to run afoul of their...
Yes. Okay.
It was a person who looked for annoying opportunities to correct you on your behavior for not being like
the holier than thou leftist.
Yeah. It was a very annoying type of person. Yeah.
So basically what he does is that's also the reason why he did the whole thing with the woman, right? Like that massive comic that blew up, right? But so the thing is he first he became famous for being a fucking asshole about and an elitist about being an animator and a cartoonist. He then was like, especially he did the whole fucking thing that was really popular back then of shitting on like Japanese influences, right? This was the thing that he actually was producing himself, and he said that that's the reason why he can't get hired by Disney, and it sent him back decades in his like artistic training or whatever, right? Then later on, the whole thing is essentially he was like being like a fucking annoying internet progressive, and then was exposed for having like a fucking inflation website or whatever the fuck, where he kind of similar to the Grumps situation these days, where he was running his own fucking inflation forum or whatever the fuck, right? Where he was drawing like weird ass fetishistic porn. Right? I don't know. It's like it's one of those stories, right?
Wait, the Grumps?
That's always annoying. That's always annoying to me because like whatever, man. If you're into that, like,
didn't you hear that thing about the Grumps situation where Grumps got exposed for like
Grumps? I thought you were talking about the game Grumps for a second. I was like, what has Aaron Hansen done now?
No, Grumps is so much worse. I hate Grumps. So
no, I hate him.
Grumps is scum.
If I saw him in a burning Tesla, I wouldn't pull him out.
If I found him in a burning Tesla, I'd find another Tesla.
Crash into him.
But
anyway, moving on.
Moving on.
Arthur would be so mad at me for saying that. Ooh.
Yeah. It's a good thing that I'm probably never going to get like actually like big, or else like I'll have the most annoying people looking at my VODs. But yeah, the I don't know. I just saw that like Dobson in the last. I thought it was Dobson. I might be mixing up names. I apologize if I'm mixing up names. I thought that Dobson was like posting like white supremacist shit on his site.
No, the famous thing that became
I mean, like the last like week. So
the famous thing about Dobson was that he published like his own webcomics thing, and in one of these webcomics, he portrays himself as a hero at a convention. Where,
I've seen that comic. It's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, at that convention, like there's like a woman dressed as Power Girl, right? That is being photographed, and he portrays this as like some creeps photographing her, and he coming in and beating them up, right? And it turns out that the photo, of what he was referencing was online, right? Because it happened at a convention, and not only did he not save her? You saw him back there basically sitting in his cock chair, right? Like sitting there in the background. Not only that, the woman was clearly into it. Like clearly.
It was a deliberate photo shoot with like consent. And her like it was like her boyfriend. She was like really pissed off at him about it.
So that's like the thing that became famous about Dobson, him just being like a keyboard warrior of the finest caliber, right?
May I say something very divisive?
What?
Let's go for it, my dude.
Go for it. Hip, say it, insane. Although if you have to ask for permission, I doubt it's going to be very divisive, actually.
Just like how whenever I say something that's a hot take, I almost always say something
even
that's
before
pretty...
it's actually divisive. It's going to be like
I almost always say something that's pretty cold.
This is like the hottest take of all time.
Hot take? Cabbage is actually really tasty, and I love it.
Cabbage.
True. I love
rules.
cabbage.
No, it means it's nuclear cold. It's like below absolute zero. Let's go.
Let's go. Least controversial statement. The statement that will unify humankind, like in Bill and Ted.
Oh, I have the statement for that. It's that killing Socrates was right because he was annoying.
Yeah.
True.
I actually read a really good analysis about that on Ask Historians last week.
About
killing Socrates. So like there's this conventional wisdom that's been going around that Socrates wasn't really executed for impiety and for like offending the gods and stuff like that. He was really just executed because of his support for the 30 tyrants.
Destroying a Tesla just because it's a Tesla is terrorism. Listen, my man, I'm going to tell you something very important right now, okay? Terrorism is not a word that means bad thing, okay? You are correct. Destroying a car for any political reason is terrorism, but that doesn't mean it's bad, okay? Like, always remember that, like, because in modern times, we often get this thing where terrorism is what our enemies do, right? Terrorism is just a political strategy, right?
I'd also say that property destruction is not strictly terrorism.
Yeah,
like,
that doesn't. Yes,
it's
that
just
doesn't
property
say that
destruction.
either.
It's just vandalism.
But yeah, so you're correct that it's terrorism. But I don't know if I would. I don't know, man. Like,
I think that we should rethink the word vandalism because the Vandals actually did nothing wrong.
Yeah, they're pretty cool guys. Actually, I like the Vandals.
The Vandals had some pretty good poetry. It's kind of I always found that kind of interesting. I've read some Vandal poetry. It wasn't bad. I've certainly read worse poetry. But you're so fucking right about getting a gloss primer. You're so fucking right, Nagi.
See, honestly, Insane Asylum, whenever you started your sentence with cars did nothing wrong, I thought you were talking about the film, and I was like, what?
The Cars film,
like, genuine hot take?
The Cars film, the thing that I learned about, I haven't not watched the Cars film, but I did learn that 9/11 is canon in the Cars universe.
So is the Pope.
I still remember
Catholicism is real.
The part that fucks with me about...
I just say this because like I heard this you remember the fucking One Piece discourse where people got really fucking pissed off? See, it was actually Hassan or whatever that started this shit where they asked, it was like popular for a while, but like people said online that Luffy from One Piece is a terrorist, right?
I mean, maybe.
And people got really pissed off about this. And this is just true. He is, right? Like he is. That's what he do. Like that's just what he do, right? And like people, the issue is that people hear that word and they're like, and they think of some kind of like fucked up construct that the government has built in their mind.
Yeah, it's just like that Uruguayan president who just died a couple of weeks ago, right?
Oh, that guy's base as hell, yeah.
Yeah, that dude was awesome. Even if he was, you know, yeah, he did crimes.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
So terrorism is just using violence, a violent action, a destruction of property in the pursuit of a political goal, and that's just
which
what
is
that
like arguably like almost anything you ever do. If
it's
you're being,
well,
it's not even like if it's a strat. It's just like it's like very
strat.
hard to like not do that at a certain point. Like in a world where almost everything is political and almost every action carries a cost, like somehow you're probably doing some sort of terrorism somehow every day, every way. You know.
Oh man, I woke up
there was
today
an
and I didn't
attempt
wanna
at one
do
point to make it you know, we're currently having a big thing right now about like our like yes, property is speech, but what about like if you don't spend money on companies that the government likes? Is that now terrorism?
Yes,
so like,
actually.
it's like literally terrorism to like
you must buy my
the
product,
wrong company. Yeah.
You must buy my product, terrorist, dude. What the fuck?
It's terrorism if you don't eat at McDonald's, right? You know, it's terrorism if you
otherwise they can't get you like Luigi or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Luigi. Luigi. But
I think that was like the conspiracy theory that was going around, right? That like they got Luigi from like McDonald's or whatever. Like the McDonald's kiosk was recording him or whatever, and that's how they found him or whatever the fuck is the conspiracy. Like,
well, it's silly. No, it was an informant who, in traditional fashion, was not paid out. That's what you get for working with the cops. Nothing.
Never doubt it. They're not for you.
The cops are like, oh, technically, we don't need to pay you. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
You eventually
we will pay out the tip hotline if it's one of our friends.
Yeah.
Is it terrorism to use a Chinese phone? Is it terrorism to enjoy a succulent Chinese meal?
Well, I would say yes, but it's more like self-terrorism.
I
don't like their phones. I just don't think they're
terrorism to enjoy a succulent Chinese meal.
Then again, I also think that it's terrorism to use a Pixel phone, but I've been using that for a while, and frankly, I'm no freedom fighter.
They fucking suck, man. I bought a Pixel once, and I get like a text like every week telling me to like, hey, the new Pixel's out. It's like I did not enjoy my Pixel. It was not good.
I've had to heavily like modify this thing in order to make it usable, and even then, there are just weird issues that I can't get rid of. Like a new one that started like a couple of months ago was all the UI for like, you know, the back button, the battery indicator, the time, and all that stuff would just start strobing out, just like.
Oh yeah, my Android. All of my new phones have done that. It sucks.
I'm just like, okay, cool. I'm happy to know that it's working. And also, the whole task manager button or whatever that pulls up all the tasks and stuff. Sometimes it just won't work. It just won't work.
Dreadful.
It just won't pull anything up, and the only way to fix it is with the restart. And another thing is, I have folders on my home screen, right? You know, like most normal people do.
Yeah, not like me.
Yeah.
My phone usage is psychotic. People should understand this.
Sometimes, I'm not sure it causes the bug. I will press it, and it will not open up the folder to allow me to choose. It will just select something random inside. And I'm like, I just sit there, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I guess I'll go screw myself.
I'm going to defend my phone organization choices to chat because I think they're very funny, but I also understand that they will make people cry. The only programs I actually use on my phone are Firefox, an ebook reader, VLC, and Strava. I
don't know what those are, but based.
You know what VLC is. You've got to know what VLC is.
Yeah, I know what VLC is. I don't know what Strava is.
Strava is a program for, it records how far you ran.
Okay, you're insane.
It's just a runner's program. So I just use it to read books and record when I'm running and for music. That's all my phone is for.
Those ancient millennials, all they know how to do with their phone is record how far they run, watch video, eat hot chip, and cry.
Yeah. This is the old way.
Oh no, Samsung phones are awful. Ugh, I hate them with a passion. Overpriced.
Yeah, I can believe that, Insane. I can believe that. I mean, I do run quite a bit. I love running.
And each one of them contains a fragment of DNA from the founder of Samsung.
Is that true?
And eventually one day, all the Samsung devices will receive a signal from outer space from the Samsung moon base. And then they will coalesce into a giant mech of the founder of Samsung reborn.
Well, so kind of like the Thing, but like...
I just wish they hired more people so they would stop ripping off solo leveling, dude. I can't.
Yeah.
It always comes back to solo leveling.
Mm-hmm.
It always comes back to solo leveling. To be honest, if there was an even more minimalist option for recording my running than Strava, I would probably use it, because Strava does probably have too many bells and whistles for me. That's also the only program I know. What's that?
You know those like little wheels that have pedometers on them?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, just run around just with one of those.
Legitimately, I probably don't need to use Strava a lot of the time, because I just like run the same route and I just like know how long it is at this point.
Okay, so how close are you to the moon in terms of running? Like,
I've got no idea. Probably not very.
Because if you ran a couple of 1,000 miles, then I would say you're closer to the moon than most.
I mean,
it's not that far away.
I'm trying to think about how much I run. I probably average about like, because I have like some weeks where I barely run at all. Like I barely run at all this week. And then I have weeks where I run like 70 plus kilometers. So for the last like 3 or 4 years, I've probably averaged like 15 kilometers.
Oh, per week?
Yeah.
All right. Time to whip up the calculator because my brain no good no more.
Emperor's Armpits is the one I would listen to on this one, because Emperor's Armpits is also a runner, so he would know if which ones are like are like shit versus not, and he says they're all shit, which I can believe.
All right, that's 2,340 kilometers.
Yeah, it's not that much.
That's approximately... How far away is the moon in kilometers? Hold on. It's something like 390 something, I think. Moon distance kilometers. Yeah, 384,000. Okay, you are almost at 1% of the distance. I'm impressed.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad.
You're about 0.5% of the way to the moon. Keep running, bro.
Keep running. That means it'll take me 200 years at the current rate.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Better.
I mean, I do want to try to get my mileage up to like kilometers. Just sounds fucked up.
But that'll mean you have to change your oil more often, dude. You have to change your filters. Dude, can you imagine if like you could literally walk into a body shop and just have a new pair of kidneys just waiting for you?
That would rock. That would rock. I mean, that was a thing in Metalocalypse where like Nathan just like gets a new liver every couple of weeks.
That's excessive. That's excessive, I think.
Well, I mean, that was the point, right? Was it like it's Metalocalypse, right? They're doing excess. They're doing excess.
I don't even like Metalocalypse. I'm sorry. I'm uncultured when it comes to Adult Swim shows.
That's fair. That's the only one I actually know. I don't watch like any
kilometer out of here, tilted over. I hate to tell you this, but the American mile is determined by the kilometer. That's what it's based on.
Nice. I did not know that.
Because every measurement on Earth is based on SI units.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't find the U.S. distances that bad. If I'm being honest, I don't find the U.S. distances that bad. I think I'm fine.
I think a mile sounds better than a kilometer.
I think saying kilometerage sounds insane compared to saying mileage.
Yeah, where you going? Doing 5 kilos.
I do say like I ran like 5 kilos. I do say that.
You ran 5. Oh wow, that's a lot of weight.
You ran 5 kilos. You can't say that. That's like kilo only. If you say just kilo, that only refers to kilograms.
Too bad.
Kilogram.
That's what we're doing. That's what us psychos out here in the running minds are doing. This is why we have to be. This is why society has to be protected from the people who actually enjoy doing sports for fun. So we end up saying shit like, "I ran 5 kilos today."
I will say metric is just superior. I don't know, like, dude, bro.
Metric.
There's a reason why metric stuff is actually used in like actual applications where it matters. I don't understand, dude. Like, yeah, everybody is being so weirdly stupid about this shit, but they're like, oh, it's because you've been taught to accept.
Well,
it's the same thing with it's the same thing with the base 10 kind of shit. But no, metric actually has better applications, is the thing, right? Like, and like obviously you in your little stupid tiny life, right, where it doesn't matter what you use. Like, it doesn't fucking matter, dude. If we just talk about like what in your day-to-day life, like, you need like the unit really doesn't matter. Just choose anything. But metric system is superior for anything that actually has application. Like,
okay, so here's where I go nuts. Here's where I go nuts, right? Is like, there are places where the metric stuff actually like really helps a lot, and like the US system is bullshit. But a lot of the ones that people bring up are not those ones, and that's what kind of drives me a little bit batty. Is like, the difference, the temperature doesn't fucking matter.
No, it really doesn't.
It does not fucking matter. It's arbitrary. Yes, it's arbitrary. It's just like whatever you grew up with. Who gives a shit?
It's Kelvin.
Yeah. Well, no. The only scientifically meaningful temperature management is fucking Planck, and I assure you, you do not want to try to use Planck scale for your everyday temperature.
Watch me.
Go for it. Try it.
No, you're telling me to. I don't want to now.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Now I'm going to.
Yes, please. I want to see this.
Your voice. Young man, don't you sass me.
I want to see you try to like
how much Kelvin does it have right now in your
what's your temperature right now?
In my room? Where I am?
No.
Oh, Nuggets?
Yeah.
I'm like tempered at 18 degrees Celsius.
All right. Well, it's approximately 293 Kelvin.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's pretty easy. That's pretty easy.
Yeah, it's just whatever the temperature is. Add 200 and something.
Well, like the difference between metric and imperial on temperature is who gives a shit? It doesnn't matter.
So the thing with metric temperatures is that they are basically calibrated to intersect with important aggregate changes for important. Like,
did you just say intersection?
It's woke. I'm sorry, but what I'm basically saying is they're calibrated to intersect with important like aggregate change points for important substances. But as far as I understand, so is Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
So the question is just which ones are more important to you, right? So it's
The temperature one doesn't matter. Distances.
Dude, like, Fahrenheit is how people feel. What the fuck are you talking about? This is like actually talking about this from the other, side. Like, the reason why you feel like that is because you used Fahrenheit. Like, any number could mean anything in that regard. It doesn't matter. Like,
but the temperature one is the one that people keep on bringing up, and it does not fucking matter. I don't care. I am not impressed. I've used both Celsius and Fahrenheit all of my life. It doesn't matter.
They are interchangeable.
It doesn't care. It's just like whatever the thermometer around you in your local environment says. Like, you get used to it. For distances, it's not really that big of a deal because, like, how often are you like? Yes, it's stupid that a mile is like 5,280 feet or whatever the hell it is, but like also you just aren't measuring the same things, so it doesn't really matter. The way that we do volume in the US system sucks. US volume sucks. It's awful. That's the one where the US volume and mass are bad enough that I actually just use metric.
Yes, they're pretty bad. Like, metric and volume.
The metric volume is so much better than
I will say
it's so much better. It's enormous.
So there are some points where even in like the old imperial systems are even used in Europe for something.
Yep.
Right? Like, so for example, pipe diameters are in inches or whatever the current, like what the name for inches is in the current language, right? But so you will get like a quarter and stuff like that, because for things that are just like, okay, we have a standard where you need a thing that is like fractions of something else, right? In that case, it's not bad. You could theoretically argue that you could get that from metric too, but it's just so because the thing is, an inch is just a nice kind of, an inch is big enough so that a pipe that is 1 inch makes sense. A pipe that is 1 centimeter doesn't make sense, right? Like, it's not enough, right? So it's like, with those kinds of things, it's fairly normal, even though you get like 16 millimeter pipes too, for example. Like, that's also a thing you can buy. But if you buy like flanges and anything for piping and stuff, like, often that is still metric, right? Not metric, imperial, right?
Plumbers use imperial, carpenters use metric. Disco option, that's hideous. Where are you? I want to know. I want to know. That's disgusting.
So the reason why the metric system in distance measurement is superior to the imperial one in like a scientific application is because it is more understandable to a digital format.
That does help, yeah.
Working with this kind of stuff as an engineer is fucking impossible, because that's not how computers work. Okay, like, we're not doing that. It's like, in fact, most of the actual programs that give you inch measurements are just working with metric in the background and then just converting this for you, right? Like, it's fucking impossible to work with, like, oh, we do 6 1/2 inches, like 5/8 or whatever. What are we doing, dude? Like, get out. Like,
yeah,
I don't
know. It's yeah, it sucks. I am still laughing about what the disco option has told me about Norway, though. That's incredible. That rules.
The disco option
in chat.
I can't read.
That's fair. In Norway, plumbers use US and carpenters use metric. So pipes are in inches, but boards are in millimeters.
Yes, that's the same where I live.
Right? Like, that's so grotesque. That's so funny.
In fact, when you go to the store, you can get drill bits that are metric and imperial. Because sometimes you need a drill bit where like a 1 inch pipe goes through, and then you need to buy yourself an imperial drill bit set. But mostly, like, anybody that is just like a DIY kind of home working kind of dude, like, they just buy metric stuff entirely, right? Like, because you don't work with that.
I am thinking this is deeply amusing to me. I'm not gonna lie. I am thinking a lot about the whole thing of like, oh, there's like 7 standards that are used for this thing. This is too many. We're going to create a new universal standard. Now there are 8 standards for this thing. Like, that's what this feels like to me. Like,
so one of the standards that is like really, for example, American wire gauge. That shit is like, what are you doing? Like,
it's crazy to me. I grew up with it, and I still think it's crazy.
I don't think American wire gauge is just fucking stupid. Like, that's like a standard that should be immediately abolished. Like, so, like, as far as I'm aware, we just have like metric, like, it's like millimeters of diameter or whatever the hell for your wires, which makes perfect sense, right? The issue is there, obviously, with imperial, like, you don't have a unit that actually would work for this, right? Because an inch is too big. What is this, like a 1/10 of an inch? Are we working with that?
And like, that's like, as you demonstrated, like, no, we have to work with 1/2 to the n, right? Is like how we do subdivisions of an inch, right? We never do like we wouldn't do like 1/10 of an inch. We would do like 1/132nd of an inch, right? Is how we do shit.
Evil.
I
can't conceptualize that.
Working on.
I'm not even 32.
What was that?
I said I can't conceptualize that. I'm not even 32.
It's true. It's true.
Utterly demonic. Utterly demonic.
Utterly demonic. No, we live in the gauging is crazy. have a ruler marked in deci inches. That rule's retracted fluff.
Dude, I actually have a wire stripper for American wire gauge because I couldn't buy that thing in Europe, right? Like because I was building like some fucking stuff where I was like modding my possessions, and I needed a stripper, and nothing works. Fucking American wire gauge is like some weird ass stuff that no metric system actually meshes with. It's like perfectly between two standards, so to speak.
Hell yes. Okay. This is just purple. This is just I'm trying to make a new
Purple.
Trying to make a new skin tone, and it's just purple. I'm trying to make like a slightly lighter dark skin.
I was saying for bullet calibers, millimeters would also make more sense.
Nah,
It's like it makes more sense, but like I understand, like there's like this difference between what is simple because you have been like accustomed to it. Because people say like, oh, metric is better because it's base 10, but if everybody learned base 12 math, then that wouldn't be better, right? Like it's just that kind of stuff, right? Like the issue with Imperial is not that it's not base 10, it's that it's like some random collection of like medieval measuring systems that are all mashed into one that don't have actual real relations to each other. That's like the problem.
Indeed.
Well, and of course there's the added insanity of all this, right? Which we've been highlighting here for the last few minutes, which is that you don't really get countries that are truly on one system or the other, right? Like it's people are using like weird mixes of both systems all over the place. And then of course, like I've gotten this shit from British people, and then I learned that, like, British people have like a separate measuring system just for the mass of a person.
Yeah, stone.
Ridiculous.
Stone,
Insanity. I cannot respect the rest of the argument. It's
mostly a thing in the northern region of England, I feel. Like the whole stone.
The stone. It's complete insanity to me. It's complete madness.
He's about 30 stone. He's a large fella.
Dude, if you weigh 30 stone, you're morbidly obese. That's insane. That's an insane
Isn't
weight.
Is it like 600 pounds?
I don't know.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Let me look that up.
How many is it in kilos?
I don't know why any of you guys are asking me questions. I don't know nothing. I just say things.
You're the one who woke up. You're the smart one here.
Am I?
Yeah, you're the smart one here. Yeah.
I'm gonna. So, 30 stones is 420 pounds.
That's pretty big. Yeah, that's a big boy.
That's
a big fella, dude.
Actually, that's more than double my weight. I weigh 180.
Dang.
Damn.
Big guy.
You've seen me. I'm not a big guy. That's what's weird.
No. I'm thinking about the 400 guy.
Oh, you think about right.
Okay. I think I've met some guys.
I'm sorry that I'm focusing on myself right now. I'm so sorry. It's really annoying.
Yeah, so you're focusing on yourself instead of the completely fictitious person who does not exist in this environment at all.
Yeah, the 30 stone man.
The 30 stone dude is obviously more important than me. He's 30 stone.
Yeah.
He's got more rocks than I do. Actually,
as they say, why does not the largest of the Englishmen simply not eat all the other ones? I think I fucked up here.
Honestly, they should. We should send him back to sit in the swamp.
The swamp. That's
how we got the Pete Bogman, by the way. Just some Englishman sitting in a swamp, and he died, and he just fell over.
Yeah, definitely was not any of the other things that definitely killed him.
No, nothing else happened. It's just like how that one priest was reading a book, and then that book was, thrown into a swamp. I mean, not thrown; it fell over with the guy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see what happens if I try to paint with this fucking horrible stress.
Yeah, I have a question for you as an historian, actually. So base 12 mathematics were pretty common back in the day.
Yeah.
Did we have actual like orthographies for numbers that included that?
The big tells in English language specifically are dozen and gross.
No, but I mean, is there a number 11 and a number 12 that is not an expression of other numbers? In like
I would have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that would be true in Sumerian.
Yeah, Sumerian would have had that. Sumerian was kind of base 60, actually.
Well, Sumerian's cool. Sumerian's pretty cool.
The base 62 best fucking.
The Mayans were.
Mines were base 20,
Mines?
and they would have a count
Yeah.
up that like 19 was separate from.
Well, yeah,
8,
I mean, we have it right now with hexadecimal, you know?
Yeah. That's true. We do.
Yeah, but
It's just we
hexadecimal
still-
does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A, B, C,
A,
D,
B,
E,
C,
F.
D, E, F.
Yeah, so they don't actually have an orthography. You don't get like other numbers. They just fucking assume like a different system. They assume like characters from the alphabet. So I wonder if it was common to have a base 12. Did they have like a different number system entirely where we had different numbers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they straight up did.
Yeah, they did. At least in the case of, I don't actually speak Sumerian, but I know that was the case in Sumerian.
I don't think anybody speaks it anymore. It's okay.
Yeah, strictly speaking, nobody does speak it anymore. Strictly speaking, it is a extremely dead language. I don't know what else would have been base 12.
I think base 6 was pretty common too. Like in some areas, like where they had like base 6 stuff.
Mhm.
I don't know.
I've
don't
never.
know. Sumerian is
never
an
heard of
insane
base
thing
6
where it's simultaneously base 12 and base 5 and functionally base 60 as an extension of that, which is really interesting, right? Because like that means that when you're counting like time in Sumerian, like I believe seconds are in 12s, and then like minutes are 5 sets of 12.
Mm-hmm.
So it like alternates between 5 and 12.
I mean, a lot of people argue that base 5 or 10 are superior because humans have 10 fingers, right? So that's the
Honestly,
That said, you
Yeah.
can count to 12 on your hand. Like that's the reason.
Yeah,
that's also the
well-
reason. Like you can count to 12 on your hand. Is the reason why the Sumerians did it.
Weirdly enough, right? Like that's not true, right? Like people do all kinds of shit. Like people count like not the fingers, but the spaces between fingers, or like all that kind of shit, right? It's like
Yeah, no, it's an insane argument because it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I'll show it on screen. I'll show it
Yeah,
on
it's really
screen. This is the Sumerian counting method. I should refocus it so that it doesn't just look like a blur.
Sumerian.
Oh, that didn't help at all.
All right.
I'll just have to do it left-handed.
You're gonna devolve into saying Ichi ni Sanshi, aren't you?
No, because I don't know how to do the Japanese one. The Japanese one's hard. So this is the way that you count in Sumerian, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. See, base 12 for your hands because you got 12 numbers on your hand. One hand is 12. 1, 2.
Yeah, but
3,
I think we
4.
should use base 2 because we have 2 arms.
Yeah, we should use 2. Yeah, yeah. What are you talking about? We got two hands, right?
I'm sorry, I can only count to 4.
It is actually pretty good, and I will be honest, the only time I've used it in a practical sense is when I was running laps and I needed some way to keep track of how many laps I'd run.
You ain't right.
But
Dude, that would always trip me up when I was doing 3200s in high school. I would forget what lap I was on.
3200s is like a lot. Like,
Yeah, it was my favorite race.
ooh, an interesting choice.
Well,
My
it's
favorite
because,
race in
okay,
high
listen.
school?
All right, I tried to do a 400 once, right?
400's hard. 400's rough.
Dude, it was hilarious because like I thought I could like push myself to go the entire way. Nope. Right at like the 300 meter mark, I fell over because my legs stopped working.
Yeah, the 400's an insane. The 400's an insane.
I just
race.
locked up. I couldn't finish. I was like, "Ugh." I was like, never again. I hated whenever they drafted me to run the 800s. 800s are just awful.
800's brutal. 800's brutal.
1600s, okay. They were okay. I used to be able to do like a 515 mile, which is okay. 3200s though, it was meditative.
I mean, I have turned into a distance runner as an old man, right? As an old man, I'm now a distance runner. But when I was a young man, I liked the 100. I liked the 100. I liked having a race where I could just like black out during the race.
To just talk about the miniature painting for a second, I would definitely recommend you buy yourself different quality paints if this is your style of painting going forward, because mixing colors that are already a mix of undefined pigments is like a turbo paint. Like it's
I'm making my life very hard doing this.
Because I see you just like trying to
It's
like
not
get
going
exactly
anywhere.
what you want here. It's not going
I'm just
anywhere.
trying to
The
get something.
reason-
I'm just trying to get something. I'll be honest. I don't actually have a
reason why
vision in my mind. I'm
No,
I'm
the
trying
truth
things
is
out to see what happens, and so far what I'm getting is garbage.
the reason why this is not working in the way that you expect is because you are not using actually like quality pigment paints. You want a pigment like a paint that only contains one singular pigment, so you can get the purest kind of experience.
I think I do
there.
want that. I think I do. Well, this is the reason why I've been like hesitant about this is actually very useful to me, right? Because like I have been kind of hesitant about investing in new materials because one, I don't want to throw away my old materials, right? I hate doing that.
You know what I would say? You could just get yourself like this is like entirely legitimate. Like get yourself a tube of paint of really good quality artist paint of the primary colors and maybe a few colors that you can't mix and try with that for a while. Right?
I think that might actually be really fun to do. I think that
As
actually
I
sounds really.
told you, like the colors that you cannot mix are sky blue, hot pink, and magenta because of the SMIC color space, CMYK, right? Like because the actual real life balls to wall primary colors are magenta, yellow, and cyan, right?
I thought it was a
And
matter of
see
like
what-
whether you're doing like addition versus subtraction in it, like.
Yeah, so the issue is you can, for example, mix blue. And you can mix red by mixing magenta and cyan and yellow and certain actual so they are mixable. People always tell you they're not, but that's not true. You can mix them because the real primary colors are those three, right? That's actually the real truth about this. And this is also like it doesn't really matter from a color series perspective. There's different triads that people use. Like there's RGB, there is red, blue, yellow. There's there's all kinds of stuff, right? That you can assume. But from what that tells you is that like if you want to actually if you use like let's say red, blue, yellow, you then have to buy yourself a sky blue like the cyan, and you have to buy yourself the magenta because you can't mix it. It's like a color. No matter what you're gonna do, you're never gonna achieve that. So it's like, and then you have like some other, because pigments are not perfect. We're not doing digital here. Like pigments have their own properties and they're not just there to create color, right? So some of them don't mix with others. So there's like certain things that you rather use its own pigment for. But it's a good idea to just get yourself some primary colors and just do with that.
Hold on a second. You just said pigments have properties?
Yeah.
They're bourgeois.
They own property, yeah. It's fucked up.
Cute. No, I'm actually into this as an approach. Like this is actually part of the reason why I was like kind of like holding off on getting at new stuff was because of this, right? Like because I didn't know what I would want. I hadn't like settled into any particular style. I was like, no, I'm gonna try to keep it going on like the minimal shit.
So there is a miniature painting color range that prizes themselves of being exactly that, but I feel they're a little bit like high priced for what they are. They're called chimera colors, right? Like so they have like singular pigment paints. The problem with them is they still do the stupid shit where it's like they name their paints after like pseudo fantasy stuff, and paints have proper names that they're understood by, and you know what pigments in them because that's and like what are they doing? I don't know. So I would just say like you pick a good artist brand and get yourself that and then try with that for a while. You also will probably learn a lot more about singing your paints correctly and what kind of painting mediums you can use doing this than like using any kind of other stuff.
I should probably get actual paint thinner as opposed to relying exclusively on water for thinning my paints.
Yes, get the turpentine.
Please don't. That's not the right
Get the
scenario.
That's not.
crazy.
Yeah, that's not the one I'd be looking at.
You have to lick your brushes. You have to.
I have to lick my cadmium brushes. Yeah.
Listen, if it was good enough for Michelangelo, it's good enough for you.
Ouch.
You have I think you have the only issue you have with artist paints is that not all of them are vegan, right? So I don't know.
They've got sometimes they have like shellac in them and stuff. Yeah.
So the number one is the bone black, right? That is not vegan, which is like the cheapest black that you can. But you can get I think lamp black. Like sometimes it's like burnt oil, instead of burnt bones, right? Like so if you could get that should be fine, right?
There's a part of my brain that wants to fuck with that like that black that's even darker than Vanta black that everybody's allowed to use except for the guy who invented Vanta black.
Black 3.0, yeah.
Yeah. There's a part of me that's like, what happens when you paint models with that? Do they look really fucked up and weird?
People have tried that, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's like a very special kind of effect.
Yeah, no, I figured it would produce something really weird, which would be very funny to me. I figure it's beyond the scope of like where I am in the next let's say 20 models, right? Let's say within the next 20 models. That's probably outside of my scope.
Yeah.
But potentially funny to do at some point.
Yeah, but you should get yourself like a really good red, blue, yellow, green, and then like maybe the cyan and the magenta or whatever.
You didn't say my name. Never mind.
Oh, no.
No. So yeah, no, I don't know. There's different versions of it, right? So like obviously, like a lot of artists will tell you that nothing is better than cadmium red, but right? So I like cadmium red, but it has some problems. Okay.
Okay, I in case anybody's at all missing the subtext here, cadmium is super fucking poisonous.
If you ingest cadmium red, you will start after a while having flu-like symptoms like headaches, nausea. Eventually, you will start bleeding out of every orifice and die. That's just like the good old cadmium poisoning.
Fun fact: cadmium's made a comeback with quantum dot TVs.
Yes.
Yes. That's the funniest shit.
Also, there's a type of solar panel that uses cadmium, and I swear to God, the people who are making these are claiming that it has no negative environmental effects if these cadmium tantalum solar panels break in the environment. And I'm just like, I don't believe you at all. That's like the most transparent lie.
PFAS is totally safe. It's totally safe. It doesn't have any problems. People don't die from it. It doesn't cause animals to froth at the lips and waste away. You're just imagining things. Anybody continue drinking out of our drainage ditches, please.
Yeah, we were talking about cadmium, Miller. We were talking about cadmium. Don't
they have I don't actually know what the treatment is in cadmium-free red. There's like a red that is specifically made to replace cadmium red. I haven't used it. I'm gonna be real with you. I use the toxic shit, right? But I also use other toxic paints. So I have the Cinnabar and all this kind of stuff. That's the other red that is really toxic, Cinnabar. Right?
Oh yeah,
Cinnabar's never hurt anyone. Come on, get over it.
Yeah, Cinnabar never hurt anyone.
Oh no!
Just get over it.
I always imagine you go into the Cinnabar Islands in Pokemon and you just fucking drop dead, like instantly. But yeah, so...
Do you want to know a funny fact?
What?
So we have a pretty accurate gauge of the Lewis and Clark expedition because they were quite backed up on the trip, right?
Okay.
The pipes weren't moving. So they would use mercury laxatives to get things schmoving.
Oh boy.
And so we know where they went because there are elevated levels of mercury in the soil when they camped.
Incredible.
It rocks.
I mean, lead paint still is made. Like, we're talking about artist paint, right? So lead white is still a paint that people use because of how it's the titanium white is usually the one that people use now. And titanium white is toxic. Don't get me wrong. It just won't kill you. But it's like really bad for the environment. Like putting titanium white in the water supply, you're going to kill so much wildlife. You're just like too big of an organism to be impacted by this if you don't eat it but like a yogurt, right? Like the fucking thing. But the thing is just like cadmium, like titanium white is pretty bad too, right? Like for the environment, so to speak. But it is also a nicer white, while the lead white is like a little bit more of a silvery kind of thing, and it mixes differently. And you also got what is this? The phthalo pigments. Phthalo blue is theoretically also pretty toxic, but as a human, you should survive it pretty well. Like it's like not
Tallow?
actually phthalo, phthalo blue. Look it up.
Okay.
Oh,
So that's also pretty bad. I don't think they use any of the really fucked up greens anymore, like the cyanide.
The greens are so fucked up. The old greens are so
Yeah.
fucked up.
Yeah,
I
the
wish
emerald.
I could have been the one to poison Napoleon with wallpaper.
I think I have a tube of that. So my grandfather had like he knew a guy that was like a pretty famous painter, even in the country that I grew up in, right? And he brought me around to his house once because he knew I liked to paint, and he gave me like as a little kid, right, a full on fucking like, oh, this is my old case, right? So it's a giant wooden case with tons of art supplies in it. And I checked it recently; it has like the most toxic fucking shit in it. Like that guy didn't give a shit at all. He just handed me the cyanide paint. That was fucking crazy, dude. But yeah, there's like a lot of paints have like pretty fucking weird. So one of the best yellows that you can get is like bismuth yellow, and it's not that good to eat either. I wouldn't recommend it. What?
We just walk around eating paints. Yeah, I tried titanium white. It had a pretty nice flavor, but then
pretty
the
bad.
texture profile was a little wacky. I'm just imagining that.
No, but yeah, so like paint stuffs are just usually kind of not that great, you know? It's even
be
acrylic
fine.
paints, which they say they are non-toxic. They're only non-toxic as long as you don't spray them through an airbrush. When you breathe them in, it's like usually.
Oh yeah.
pigment.
There's a lot of stuff
And
that's
microplastics.
Yeah. I guess acrylics are kind of a form of producing microplastics.
Indeed, it all comes back to plastic.
I mean, yeah, I guess. So there's like tons of choices. Like it's also there's very few paints, as I said, that are not vegan. The only two that I can think of is the ivory black or the bone black and sepia. Like sepia is like, as I said, it's a squid ink, right?
I'm
So
gonna kill you, Al. You're so stupid.
No, yeah. That's.
what are you doing?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
They're
about
making
it.
fun of me.
Actually,
Chat, they're making fun of me somehow. I don't care. But I'm pissed.
I'll tell you.
No.
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later.
No. No.
You want me to tell you now?
No.
You want me to tell you fucking now? Okay, cool. No, I'm gonna have to DM you, dude. I'm gonna have to DM you this shit.
it's good stuff. Don't worry.
They're
Okay.
making fun of me.
Yeah,
They're doing it.
Yes, we've established this.
Yeah.
Oh, you know. Oh, that's interesting. Which one? You fucking idiot.
See, that's why I reacted that way.
It is fucking stupid. It was a very bad joke.
You're a
Have I
fucking idiot.
progressed? Have I mastered?
This is like the most American joke ever.
I
dude.
know
Like,
it is. It is. I did hear. Yeah, I did hear the DE is doing a Pride event. They're just like, no, like we're not going to not DEI. We're not going to not DEI. Are you fucking kidding us?
What is DE? To me, that's Germany.
DEI.
I don't know.
DEI is the government approved term for woke.
No, but what's DE though?
Oh, Digital Extremes, the people who make Warframe,
Oh,
the Warframe company.
how fascinating!
Yeah.
I wonder how many systems they're going to add in this donation.
I wonder how many. It will be really funny if they
Anyway.
specifically add a sex system but only gay sex.
Dude, that would go hard, actually.
That would be really funny. that would be really cool. I have made my life so much harder with
What's new though?
with my attempts to mix paint like this.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you could just make a mix and then store it.
It's true, I could.
How could we
Like,
make
dude, if you had like a full tube of paint, like, you know, they go a long way because they're like not as diluted, right? Like, so you could just make yourself like a mix and then pre-dilute it, put it into a bottle, and there you go. It's really good.
I mean, so right now, I still feel like I am very much in like playing around with the pool, in the kiddie pool phase of all this. So I am comfortable with the fact that I am making stuff that I'm not going to use a second time, right? I'm just mixing shit and seeing what happens. So far, I'm pretty fucking pleased with the result.
I'm also saying, like, if you want to dilute your paint with something other than water, there's like several options, but basically what you do is there's like 2 or 3 products that you purchase, like different kind of mediums, and you just mix them together in whatever kind of. So for different effects, you just use different like ratios of that stuff, and then you
ratio.
Like, I don't think that like anything more than that is necessary, right? Like for like a kind of like a little bit of a chill hobby kind of time there.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think I am still very much acquiring the basics in skills.
How bold of you to think.
That's what they pay me for. That's what they pay me the subs. That's why I'm getting the subs, is because I think the big subs, of like, yeah, that's why I'm making the big money.
The gargantuan cash.
The gargantuan cash.
The gazillions of dollars.
So the actual recipe is something like I don't know what kind of alcohol, but it's some kind of alcohol, vegetable glycerin, and I don't know, fucking Windex, ammonia kind of.
Yeah, it was Windex.
stuff.
You told me. I remember you telling me about this one.
Yeah, ammonia kind of like those 3 things can create most sinners you need, with like some exceptions for like crazy shit. But other than that, like if you need something to have body, right? Like for like a pouring medium or whatever, this won't work. But or like even for glazing medium, it's not the greatest. But there's pre-made glazing mediums that you just buy from Liquitex. Liquitex has the best shit, in my opinion. Like, just buy a glazing medium from Liquitex and you have it forever. Like, just
Liquitex?
Liquitex is a paint, an artist paint manufacturer. Like, what I respect about them is, like, you can write to Liquitex emails and ask them what's in their paint, and they'll give you the complete formula, right? Like, but that's, like, some confidence. They're like, "You can't make it as good as us anyway. Fuck you," right?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
No, they're called Liquitex. Liquitex.
I mean, the reason I ask is because that just sounds like a cyberpunk, like, company that just makes drinks or something.
It really does. It really does.
It sounds like a Texan liquid manufacturer.
Yeah. It sounds like someone very uncreative would call their company.
I'm still very amused with myself that in a cyberpunk RPG I ran many years ago, there was a company called Gyrodyne that, you know, made like like aircraft shit. But they originally started as a sandwich shop.
That's fucking funny.
That actually makes sense.
Yeah. Like peak cyberpunk stupid bullshit right there, right?
Like, how did that work? They made sandwiches, then they did catering on flights, and then eventually they did their own airlines.
Yeah.
That's how it worked.
This is the key thing with like a cyberpunk setting, right? Is that you need to have some stupid bullshit like this. Like, you can't just have it all be like, oh, like Arms Tech started as an arms manufacturing company. Like, no.
Consider the stupid bullcrap in real life. I mean, Nintendo, for heaven's sake. We made Hanafuda cards.
Which actual, like, there's like, I mean, I have right now a Remington fan, like, no, a hairdryer from Remington. right? Like they still make that stuff. And not only that, wasn't there like there is like some kind of other arms manufacturer that stopped making consumer goods, but they made like ovens and shit and like fucking
I think Raytheon did at one point.
Yeah, Raytheon.
My
Exactly.
favorite
Raytheon did this.
my
Yeah.
favorite thing is that Honeywell, they produce like laser scanners for point of sale devices. They produce like air filters and like little heaters, and they produce the primary components that govern thermonuclear warheads.
I mean, the one that was really famous from like way back in the day. I don't think it's true anymore, but it's like DuPont, the paint company, made napalm.
I mean, there's also like Yamaha producing like all this kind of shit, right? So
Yeah, Yamaha
We
just
got
makes everything.
pianos.
Yamaha's ridiculous.
We got pianos. We got cool. I got a Yamaha piano actually.
I mean, Nessa just.
I mean, I'm looking at my mixer right now from Yamaha, right? Like the
It's not
audio
KitchenAid?
My audio mixer, Yamaha.
Oh, audio mixer. I thought you were talking about like a stand mixer. I was like, what the heck?
I would assume that Yamaha does make that as well. One of the ones I found like incredibly goofy was Siemens. This was like only really controversy to like English speakers, but Siemens, the German manufacturer, made a couple of years ago. They were making a dishwasher called the Cyclone, which in German is Zyklon, which is Yep.
It's in German. It's pronounced more like Z umlaut, because the Y in German stands in for an I, and it stands also in for the umlaut U. Right?
That's fucked up.
It's very strange. It's so the Y in Cyclone is pronounced as umlaut U, and that sound is U. Like, so it's cyclone.
It's the thwomp noise. It goes.
Yeah.
The point though is that like Americans only know this word because of the Holocaust.
Because it's Cyclone B.
Yep. So like a company that like was involved in the Holocaust, making a product that sounds like a death camp chemical. It made a bunch of Americans mad, but also like it was not a product you could buy in America anyway.
Dude, I assure you, like, I don't think the Germans think about this shit. This doesn't seem like
No. This is like a totally like American internal like series of like.
It's like this weird thing where Americans have like I see this specifically like with Spanish, with like German, and like a lot of other languages where Americans really latch into a certain word and completely denature what it means. Right? Like one of them is like from the German side, I've seen like the whole bratwurst kind of thing. What they call them brats, they don't even fucking know what that means. It's like fucking
it's a type of sausage. It's a proper noun for a type of sausage. It's just a word.
The brat part of bratwurst actually means fried. Okay, so like
and we actually usually have them boiled. We actually usually boil brats.
It's really weird. I don't know.
Yummy.
I mean, it's I don't know. I don't really care that much.
My favorite example from Spanish is refried beans.
Refried beans are weird,
So frijoles refritos, right, like actually means well-fried beans. But because it sounds like refried beans in English, I just call it refried beans.
Yeah, I think it's cute.
It's like really weird to me.
I mean, so the thing is like this happens with like English into other languages too. Like this is just like a thing that happens where like a word enters another language and then gets like recontextualized and used for like new stuff. I don't know. I just think it's fine. I think it's cute sometimes.
The French would disagree.
Well, the French. The French are the world's standard bearers for contrarianism, so they have a reputation to protect.
This is true.
I'm pretty sure we like the goofy English language word is automobile.
They can choke on their fucking stupid language protectionism. The French is like the same.
I'm sorry,
with the
I have to. Like, you can't say streamer French people. It has to be like horrible. It's 17 words long. Because heaven forbid language evolve.
like like the Japanese Wapro.
Did you know recently, like, so there's like a recent thing where Japan made it so that if you have a child in Japan, if
Mhm.
you give birth to a child and you want to name it something, now you need to show the name to the district officials because people are like doing like weird naming trends that they don't agree with.
Oh no,
Whereas like
this has
they
been a
have
thing for a
like
while.
they have new interpretations of like what different actual naming schemes can mean and how they are pronounced, and it's getting to a degree where they're like, no.
Yeah, the Kira
No.
I
Kira
saw that.
names.
That was funny.
Yeah, Kira names, yeah.
Yeah, Kira Kira names. Yeah, no, one of those things that like I'm this is one of those things that I remember.
They want to ban that shit. You're not allowed to name to use those anymore. Because I mean, and I kind of get it from the perspective of like you already have all these fucking different pronunciation of names, but they
Japanese
already
names are a nightmare. Japanese names are already a nightmare.
the problems about names is that they escape normal grammatical definitions, right? So basically, at this point, you're just saying like, my name is written like this, and then it just says Bob right on the paper, but it
Yeah.
is actually pronounced
Mixopix.
it's Mixelpix, right? Like,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck. Yeah, it's mix, and it's
Yeah.
like, and you look at this and you're like, what the fuck, right? Like that's the point that you wrapped with the Kira names. It just doesn't make any sense anymore.
The way that the thing like this was less of a thing when I was learning Japanese at first. It was more of a thing of like older people. Like if you met people who were like pre-World War II, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would meet like these very fucking old people, and sometimes they would have these names that were like elaborate puns. Like that, like their name would be spelled one way, and the pronunciation of it was actually just an elaborate, complicated pun about the kanji in the name. It was
So
insanity.
the way to understand like Japanese naming is that they're just more like freeform about this than basically any language that like Americans or like English speakers are.
Yeah, I mean, it's an output of like.
I mean, it's even like if you look at the name on my channel that I chose, like Nagi, right? It's a very common name in Japan. There's tons of actual spellings of Nagi. The way that you see the two kanji, like it's that I chose for the name in the logo, I actually Kakuchi Hime, right? Like that's like actually what that could be read as, right? Which means calm princess, right? But you don't say that. It's Nagi. Right? That's what the name means. It's Nagi. And why is it? Because we agreed that it is Nagi. Right?
Yeah,
That's just how it is. Like, it's just how it works.
Japanese orthography is an actual nightmare. Like it's like actual hell. Because I'm sure the people have probably kind of heard this, but I don't know how familiar they are with this. Don't have the activity feed open. Octavia_Urbesti. Thank you for the follow.
I mean, and it's not like, I will say it's not out, like this is not a unique thing that Japan is doing. There's other countries that do this as well. Not only Asian countries.
Yeah.
Funnily enough. But it's not like Korea is way more anal about names. Like they have like shit goes hard, right? Like I'm just saying.
The most restrictive one that I'm familiar with is Iceland. Where Iceland, like there's just a fixed list of legal names that you can give a kid.
Brutal.
I'm in Japan. I remember when it was like sometimes it was in the news that Japan was like not allowing somebody to name their kid Akuma.
Yeah,
right?
Akuma was one that's been in the news a couple times.
That has been banned, right? You're not allowed.
You could name a kid Goji though.
Maybe, I don't know what kind of other understandings of Goji exist, right?
Also demon.
Yeah, but I don't understand like if Goji has like other connotations also, because you know how Japan is about this kind of stuff, right? Like they have like completely...
Japan has a lot of homophone.
Yes.
You can't say that.
It's my channel. Japanese homophony is crazy.
We could fix them. We don't want to, though.
Where's a bunch of names? Yeah. The parents just gave them all, and that's cute. That's cute. That is a cute story for a tongue twister.
Dude, can I tell you about the one time that I actually created a Japanese pun and it actually worked? When when it was tested on a Japanese person. It was about when I was like, so my sword, right? Like the nagi sword, right? That is the classic.
It's not a
sword.
naginata. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the naginata. It's like my sword, and it has a name, right? And the name of the sword is like written with the same. The name is written the exact same way as the name of the classic actual the classic novel character Orochimaru, right? Like that's how it's written, right? But it is actually pronounced the completely opposite way, where we just take the actual on reading of every single action of every single thing.
No.
So it's actually Daijagan instead, right? And not only are we gonna pronounce it like that, we're gonna use the version of gun that means meatball. So it's the serpent meatball. Instead. So that's like I'm proud of that one, and you can't take it from me. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna try.
It's good stuff.
I'm not gonna try. There's very little that I would try to take away from you, Nagi.
Especially not food. I'll buy it.
I'll steal your liver.
No.
The liver.
You don't need that.
My liver is protected.
But you could. I don't know. Do you think you could use less liver?
No.
As you have been fond of saying, the liver is the most emotionally charged of the organs.
Yes, it is the home of your emotions, apparently.
Is it?
So what if you just said like?
It's true.
You could have less liver and you'd just be like less emotional.
Is that why the sociopaths are so crazy, dude? Because they don't have enough liver.
Yeah, we need to have a liver. We need to have a liver transplant between the sociopaths and the bipolars. Liver.
No. No, that'd be horrific. Wait, no, they would explode. That's a good thing. We need to get rid of them. We need to get rid of them. We need to show them the error of their ways and enhance their amygdala.
Amygdala.
No, I'm using the bloodborne pronunciation.
No, you don't use the blood.
I have to. Listen, it's baked into my brain.
Oh, amygdala. Oh, amygdala.
Amygdala. Yeah, just imagine if
Nagi's liver is at max and he's
walking around going, amygdala.
Yeah.
It's not the same. It doesn't hit the same. It's not this. No. Stop. You sound like you're in actual pain. Are you okay?
Hello.
Hello.
It's me.
So you say. Yeah,
you're not real.
What's going on with the?
Dude, I'm almost out of ink on my pen. I want to get more fountain pens to have different kind of experience here. I want to get do they have fountain pens that have sharp tips instead of kind of rounded ballish tips? I kind of want one that is I kind of want one that is almost like an art pen, right? Like the ones that don't usually come with a reservoir. Can you get that? Is that possible to buy?
Yes, cool. I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I don't know from who. I gotta get some of those because I really like fountain pens for drawing and inking. Like that shit actually fucking.
I mean, I think that you could probably. There's probably some Nibmeisters around.
Nibmeister.
Actually, the English language of the title of the job. Yeah.
Yeah, the Nibmaestros.
The Nibmeisters.
Because they don't want to call themselves grinders.
Nibmeister, forge me a nib. I must
Okay.
have it. I simply must.
Do you want
See,
it out
I
of
think that
gold?
this is the right group of 3 people for like perhaps the most like definitely going to fucking fail video game idea of like a thing where you simulate the entire fountain pen economy. You have different
Are
you
you
have like
kidding me, man? We got PC building simulator. We got surgeon simulator. We fountain pen building simulator.
Nibmeister simulator would be Nibmeister simulator.
It would be a beloved yet ultimately niche product.
Just call it Nibmeister. That's already cool as fuck.
It's true. You're correct.
Yeah, but I'm looking for something that is similar to like a classic drawing pen, right? Like the ones that work with ink. Something like that, but actually being a fountain pen. If possible, with a piston or a syringe feed where you fill the entire body of the thing with ink, but like I'm not.
Now that's pushing it.
It's whatever.
It's just an eyedropper.
I'll use a converter. It's whatever.
Converter. No.
That doesn't even work, man.
No. I'm losing steam. I need more fire.
You're losing
more water in my boiler. I'm gonna get a drink. If I get a drink, I mean right now.
What you having?
More fizzy beverages. Oh, that's why I haven't had caffeine today.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I've had more caffeine than either of you. That's fucked up. That's insane.
You've also been awake since like what?
I still haven't blood night drain.
I genuinely don't know. My day has been I had to like wake up after like sleeping for 2 hours to drive people to the airport. So like I'm like and like fall back asleep after that. My day is a mess. My day is chaos.
I'm so sorry.
It is what it is. I just have accepted that some days are just going to be messy days. And that's just
some days are gonna be messy days.
That's just the life of an old man. Recommend apple soda? I do like apple cider a lot.
Oh yes.
I know, like, there are people who think that makes me like a baby, but it's like, come on, man. It just
makes you a baby. Dude, those are people who are, like, obsessed with drinking the hoppiest beers possible. You know why? It's because they're bitter on the inside, and they want to be bitter on the outside, too.
I do actually love super hoppy beers, though, man. Like, you do know that. I do love super hoppy beers.
You know what? You're just as bitter as you want on the outside and you were on the inside, man.
I think it's actually there's a much more straightforward explanation of my personal psychology and my relationship with super hoppy beers.
All right.
I am a sucker for novelty. I need novelty. I like novel and unusual experiences. And we do not explore bitter chemicals and flavors very much in the rest of the American palate.
This is true.
I do, and similarly, I do actually like a lot of other really bitter flavors. I do like.
You like green tea, don't you?
Green tea. I really like. But I really do like chard, like Swiss chard, and kale, and Brussels.
I'd rather have spinach.
Spinach rules.
I love spinach.
Spinach. The spring. I like the spring.
Spinach is like legitimately one of my favorite foods. I love spinach.
Spinach is god tier. I don't care what anyone says.
If you don't like spinach, you're a terrible person. Fucking monster.
Agreed.
Damn.
This is the Popeye personality profile.
That is what
you like spinach. You're good. If you don't,
that is what Nagi looks like. Is Popeye.
Yeah, it's me.
Popeye.
The sailor.
Was Popeye like a World War II propaganda guy? He feels like a World War II propaganda invention.
No, he predates it actually.
Nice.
It's crazy.
I think he's from the 30s, not mistaken.
Because what's his name? Scrooge McDuck was a World War II propaganda guy. Like, he was invented for World War II propaganda.
I hate that I have to type Popeye cartoon in order to get him.
What else would you get?
You know, Popeyes.
Oh, the sandwich. thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Dude, you know what?
Popeye the Sailor Man
pisses
first
me
appeared in
off?
1929.
You know what pisses me off? That you can't look for a network switch online anymore because of fucking Nintendo.
They did that on purpose.
Yeah, they did.
Imagine if they really squared the circle and started releasing their own network switch.
They have.
Oh,
It's the Switch 2.
is that? Can you just buy a Switch 2 and just use it as a network switch?
No, I'm being. Don't take me seriously, please.
Too late. Too late. It's been done. You now have to defend
The
yourself.
next console is gonna be
I
called
refuse.
the Nintendo router.
Nintendo router.
No, they would not just call it a router. They'd call it something, insane.
Imagine the Nintendo egg timer.
What do you mean? Imagine it exists.
No, I mean like they call it the egg timer. But what was the Nintendo egg timer? I haven't bought a fucking. I've bought so few Nintendo products, man. I'm such like a not Nintendo guy.
Nintendo.
I don't like it very much either. It's just.
I mean, they're slowly trying, and by slowly I mean they're rapidly trying to become Disney. They've been trying to do that for the past
They've always been evil.
10
I don't
years.
know. Like people acting like they're doing this now. They've never been morally okay ever since they've existed. Like I don't understand. It's just that
So.
people were too small, stupid children to understand that shit back in the day.
You can't say that about people. That's mean.
They're too small, stupid children now to understand it, dude. They're fucking idiots.
You can't say that.
I said it.
Okay.
I've been asked about Vegemite, and I actually don't have a real opinion on Vegemite.
I've never had it.
I may have had it, but I can't remember.
It's good.
I want to perform the forbidden action of making what appears to be fairy toast, but with Vegemite.
Brutal.
So I put a layer of Vegemite and then sprinkles on top, and then give it to a small child and watch them cry.
I'm assuming the Australians
like
do
it,
that
in which
all the
case-
time.
In which case, they'll have plenty of vitamin A.
I assume Australians do that all the time because Australians are cruel people.
They're not people.
I mean, legally, I'm required to call them people because otherwise they can't subscribe to my channel.
Can dogs subscribe to channels?
I mean, we're getting some philosophical questions about VTubers right now.
This is true. My follow especially means nothing. I can tell you that right now. Who would give a cat rights?
It's not the cat side of it that has rights, it's the wizard side.
Actually, wizards have less rights than cats.
Yeah, but we're required to treat wizards as if they have rights because otherwise they turn us into guns.
I mean, they go to hell anyway in the end, so what do we care?
Nuh-uh. That's actually a lie. Spread. It's paladin propaganda, okay?
That was the one part of Look Outside that I really remember.
What?
The Wizard Hell game.
There's a game in game.
Oh yeah, Wizard Hell. That was cool.
Yeah, Wizard Hell Arcane Tears.
Look Outside is a horror game, and you can play video games inside Look Outside. And one of them is Wizard Hell, where it's a I don't know what the start of the game is like, but by the time I was watching your stream while you were playing it,
it's just a management game where you manage demons in hell torturing wizards, and then it goes insane.
It's really funny. where you're like, in order to increase the number of wizards in hell, you have to start operating wizard schools in order to create more wizards.
You're lacing the drinking water with mana so that more wizards get born, right? And so that you can actually like torture more wizards. Eventually, normal people don't even don't even get tortured in hell anymore. They just float around. Wizards then don't get born on Earth anymore. They get born right in hell and start getting tortured
straight into hell.
Crazy. I can't believe they would do this to my people. Is wizard an ethnicity?
You deserve it, don't you know?
No, I don't deserve it. You be nice to me. I've been nothing but cruel to you today. You have to be nice to me.
See what I mean?
These are the rules. These are the rules. The snake is always oppressed. That's not a suggestion. It's just a rule. That's why he's mistreated. That's why he's called Punish Snake.
Or actually, it's Venom Snake.
I thought those were separate characters.
No, Punish Snake isn't real.
Oh, cool. I've only played Metal Gear Solids 1, 2, 3, and 4.
It shows.
Thank you for reminding me of the really funny U quiz that was which one of these men is Solid Snake?
That's a good one.
It's really good. It's really good. Picture of Naked Snake, Venom Snake, and Iroquois Fliskin. That's a good bit.
It is how you distinguish between the true fans, though.
I mean, I will cop to the fact that I've only played Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, and 4. I just did, and
I think that qualifies you as a true fan.
I mean, depends on how good I am at remembering things from those games. I am really amused by, like, when I played Metal Gear Solid 4, not 4, Metal Gear Solid 1, like, in, like, 1998. And so, like, I did not realize how gay David Hayter's acting choices were.
It's
like,
true.
I was replaying it on stream, and, like, I don't remember ever seeing a character in a video game as horny as Solid Snake is for Otacon. Like, I don't think I've, like, ever seen it. I was amazed. I was like, this is good acting. Like, David Hayter is, like, really, really putting his all.
He was wasted on writing X-Men too, I tell you.
I know, yeah.
Zoe agrees.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Zoe, for your opinion.
Hi, Zoe. Where are you? Where are you?
Does anybody else think it's fucked up that Nanomancer owns a cat?
Listen, let's not start this debate again, okay? I'm sick of it. I've argued about it for literally 5 years at this point.
I wanted to actually own a snake recently, and then I was like, yeah, it sounds like me. Let's do that.
I can say that having worked with some snakes, I think ball pythons are actually very nice.
They're known to be pretty nice. Just like reticulated pythons. If you did, like, reticulated pythons are just like that. They're just, like, gigantic, and if they wanted to kill you, they'd probably succeed.
But they don't.
However, they don't.
They often do, actually. Like, they're, like, some of the... I think the most... The actual snake that, like, isn't venomous and kills the most people is probably green anaconda. Like, that thing's fucked up. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing's enormous, isn't it?
It's enormous. It's also, like, much stronger than the reticulated python, but you can still not fight off a reticulated python. Like, you'll lose. Like, if you're one person, nobody comes to help you, you'll lose. Like, that's...
Nah, I am built different.
If you're not armed, right?
I have 2 of them. How many does the python have? Ironic that the python don't have these pythons.
It does not.
I'm going to hell for that alone.
Well, I mean, you're already going to hell for being a wizard, so...
I'd like to go to hell for legitimate reasons. Thank you.
What do you mean?
You're a wizard. I don't have to answer.
Okay. Hold on. It's time to attempt to stab the eye again. I don't think it's going to work this time.
Remember, Al, if you mess it up, they're going to make fun of you on the Warhammer 40k Twitter.
You know, I did fuck this up already.
All right, I'm posting it on Twitter.
Cool. I mean, the way I fucked it up is much more stupid than that, which is I didn't mix the paint well.
It's bleak. You gave him the ice spike.
Okay, let's try that again. Mo ichido. Mo ichido.
Ichido.
Mo ichido.
Okay, if you were shrunk down to like the size of, I don't know, let's say a grain of rice, would you or would you not get a miniaturized skateboard and just do sick tricks inside of flower petals?
I don't think I would.
Why not?
Because I think I can do that now and I don't.
You can fit inside a flower petal?
It's just a matter of building a bigger flower petal.
You're going to wake up one day after I win the lottery of like $3 trillion, and there's just going to be 4 Raffalatias on your front doorstep.
Sick.
It will be sick. Yeah. The neighbors will complain.
Especially because I'm in an apartment complex. So
triple complain. You know, I think apartment complexes are actually phenomenal because what they are is they're just they're really efficient complaint boxes, really.
Huh, it's an interesting way to think about it. I don't know if I agree.
Well, no. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out.
Let's hear it.
It's all about complaints per cubic meter, and they have more.
More complaints or more cubic meters?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what's a really efficient complaint box?
What?
Cybertrucks.
Yeah, there's usually only one person inside of there because they have no friends.
It's true.
Dude, I got into the habit of flipping off every single Cybertruck driver I come across. It's great. I love it. I'm distressed that there appear to be more and more and more in this area. And I'm like, dudes, what is wrong with you?
I'm definitely seeing more in my area. In Brooklyn. It's fucked up.
I don't understand. Aren't they like terrible? Like
they're terrible. Yes. They've been universally recalled twice. They suck shit. I learned a fascinating thing. Like before Cybertrucks were even made, I learned this fascinating thing where it turns out that you can make actual official complaints to the Federal Consumer Protection Bureau. Like it's a thing I didn't even know you were allowed to do this. I didn't even know this was a thing. And Teslas get like an average Tesla owner complains to this bureau every 6 months. Which like I have never done this in my life. Right?
That's amazing. How are they even still... How are they like the most valuable car company? It's just market manipulation.
I think it is specifically that the worst type of nerds on the planet invest their money in it really irrationally. So it is an index of like predicted human future suffering by the worst people on the planet.
Well, they would be the experts, wouldn't they?
Yeah. And they're working on making it our fucking problem.
After all, they crave for the invention of the torment nexus.
Maybe that's what they're really investing in. Is this? They're investing in the torment nexus.
I mean, I think the Cybertruck is pretty close.
It's the torment
to a fully realized torment nexus.
That was definitely one of the more fucked up things from one of those things that, like from Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. That's one of those things that, like, really left an impression on me was the punishment spheres.
What are they? How do they work?
It's a sphere in a public space. It's a sphere in a public space that's translucent, and it just fucking tortures you. It just fucking tortures you and keeps you alive.
What does it do to you?
Well, I mean, so Alpha Centauri is a strategy game. It's like Civilization. It's not nerve stifling. The punishment sphere is a thing that you build in your city that basically just is permanently nerve stapling like half the population. It reduces dissent, but it reduces science and commercial output. And if you guys have not played Alpha Centauri, it's worth, like, even if you don't play it, even if you just like really fucking hate 4X games, just like never want to play a 4X game, which I do fucking understand as a person who like plays them, and actually kind of likes the genre. Like, it is worth looking up the quotes from that game. And the way that the game like conceives of itself and like talks about things that happen in its own universe. Because there's a lot of really good poetry in it. My favorite poem of all time is actually in the game. It's a translation of Ching Ting Mountain by Li Bai. We sit together, the mountain and I, until only the mountain remains. There's a building that you can build super early game. There's like a generically makes your city better type of building because it's a 4X game. You always have those because whatever. And it's called the recycling tanks. And the when you build your first one, the game plays an audio where one of the characters says, "It is every citizen's final duty to walk into the tanks and become one with all the people."
Let's go.
It's just fucking Soylent Green. You're just doing Soylent Green like right from the get-go, and it's just like an uncontroversially good thing to do.
Yep.
That's how you get prion disease.
That's how you get prion disease, yeah.
That's how
I love prion disease.
I love prion, specifically
You know, I have a hot take about prion diseases, actually.
What?
Whoa. Okay.
I think that they are massively overblown.
I don't know. The only thing that I think about prion disease is I find it extremely funny. I mean, this applies to other contagions as well, but I find it extremely funny how writers don't know what prions are. So that's like my favorite thing is like they just think they're a form of viruses, which they're not.
Nope.
Like they're used so often in like science fiction literature, and they're just like talking about them, either like calling them viruses at some point, or it's like, oh, they mutate and all this kind of shit as if they were viruses, right? And I'm like, what the fuck you think you're writing about? Like I don't know. It's fucking weird. They just don't know.
They simply cannot grasp that a prion is just perfection.
A prion is the simplest possible thing that can be contagious. It's fucking funny as hell. The evil molecule
that it makes everything else perfect. But anyway, the reason why I think it's overblown is that people are kind of freaking out over this, like, what do they call it? Anyway, it's like this deer prion that's kind of spreading all over the United States right now, right? And also the world.
Hell yeah. Okay.
And
another successful American export.
Yeah, exactly. Another one. Just like the Spanish flu.
Chalk up another W for the Trump administration.
No, actually, this was happening in like the 2000s.
And he's fucking mad nobody wants to buy his goddamn beef and chicken in Europe. He's like, oh my god, the Europeans, you don't want to buy our fucked up chemical beef. Get the fuck out of here.
I must bleach my chicken.
As if we don't have beef here and chicken. Like, why would we buy that shit? Get out.
But anyway, they're walking around. Pretty much people are freaking out about this because, one, it probably will damage a good chunk of like the cervid population. I think that's what you call deers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like cervid, spongiform, encephalitis or whatever, right?
Okay.
And the thing is, though, certain people think it's important for things to come. That's going to wipe out all life on Earth, right?
No, of course, yeah. No, people think that about every single thing that happens, yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is that like prions have almost certainly existed for as long as the biological life has.
No, prion diseases are not like humans would exist even if they were infected with prion disease. They just wouldn't get that old.
Yeah.
That's the thing about that, right?
Yeah. Most of them don't kill you for like decades.
I think that it's like I will say, like, a lot of fears that people have are just in general not the most rational fears to have. Like, you know, people tend to be much more scared of sharks than they are of horses.
Horses are way more scary than sharks.
Yeah, horses are way
horses
more
are fucked
likely
up.
to attack
I do not.
you.
Yeah,
Even
I do not like being around horses. This is my. I have been pretty upfront about this in general on this in public.
But if you meet a wild horse and you walk up to that thing, you're insane. You're out of your mind, bro.
Wild horses are the number one animal that kills Australians after humans.
Yeah, if you find like a shark in the wild while you swim around, chances are the shark is gonna leave you alone. You're not in its actual prey profile, right? Like if a shark attacks you, it's fucked up, right? Like it's like some weird kind of shit, right?
But like I do get like on the other hand, right? On the other hand, if a shark does decide that you are a problem, they're kind of just like
just rotate it.
They're kind of just like made of teeth, right? That's like kind of freaky and fucked up. Like even their skin is teeth.
That's their one solution.
Their skin is teeth.
It kind of depends. Like, so with sharks, we go from like sharks that fit into your pocket to like fucking 2 meter long monstrosities, right? So there's obviously like with like bigger sharks, it is like a bit more of a problem there, right? But like
but
even
the bigger sharks are fairly rare.
Even like reef sharks and stuff that actually can hurt you, right? Like are not that difficult to defend against, right? So it's like whatever. I don't know.
But then you have like, you know, edge cases like every single bull shark on planet Earth just really wants to hurt everything in its line of sight.
Bull sharks are just assholes. Leave them alone. I don't know what to say about that.
Well, and of course, like most people's knowledge of sharks is basically just like great whites. Yeah, it's Jaws. It's Jaws. They think like.
Great whites aren't even that aggressive.
I will say the great white isn't even that aggressive, right? As I said, bull sharks are way worse. Like they cause way more.
What's funny is that Jaws was originally based on a story of a bull shark swimming upriver.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And
I just also understand that great whites are also like very unusual, both in terms of like one being fucking gigantic, and two being kind of like sociopaths as far as sharks go.
Yeah, so if you look at the shark attack statistics, right, like great whites are basically nowhere to be seen, right? Like
because they're fucking huge. Like you're so rarely around them. Like
not only that, they just don't attack people, so to speak. Like very commonly, like it's like, I looked at them actually a while ago for some kind of project I was doing again, like. It's like all this kind of stuff, like thrasher, nursery shark, wobbegong, right? Like wobbegong because people step on it, right? And then it attacks them. And like all kinds of weird ass fucking stuff. Like it's like a black-tipped reef shark or something is also pretty much like they're pretty aggressive, like in the whole thing. But it's like the sharks that people are afraid of is like usually not the one that attack people, and like a thrasher attacking you is kind of like, I don't know, man, you could punch that thing out in one hit. Like I don't know, like it probably won't kill you, but you know.
Well, and this is like a bit of a thing, right? Like you know, most fears do tend to be pretty irrational,
except for bears. If you fear bears, you're right.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid of bears. I don't mind bears.
It depends on the bear. There's like some bears.
I'm bulking up.
I have been in arm's reach of bears several times. I nearly walked into a bear while I was like hiking in the middle of the night. Like,
so would you just say excuse me? Do you think it'd just let you go if you just looked at it and said I apologize?
Yeah, I mean that's what happened. Like I was like, whoops, sorry, bud.
Bears usually won't be aggressive. They usually just won't attack you, like at least the ones that exist in America, right? Like if you don't go into the woods, right? Like and you just see them in the streets, they probably run away.
Oh no, I mean if you're on like suburbanized black bears, like they're chill as hell.
Yeah, it's a shame they're killing them.
The ones in the Northwest are apparently quite a bit scarier, but I've spent very little time in the Northwest and not really on a trajectory to change that anytime soon.
They know that they're the kings up there, so
yeah, they know what the deal is.
They're like, this is my Yellowstone. Yellowstone's not Northwest.
No, it's not.
It's like center west.
Yeah, that's correct.
Sorry,
Yeah, no, I don't like being around horses. I do not like it. It's like my feeling whenever I'm around a horse is that I feel like I'm around somebody who's tweaking out on meth and has a gun.
Kind
Yes,
of like
no, seriously. Like, my cousin, her husband's mother, whenever he was 8 years old, was just completely just yanked out of existence by a horse, just gone.
Yeah, no, they can kill you so fast.
Mm-hmm. They can kill their horses so fast too. It's insane.
They are a really terrifying combination of incredibly strong and fragile.
they're also
You know
like
what?
pretty fucking brutal if they're
Yeah.
like living in communities like in the wild. Like horses are fucked up, right? What they
Yeah.
do to each other. Right? Like,
You know, I genuinely wonder what like the ancient peoples of the steppe were thinking when they saw this beautiful, majestic animal that would murder them and like everyone they ever knew. And they thought to themselves, man, they go fast. I want to go fast.
My understanding is that the horses that I have encountered, right, are all like the
I mean, I guess I don't know. Maybe they like what they bred them into like some tiny little ponies or some shit, so they're no longer a problem.
well, no, like my understanding, right? So like the horses that
Like,
I've
are there-
encountered, right, are
I mean,
all like.
I'm
Go
I'm
ahead,
really ignorant. Are there wild ponies that like existed before human?
Yeah.
Like
Horses are pretty old.
Yeah, I
Kind
know,
of.
but like the small ones, right? Like the tiny horses.
Well, what happened was is that horses originally were smaller, but they got larger over time.
Mm-hmm.
Small
Because they were
horses,
small like
large
brush
horse.
mammals who lived in forests, and then they found then the Eurasian steppe kind of fully realized itself, and they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna run fast and I'm gonna kill things."
Well, and so like I've only really encountered like the horses that people ride for sports. So like that were like bred for that like dressage and like pet and like being pets and shit like that. And they are those bastards have like some of the worst anxiety disorders I've ever seen. Right? Like they're tweaking out. They are freaking the fuck out. I have been told that this is something of a result of breeding. That
they were bred to be anxious as shit.
Well, I don't know if they were bred specifically to be anxious as shit, but it's something of a result of the way that they were bred. And that if you're around like Mongolian steppe ponies or like draft horses, it's not even like 100th as bad. Right.
I mean, I have been around like farmers' horses and stuff. They're pretty chill, right? I still don't like them because they're really large animals that are kind of scary to me.
I generally do think it's pretty fair. Again, I'm not particularly scared of bears, but I still don't really like being around like animals that are much larger than me. Like elephants are pretty chill. I still don't really like being around them very much.
Elephant. You know what this is sounding like to me, Al?
Yeah.
This sounds like it's your Mesopotamian ancestry coming out, right?
Okay, yeah. That,
I
am just so used to being the master of all of my own domain that like anything that interferes with this illusion like messes with me.
Exactly. This is why probably in a past life you executed anyone who was taller than you.
Goddamn. No. So you're saying that I'm definitely not descended from Frederick the Great.
That doesn't sound very Mesopotamian to me.
No, he's German. Do you not know about the Potsdam Giants?
The who?
The Potsdam Giants. It's one of the most insane fucking stories from world history.
No, never heard of them.
Okay, the Potsdam Giants was a military unit in the Prussian military in the 18th century, right?
Yeah.
And so this was like in the 18th century, having tall guys was like it had specific military uses. It's not the most insane story, but it's up there. It's pretty wild. Frederick the Great of Prussia is probably one of the least credible not gay dudes to have ever existed. He created a pretty functional military built largely around his very obviously homoerotic admiration for tall guys.
All right.
He's like his main pleasure in life, his main pastime was marching, was like getting units of soldiers to like do marching formations around him.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Potsdam Giants was a military unit, an elite unit in the Prussian military, where everybody in it, I believe, had to be over 6'5".
Holy cow!
Frederick the Great was not like a tall guy, like he was a pretty
Obviously.
little guy. Yeah. And so there's this entire military unit made of like huge dudes, and it was so like in demand for him. It was like such a high priority for him that other countries like Turkey and the UK and stuff were going around kidnapping tall guys and like enslaving them and mailing them to Prussia.
What?
Yeah. This was like a diplomatic thing that you would do in like a deal with Prussia. Was like you would like include as like a deal sweetener for like a trade deal, like a couple of tall guys.
Sounds very heterosexual.
Yeah, extremely hetero behavior. It got to the point where they were like, they would have like talent scouts going around watching tall couples to like try to figure out if they would have tall sons. And of course, I don't think this will at all surprise you, the Potsdam Giants never saw combat.
Yeah.
Because that was not the point.
Love his voice too much.
They did try to hire them first, yeah. Yeah, but that did definitely get into slavery. It did definitely get into just like enslaving tall guys for the sexual pleasure of one German pervert.
Just watch them walk.
Yeah.
What a guy. Aside from the slavery, of course.
Yeah.
What a guy.
I like big guys, and I cannot lie.
The other monarchs can't deny.
There was a really good tweet just from like yesterday of a woman saying, I just learned about the Knicks and the Pacers and I'm so sad. I believe that men should be pleasuring each other, not fighting. I just believe it, though they're all so tall. It's so insane. I might need to find it. It's so good.
Amazing.
That
Amazing.
rules.
Finally, somebody said it.
Finally, somebody said it. I've got to find it. I need a better system for finding tweets, so I'm like looking, like trying to remember who retweeted it last. Where is it?
It's brutal, is what it is.
There we go. That was actually not very hard to find. I'll read it out loud for people. Just now finding about the Pacers and the Knicks on smiley face. This is so sad. I believe men should be trying to pleasure each other instead of fight. Why are they so tall though? Heart eyes, heart eyes. Ugh, I am obsessed with peace.
True.
So good.
True. So real.
It's so good.
That's beautiful, actually.
My heart.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It warms my heart. Anyway, however, sadly, I will have to leave you guys, and then I'm gonna have to wait until I can buy Night Train, and then I shall do that later. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for being on, Miss Snakearunsky. Would you like to sell anything other than showing various painting products that you've been doing all night?
Watch my stream, spend money on my stream. That would be cool.
The most efficient way to spend money on the Serpent stream is to transform her into different types of snake.
Also, go to my throne and buy me random frivolous shit. I'm a fan of that. That's like one of my favorite things. Sure.
Fansly coming soon, etc., etc.
Yeah. Actually, I had like an idea about a Fansly, but
shit. Okay, I was just fucking with you.
Yeah, no, it's just a thing. Like I'll be back.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Nagarunski. Now we're just squatting in her server like assholes.
Yes, this rules.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How you doing, Yano?
Oh, job hunting, looking at apartments.
Things of this nature. The adult's nature. When people say adult content, this is what they're talking about. They're talking about apartment hunting. This is the stuff that you're not allowed to do in an under 18 stream. Let's talk about apartment hunting. So I will say that I don't know what types of apartments you're looking at, but New York apartments rarely have built-in laundry units.
I was actually surprised. I was looking in the Bay Area, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like a lot of those places don't have built-in AC.
Oh, that's rough. Oh, so you have to get the window unit.
No.
What do you do?
A lot of them don't even have window units.
I mean, you'd buy your own window unit.
Oh. Oh, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah. Hello, Craig on X. After my rent went from 800 to 1900, that is awful. That sucks. I am grateful that is not my lifestyle. Or has not happened to me.
Yeah, and also
recently.
there was
has happened to me in the past. But hasn't happened to me in a
nothing
while.
good under $2,000 a month.
I am not too surprised by that. I have lived the roommate lifestyle my whole life. I have lived, I think, like 4 months without roommates. Son of a bitch. Brush control fail. So like, yeah, I'm a Brooklyn boy, and my rent's still under 1,000, but I also have roommates, so that's just life, baby.
No, that's just brutal. That's just savage.
Like a Final Fantasy 14 raid.
It's brutal. It's savage. It's wrecked.
It's EX. Lived with roommates until I found a wife. Yeah, roommates are good if good roommates. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know. I've been lucky with roommates. I've been pretty lucky with my roommates, but it's not always. I've had a couple of roommates I didn't like. But most of my roommates I've been pretty happy with. I did have the roommate who, like, literally never did dishes. And then when we tried to call his bluff on it, was really like in a group house of like 12 dudes. When we were like, okay, like me and the one guy who have been doing like everybody's dishes are going on dishes strike until like somebody else just like ever fucking does them. This guy left an entire chicken in the sink for like a week.
An entire chicken?
Yeah.
In the sink?
Yep.
Why would you do that? What's the point of this?
A fly breeding experiment, I guess. Other than that guy, Emperor's Armpits, I've been pretty lucky with not getting like the slovenly dudes apartment. I've been blessed on that front. Somebody who is not me. This was not something that happened to me. I knew a guy who the local beer, once you accounted for getting like the bottle deposit for this beer, they got it down to like 3 cents a can. At which point they just drank beer instead of cleaning the sink, instead of drinking tap water. And so they just like stopped doing dishes. Because then then they couldn't use the sink anymore because the dishes were so overflowed that they couldn't use the water. And Sojiro Koi, this is a Warlords Hail Caesar late Republican Legionnaire.
I typically do my dishes as soon as I'm done eating.
I historically have done my dishes. My preferred schedule for doing the dishes is in the morning. I like to do. I will do 1 day's worth of dishes per day. Which I know is not like the best, but it does mean that like I don't have to like. I don't know. It just kind of like simplifies things. Just sometime in the morning, just spend like 15-20 minutes just doing all the dishes from the previous day. Easy, simple.
I just can't stand having things like. It worries me.
It worries you?
It worries me. It fills me with great anxiety to see things in a sink ever since the college dorm incident of 2013.
So Jirokoi, I have not generally had dishwashers. New York City apartments almost never have dishwashers. I've never had one. So
you got 2 hands, don't you? That's a dishwasher enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's part of the thing, right? Is like I'm a gentle soul. I've got these gentle my mitts. They're so gentle. They're so soft. So I have to use I use gloves, right? And it's like, well, now I'm like putting on gloves and I'm putting on an apron and blah 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 blah.
What color are gloves?
What was that?
What color of gloves? This is important.
Usually green.
Are they yellow? Green. All right, I have to leave the call.
Have to leave the call. Okay.
Yeah,
Goodbye,
I'm
Mano.
sorry. I can't be with a green man. Yellow or bust.
You know that I'm from hippies. Everything gets colored green at some point or another. Catnip to my people.
Catnip is also green.
The most easily fooled and gold.
Allegedly. I can't confirm or deny it.
Yeah, because you're colorblind. Yeah. Like all cats.
I have to mention it at every opportunity. I can't have people becoming too comfortable, you know? Those colorists.
I mean, I get it. I get it.
It's funny.
Do you know how people forget that I'm vegan all the time? It fascinates me.
This is true.
It's like I thought I was like being annoying about it. I thought I was like being obnoxious, and then people are like, I can't believe you didn't tell me you were vegan. Like I thought I was being an asshole. I thought I was talking about too much.
Usually not.
Trying to find the happy medium where I talk about it enough that like people don't accidentally like give me mayonnaise, but also I don't actually just like piss people off constantly.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, this is a.
I have been thinking about foods I could potentially fix you for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, for no reason whatsoever. I mean, I know what I'm going to be making you.
Oh my! Oh yes, this is right. This is correct. Absolutely.
Yeah. Americans are insane about vegans.
Yes.
They're very, very demented about it.
What do you mean you're vegan?
I've had people tell me directly that like they view any time somebody tells them that they're vegan as a form of like physical assault.
It's warfare.
It's warfare. Yeah, it's warfare. It's us or them, right? It's yeah, they're super weird about it.
Yeah. So you may think that minding your own business is okay, Gamma 21, but consider this. For every second you spend minding your own business, you're not minding someone else's business, and that is offensive.
That's the most like southern. That's like the best way of encapsulating what like the difference between like southern like what southern culture feels like to me.
I mean, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. This is what I've lived with my entire life.
Absolutely brutal. Hideous, painful, death.
It's offensive if I don't contact family members like every day.
Awful. I mean, I actually contact family members like every day. I actually talk to my family a lot.
I just forget.
I am very much helped by the fact that I really like my family, which I know is not something that everybody does.
I'm wincing at that.
I'm sorry. I come from the family where everybody smokes weed.
The dream.
My only like real complaint is that my dad's turned into a bit of an AI guy.
Oh, that's right. Listen. Just put me in a room with him. I'll get him deconvinced. I'll deprogram him.
I mean, the trouble is that like he hangs out. It's like who he hangs out with, right? Like he's hanging out with like other old guys who are like all techno optimists.
Yeah, I could deprogram them too.
Hello, Suji. Thank you for the follow, Sojirokoi. Yes, Blug, I am still live. I've decided to start a third miniature, which is kind of crazy for a guy who almost never does more than one miniature per week.
The conversation's been too good.
It has been too good. Also, I need to execute Nagi.
Why? What you do?
Well, I mean, she's not in the collab anymore. She's not going to be in the. She doesn't get.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got to kill her.
Yeah, I got to kill her.
You got to take her out back.
We can take this to the DM so that we can. I think that'll fix it.
And we'll miss out on the fabulous voice quality.
Oh, that's true.
Perish the thought. No, we're gonna make this awkward.
Well, what are we doing? How are we making this awkward?
Oh, we're just gonna sit in here for 750,000 years.
750,000 years. Make a special bot that just bogarts the space in here, so we can be in other calls at the same time. That word. I love bogart as a verb. I love it. It's one of my favorites. I love to bogart things. Yeah, this is actually my third one of the night. These were the ones I did earlier. This gentleman with the sling, and this gentleman with the sword. And I've been experimenting. With the painting technique of creating skin tones entirely from RGB, not from RGB, from red, yellow, blue. It's a neat technique. I'm enjoying it. So Craigon, here's my painting journey for the last year, for this calendar year, is that I started off with some Eldar that I bought myself, and then I was painting my Eldar, and then I was getting towards the end of my Eldar that I had bought, and I put up on my throne a bunch of box sets of different miniatures for people to buy for me to paint next. And I put up some Conquest minis because I like the Conquest Old Dominion a lot. So somebody bought me some Old Dominion a while ago, and I'm about a third of the way through that box. And I put up this box, right? Again, let me get it on here. I put this bastard on here. Hold on, I guess I gotta zoom out a little bit.
You gotta be kinder to your minis, man.
I put this box up for sale on there as well because Throne said it was like $32. So here's the thing. I don't know if you can read that, folks. So I took all of the other minis off of my throne. Because I now have 100. 100.
How much was this?
It's like $32.
What exactly is Games Workshop charging for?
IP. It is also worth noting that normally that box set goes for like $100 for 100 models. It must have just been like on sale or something because I just listed things that were around $30 to $50 on Throne. So it was like $30 for 12 Praetorian Guard for Conquest. But then it's like, oh yeah, these historical, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the truth about prices, right? There are two truths about prices that people are trying to avoid all the time. Mm-hmm. Truth number one is that prices are set by humans. That is truth number one about pricing. Humans, when a price is set, it is set by a person. Sad but true. Truth number two is that things cost as much as you can. People will raise prices as much as they can get away with them. And that's it. That's it. Yeah, Emperor's Armpits has it. Yeah. Yes, for GW, what you are paying for is the fact that they are GW minis. Right?
Yes.
You are paying for the fact that they are GW brand minis, And this comes with certain things, right? Buying GW brand comes with a couple of things. It assures you that there's a certain quality to them. That's one element of it. It also means that other people who are familiar with GW minis know what the hell you're talking about. It is much more interesting to people on Twitch if I am painting GW minis, right? Like if I am painting on here and I am painting miniatures that are just miniatures that I'm painting, that's one thing. But if I am painting Space Marines or Eldar, I will get people who will show up for the thing that for that thing. Like that makes it more enticing to people. There are people who only care about the minis that I am painting if they are GW minis. On.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. And it's worth stating there's something of a thing to be said for quality, right? I am liking these little Roman Legionnaire guys, but I am definitely noticing that
You've had to sand them down a couple of times.
I've had to sand them down. They are in a lot of ways lower quality than similar miniatures from GW and from I forget the name for Conquest. Who makes Conquest? Whatever. And certainly lower quality than my Oshi miniature maker, Parabellum. I'm sorry, Corvus Belli. I love Corvus Belli minis.
Corvus Belli.
Corvus Belli, yeah. I love Corvus Belli's minis. Like, there's a certain amount that you're paying for quality, and also there's the most important.
Mm-hmm.
The most important thing about GW minis, beyond even just the general brand recognition, they're legal to use in GW events. You cannot show up to a GW event with entirely kit-bashed Space Marines. I will say so. Oh yeah, no, there's rules about it. There's rules about that.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could make them too powerful.
Well, no, that's definitely not the problem. You definitely can't. Yeah, you are not allowed to use home rules, but you're not allowed to use entirely homemade minis. You need to pay them. They want their pound of flesh. And so Jiro Koi, I'm definitely not going to like criticize at all on that front, because I don't really have any intention of playing any game with these. That's not like really one of the things that I care very heavily about. What do you mean? I don't really, which is also part of the reason why I tend to paint very, very slowly. I'm painting relatively quickly today, but usually I spend like 6 hours per model when I stream. Tyron pretty much has it. I am painting for painting's sake. I just like painting. Honestly, I just like doing things with my hands. Like, I just like doing things with my hands. In a lot of ways, what I am doing is this is in many ways this is a talk show where I happen to be painting a miniature.
Indeed.
Previously, it has been an ASMR stream where I happen to be painting a miniature. But usually I do calligraphy, and I view this the same way, right? I'm learning a skill. I'm working with my hands. I do like doing the Roman historicals are making me a little bit happier than other miniatures might, because I've been like a bit of an ancient Rome head recently. Who just joined?
That's me. Sorry. If I'm not supposed to be in here. Yeah, you guys are in a public room, so yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix.
I'm live.
I'm live.
Yeah. You're live. Oh,
yeah,
you're
live.
Still live.
Yeah,
you've been live for a long ass time. Okay, that explains why you're in the
nine and a half
channel.
hours. 9.5 hours.
Yeah. Okay, I will not say anything sensitive then. I probably should have realized that.
No, well, I mean, that's why I told you. Like, as soon as I realized that you were not Nagi, I was like, okay, you need to know that this is live. So
okay, that's fine. Not that I can say a lot that's all that sensitive, but
yeah, don't give me Nyano's social security number.
Oh yeah, no, it's like CAT, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe wizard. It's like WIZARD or something like that.
Well,
I don't know.
mean, Mix, you might understand this. For some reason, Fugis aren't showing up. We were getting Fugis when it was just me and Nagi in a call off server, so I think it has something to do with like perms. But like currently,
yeah. It could be something wrong with the channels settings. Let me take a look if they change something.
Like I can see it inside Fugi, but it's not transmitting to OBS, and it's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
But also, everybody say hi to Mix. Mix.UAV.
Hi, Al's chat. How are you doing today? I'm like, you can probably hear it on my voice that I'm not exactly at my best right now. Allergies are destroying my entire life.
Oh, speaking of allergies, I gotta use the bathroom.
Excellent. Yes. Yes.
I see you're still painting the Romans.
Yes. I feel crazy. This is actually my third one of the stream.
Oh, nice.
This gentleman, this very dark-skinned gentleman, was like half painted when we started stream.
Okay. I saw you starting that one when I went to bed.
Yeah, and then this guy was done completely on screen. This more ruddy fellow, and now I'm working on a pretty pale guy. I really need to like actually memorize what the skin classifications are. Like it's a scale.
It is a scale. I tend to use Crayola colors for this.
Oh, so, okay, yeah.
This man would be peach.
That's fair. There's a system that anthropologists and historians prefer that's like type 1 through 6, and I just like can't quite remember what the dividing lines are.
Is it the Fitzpatrick?
I think it's
right. The phototype. Yeah. Melanin pigment is what that tracks. If I recall.
It's melanin pigment. That's what it tracks, which is like from a stance of like what you're doing on a model is kind of the only part that you give a shit about.
Yeah, because the Fitzpatrick scale is entirely about photosensitivity.
Okay.
Right. It's about how your skin reacts to light. It's not about what color your skin actually is. Like that's just because how photon physics work. They kind of tie to each other. Yeah, they correlate. But it's like this is one of the reasons why people like this system. Because it has nothing to do with any sort of statement or judgment about whether your skin is better if it's light or better if it's dark or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
No, it's like just that's a big part of like why it's part of like why I am kind of painting this Legion the way that I am is like I feel like it's very often forgotten that, and I mean not even just forgotten, intentionally fought against by certain very historically ignorant people, that the Roman military was very skin
extremely diverse.
Yeah,
it was extremely diverse.
And this, I mean, like we can tell in no small part because we still have color drawings where the color has survived from ancient Rome. Like we still have some of those to the present day. And like we see this diversity in there, and it's because Roman citizenship is a question of the it's citizenship and it's culture, right? It's like, do you speak Latin? Do you wear the right clothes? Have you been granted the right legal rights by the Senate? And if anybody here happens to be a little bit of an ancient Rome head, one of the things that's like an obvious property of the early emergence of the empire, and by which I mean the kingdom, like pre-republic, the kingdom.
The kingdom of Rome. Yeah.
The kingdom of Rome is that self-consciously and deliberately a multicultural polity. You know, you've probably heard the phrase, the rape of the Sabine women, because that is that's a very famous Roman statue that is part and parcel of creating this propaganda that Rome, the city, is composed of multiple cultures, even just within the Italic people. You know, the Sabines and the Umbrians and the Latins.
Very
and the Etruscans.
Metropolitan.
Yes.
Which people tend to not understand was once kind of a politic of power.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
These days, it's a politic of resistance, but once upon a time, it was not. It was, look at all these people who I have serving me.
Oh, yeah, no, particularly if you're talking about like big empires, they're doing that constantly, right?
Yeah.
They're doing that like constantly. The Persians in particular are very famous for like using all of the different client peoples as part of a propagandization of the society. Like this is like part of a Persian king's performing kingship, particularly in the Achaemenid. Kingship.
This I know a little bit more about than Rome.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
The part and parcel of that is that like, oh, like look at all these people who all decided that Persian kingship was cool. And so, yeah, and in the case of Rome, like Rome is a coastal city. I mean, Ostia is the actual port, but Rome is a coastal city in the center of the Mediterranean. Yeah. And it starts from a standpoint of we've got Sabines and Etruscans and Umbrians and Latins and Greeks and Carthaginians and Gauls all intermingling here. It starts from there and then works further. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Looks like you were doing shading of the skin around the cloth, right?
I was cleaning up some of the cloth lines, but the chainmail looks very flat right now. The chain's very flat right now.
Yeah, it does. You're right. So shadowing it a little bit probably
needs
is a
some shadowing. I think I'm going to put in a little bit of a wash in there. I think it's time to wash it a bit. I think it's time to wash it. Let's get in here. Let's get some rare use case for these horrible GW pots. I hate these damn things. Yeah. Good morning, Mix.
But yeah, no, it's people really have a completely delusional understanding of like ancient empires in general, ancient societies in general.
Oh yeah,
and I'll be totally honest. I feel like 60s films are to blame.
1960s films are a lot of it. Like that's not that sounds like a shit post, but no, that's like legitimately a lot of it.
It's like the example I always give is I've seen movies set in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
1960s Chicago without a single black person in them.
That's crazy.
Nowhere in the.
I came back at an interesting time. What?
I've seen movies set in Chicago, made in like the 1950s, 1960s, that do not have a single black person in them in Chicago.
Yeah, crazy, absolutely nuts,
and
absolutely
that
nuts.
kind of passive propaganda, that sort of like passive shaping of people's understanding of what the world looked like in the 1950s, 1960s, right?
Yeah,
is pretty damaging, I feel, actually, right?
Yeah, it does wind up being very damaging. I was thinking particularly in the case of ancient Rome, like a little bit more, like somehow less subtle, but kind of a little bit more comprehensible, which is that like, it's like Monty Python and the Life of Brian, right? Everybody in Monty Python and the Life of Brian is British because it is about ancient Rome, but it is a story being put on and told by British people in Britain, blah, 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 blah. And so, like, yeah, they all these Palestinians and Romans wind up looking and sounding like British guys because they are, and they're not really giving a shit about historical accuracy because this is a comedy movie about, like, that's like a insane retelling of the life of Jesus, right?
Yes. It's a pastiche of Christianity more than it is of anything else. Of modern Christianity more than it is anything else. Right.
I'm honestly like not that much of a cop about casting choices. I find it to be a kind of insane thing to be a cop about. The best I saw a really good performance by the Royal Shakespeare Company of King Lear a few years ago. And like they did race blind casting.
Yeah.
Claudia was black and the other sisters were white.
Yeah.
And one of Edgar and one of Edbert was black and one was white. Like that actually kind of helped, if I'm being honest. It made it a little bit easier to keep track of who the fuck was who. But
my opinion, I like what theater does.
Yeah, in theater, I think
with theater, it doesn't matter who the actor is. What matters is the role they're playing, right? Mm-hmm. And you are intended to, when you watch theater, when you watch like really good theater, you're intended to not even really see the actor, just see their performance. Yeah. And, like you could have the most masculine person on the planet play the most feminine character. And if they're good at the role, they're good at the role. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that like this is a thing
and
that
vice versa.
I feel like this is like a normal thing to expect an audience member to kind of do, is to kind of accept that level of suspension of disbelief where it's like, it doesn't really matter that much. And so like, I am never really happy when like one of the things that happens in like, people are so fucking mad to this day about Tom Hanks being cast in Saving Private Ryan.
Oh yeah.
It's like, shut up. I don't care. I just don't care.
Wait, why?
Because he's too old. He's too old to be a sergeant.
Most actors are too old to play the roles they're playing. Nobody gets mad about like 30-year-olds playing high schoolers.
I mean, like, I do know people get mad about 30-years playing high schoolers, and I'm going to defend it on the very, very simple basis of my very strident opposition to child labor.
Yeah, fair enough.
I would much rather have a 30-year-old playing a teenager than like taking a 16-year-old out of schools. I would much rather that. That feels much more acceptable.
I feel like there's opportunities for extras.
Yeah.
Who might be like 16, 17.
I mean, I started working when I was like 14. Right? So like, it's not like I'm like outside of this. It's just I also think it was bad.
I'm opposed to child labor, but I'm not opposed to children having opportunities, but I think they need more agency first, right? Like I've discussed this with you before. This is just a thing I believe, right?
Yeah.
That the lack of agency that children have is really bad.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
It is.
Specifically the lack of agency in the face of authority figures.
Yeah.
It
gets really dark.
But no, ancient Rome was the Roman Republic was very multicultural, at least on the face of it, right? Yeah. Persia was as well, and this was a major thing in a lot of ancient societies as a whole.
Yeah.
Were very proud of their multiculturalism. Like a really good example of like a wannabe emperor, right? Nobunaga.
Yeah,
Nobunaga loved the idea of having all sorts of people from all over. He wanted to be King Arthur, right? Like something to note is medieval scholars invented fictional characters to be part of King Arthur's court, right? Like objectively fictional characters, like modern fictional characters, not mythological figures. Fictional characters of the medieval era to make King Arthur's court more diverse. This is a thing that medieval scholars did with the Arthurian mythos.
Yeah.
They invented Saracens, they invented Africans, they invented all sorts of characters from all over the world. To say
how powerful Arthur was.
To show how good Arthur was.
That's true, because like part of the claiming of the Catholic Church, right, is that it is a universalizing doctrine, right? That's what the Catholic is. It's universal. And this means that a Catholic king is also supposed to be kind of a king in a truly good Catholic king surpasses the boundaries of his local province. Like his virtue is recognized
by
outside. By God, and that means that everybody else who is of virtue will recognize.
Yes. The Saracens in particular are notable in that there's three brothers, right? Who are said to have joined Arthur's court. One of them converts to Christianity, the other two don't. The two who do not convert to Christianity side with Arthur during Lancelot's rebellion. right? Like, this is one of those things that happens in late Arthurian lore, right? This is like, I want to say like 1500s, 1600s. I don't know if it's an exact time frame for you, right? Because Arthur's like a 3rd century king, right? Like he's
a 3rd century king. He's in many ways a more literary figure than.
He was also not an Anglo-Saxon, just an Anglo. It's important to understand that King Arthur was like, if there was a historical Arthur, he was probably Welsh, and he probably hated Saxons.
Dude, it reminds me. I read a fascinating comic that was about like these cultists trying to like reanimate King Arthur, right?
Oh, yeah. You're talking about One and Only, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but Nano, I've got another way to make this even funnier, to make this funnier and cooler.
Okay.
So Fate, right?
Yeah.
Fate, Arthur.
I'm with you,
100%. She should be dubbed by a Welsh woman.
True.
That'd be so good.
You have no idea the Listen, okay, I need you to understand something, Al. That you have no idea the damage that would do to me. Okay, I would not be able to recover. All right, already with like certain Welsh actresses in video games, I'm already smitten. It's bad. All right. You do not understand.
Welsh is a really nice accent, actually. It's like an incomprehensible language, but the accent is super nice.
I am still very amused by the insight that so Timothy Dalton is only James Bond twice.
Yeah.
And in the first one, he has like none of his accent is there, and in the second one, he's so Welsh. He's so Welsh.
Yeah.
And the joke I remember one movie reviewer making was like that like very famous thing where like James Bond goes off of a ski ramp and he deploys a short range parachute and it's got the Union Jack on it.
Yeah.
That, but instead it's the Welsh flag.
Yeah. That's so about
good.
right.
It's such a good mental image. It's so good.
Now, Wales is nice. It's just unfortunately too close in proximity to England.
As you know, the thing they say about Mexico, but about Wales, so far from God, so close to the British.
Yeah, pretty much.
What am I doing with this guy right now? Because I haven't gotten to the light layers yet, but I think it might be time.
It's definitely looking a lot better on the vest though, on the chain.
Getting the dark wash in there. If I was smart, I would probably do the dark wash before I did the initial silver layer, but I've been following Nagi's advice to do silver layer, dark wash, silver layer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, she's a very good painter, so I don't think she can steer you that wrong.
Well, it is interesting to I've gotten some coaching from her and some coaching from Halb. And like for one thing, like the Halbernacht, yeah.
Halb.
Oh, I heard Paul, and I was thinking,
no.
I don't know what I was.
Yeah, from Paul, Paul, the disciple of Jesus.
Yeah,
See, I didn't want to make that, but okay. Stop stealing my jokes before I make them.
No, it's like my entire brand at this point. That's also my entire brand at this point. So, what can you do? Sorry for talking over you there, Al. What were you saying?
No, it's all good. It is kind of interesting to see like the differences in philosophy between different painters. Like it's like I get people in the chat who are also have like their own philosophies of painting. And like one part that's like particularly interesting to me is like I have no formal training, right, in any of this. My only formal training is in the arts is in Japanese calligraphy. And the so like I never got a color theory class.
Right.
So
I mean, a lot of painters don't.
My understanding of color theory is very weak, and like one of my regulars, Beautiful Angel, like she did an entire semester-long course on just color theory.
I've seen her stuff. It's pretty damn good. You can go super deep in like almost any singular aspect of the arts, and just come out, wondering if you're even capable of like reproducing the stuff, right?
You just come out with increasing levels of mental damage.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, the truth there is that there's a reason for this, right? There's a very clear reason for this, which is that you can't actually teach technique. It's not actually something that you can teach somebody to do. You can teach them about techniques, you can show them techniques, but every painter, every artist has to discover technique for themselves. because everybody's implementation of any technique is going to be unique to them. Even if it's identical to somebody else's output, the actual implementation is going to be unique to that person. Your eyes are different, your hands are different, your understanding is different, your perception is different, right? And that's what technique is about at its core, right? It's the same as any sort of like physical technique, physical art, right? Like every swordsman is going to have a different expression of a technique, right? Every every sprinter is going to have a different sprinting form. Every swimmer is going to have a different swimming form. It's the same in the arts. Every painter, every artist, every pencil artist, there's certain things that can be replicated more easily. Color theory is an attempt to do that in a lot of ways. If you do crochet or you're a knitter, right? Your actual technique is going to be different, but the implementation of that technique is going to be considerably less different because there's only so many ways things can go together and still like function as a product, right? Function as a result. Sculpting, similarly, your technique might be completely different, but you have there's a little bit more of a structural requirement, right? But especially with painting, with color, and with pencils and line art, right? You're gonna get to a point, and I'm not saying this from a perspective of somebody who can do any of this, because I am not a talented visual artist by any means.
Fair enough.
I have attempted a lot of formal training, and I have never gotten any that has done anything for me. I have this very unfortunate problem where I go and take a course, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, everybody's going to draw for a little while now. Everybody's going to work on this for a while. And I do that. And I'm like, could I get some instruction on like what I'm supposed to be doing? And they're like, oh, no, you're fine. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'm like, what do you mean? Every time. It's just like,
I definitely I will say, like, I remember when I was first professoring, I actually did a bad version of that as a professor from the professor side of it, where I gave my students way too much freedom. And they were very frustrated that I wasn't telling them enough about what to do and what I was expecting from them. And I was like, no, like, I am excited by like what insights you guys are having into the material that I've given you. I just want to kind of like hear how you guys react to the readings and to these things. Like, no, we want to know like what is the actual thing we're supposed to know. And
what is required to pass this class, please?
Well, not just like what is required to pass this class, but like a lot of it was just like I had come right out of graduate school.
Right.
And when you come out of graduate school, you are used to being around people who are already highly trained at improvisationally dealing with novel material and with dealing with the types of material you're giving them. And that is only possible because they've already gotten a lot of the knowledge from and the experience from lower levels.
What I tend to call the groundwork, right?
Yeah.
Even though it's like higher level than groundwork, they were thoroughly vested in what the material actually is, and now they're at the point where they have to actually innovate upon the material.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and I was not doing my students justice by that, and like that is a problem that I have had with my with like the art classes that I have had and why I as soon as I got the opportunity to stop taking art classes, I stopped. Right. Was like, I found, because like I had art classes that were like mandatory art classes as part of like a middle school, elementary school education. And I found them deeply and profoundly frustrating. Because a lot of, I understand where the teachers are coming from. This belief that people have an intrinsic sense of play about art. And that if you give people the freedom to express that, they will explore the space in creative and interesting ways. You guys have been watching me. You guys have been my friends for a while. And you've seen me do calligraphy a lot.
You are my enemy.
Thank you.
Why do you have to make enemies of all of your male friends, Nano? Why do you have to do this? Everyone you know is your arch enemy at this point, I feel, except maybe me.
No, you're my nemesis. There's a difference.
Wait, am I your nemesis now? I thought Gravy was your nemesis.
Gravy?
Yeah.
No.
No. Gravy's Ruru's nemesis. Sorry, I'm getting it confused.
Okay, listen, it's a cat thing. You wouldn't understand.
Okay, you're right.
I definitely don't. I don't get it.
I'm the master of my own domain. Anyone who comes into my domain, which by the way is everything, they are interlopers. They must be dealt with. I'm being completely
interlopers. Is that
100% totally real with you right now? This is how I view the world.
Is that a?
This is not a
Wilds
bit.
reference.
I haven't played that game. No.
Okay.
Say nothing.
That won't tell you anything. That won't tell you.
That will tell you literally nothing.
Okay, hold on. I have a confession. You see that shield that's right in the center of your screen now?
Yeah.
Whenever I first popped into your stream, I thought you were making acrylic nails because of that.
Amazing.
That's
amazing.
That's pretty funny.
I was like, interesting shape.
Interesting. I people have asked about me doing nail art on stream, and it's like, well, it's not something I've ever super been interested in, but I probably at least have like the manual dexterity to like do okay at that.
I mean, you also have a niece, right?
I do. She is 5.
Yeah. So like, I don't know. I learned to braid hair when I was like 16 because of my sister, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No. That's definitely a thing.
But so you were saying about art classes, right?
Oh
about
yeah. So it was like
play in
I
art
found
classes,
it very deeply frustrating to try to participate in an art class where there's this kind of like default this belief, right, that you have this like default level of artistic creativity. And the thing is, like, you people have watched me do calligraphy on here a lot. Calligraphy is an art form where you very much start out basically tracing.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
You're learning the formula.
Yeah. There's a correct way to do things, and you develop the creativity by seeing what the correct way to do things is and then getting bored with it.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And
I mean, that's not like that's ideally how artistic education is kind of supposed to be, I think.
It's a school of artistic education. It is not the only school of artistic education.
True.
It is.
I think the truth there is that so because most of the complaints that I've heard from people about their arts educations, right, have been quite the opposite of the one Al is expressing, and is the one I personally have as well, right? I agree with Al on this one.
I know that I'm the weird guy here, and I think you are as well.
I am as well. I'm the one who doesn't want to go and explore his creative side. I'm the one who wants to go and be taught how to draw lines. Right? Yeah. I want instruction and like pretty strict technical training on how to actually accomplish drawing a building. You know, I've considered taking architectural courses because I figured that maybe blueprinting is more what I'm looking for here in terms of training, right? But like
what I've been doing this entire time on stream, I've just been drawing lines and trying to hold steady with the line pressure.
I can't even draw a circle, man. Like,
dude, I can barely do it either. That's why I'm learning. Just massive muscle control right now.
You draw a couple circles and then you draw the owl. Yeah, that's how you draw Almantas. That's how you draw me.
Yeah, true. But most of the complaints I've heard tend to be along the lines of they were too rigid. They told me I was doing it wrong. That killed all my creative drive for like 10 years.
Yeah,
right?
So this
and now I'm the artist and they're nothing. Right? Tends to be how it goes.
Well, I mean, we literally just had Nagi on here for hours. Hello, Goliath.
Yeah.
Yes. And Nagi is very much from that other school of thought that's like, the teachers got in my way.
She feels like that about all teachers.
Yeah, she does. She does. She does
she's
feel
probably
that way.
right.
I mean, she is probably right in her case. She's also exceptional in a way that is a little bit different than you and I, Al.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I mean, when I think about my challenges in life, it has tended to be. I mean, it's my thing with games, right? It's the reason why I don't tend to play games that are like super open-ended. Is like, no, man, like I have an open-ended life where I kind of do whatever I want. If I want to break from that, I would appreciate a little bit more direction. I have not felt hemmed in my life. I have felt spread out, right?
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean, right?
Yeah. And
I am not dissimilar in that regard.
Yeah.
And it's pretty different than a lot of people in this space, I feel. So, like, don't anybody take this as, like, any sort of condemnation of anybody else, right?
No. Dim them. Get them. Get them.
Shut up, Nano.
What are you talking about? Listen, I'm trying to
stop starting fights.
I'm not starting fights. I'm being.
You are, yes. Yes. And then Nagi will go, "Aw," again. And you'll be like, yes.
You?
I'm leaving.
Yeah, the junkyard dog.
What?
You don't have the guts. Yeah.
No. Screaming internally. I can't yell out loud.
I'm sorry.
Tormenting Nano by
look, he's a cat. He should be used to this. This is turnabout. It's fair play.
It is. 100%. I've puffed myself up so others can, douse me in water and reveal that I'm just a rat.
the sopping wet Mew Mew.
I've been practicing being a heel.
I feel like something that needs to be understood about teaching in general, and maybe you disagree with me on this, Al, but this is my take on teaching, right? I was a counselor, not a teacher, but and I've realized that I'm not a very good teacher at all. But the thing I've always understood about teaching is that you shouldn't spend a lot of time establishing that rules aren't hard rules if you're not dealing with very young children, right? Like, I feel like somebody who's like, I don't know, I'd say like a 11, 12, 13-year-old should probably understand that sometimes there's exceptions to rules already. And if they don't, that's not necessarily your responsibility as their maths instructor to teach them.
Yeah, that's fair. I
don't know how you feel about that, though.
I mean, I taught again mostly like college and continuing adult education was a lot more. Of
At that point, they definitely should understand this. I feel.
Well, and a lot of the people I taught were in a particular social situation that made following the rules incredibly direly important in a way that is not true. Yeah, I taught prisoners for a lot of. I had a lot of teaching experience with prisoners. Teaching college is definitely more of what I got paid for, but I did do that as a.
It's a good thing to do.
It was wonderful. I actually loved them as students. They were amazing. They were some of my favorite students I've ever had. If it wasn't for the fact that it paid like if it paid like decently and was like a remotely steady job, I'd probably be just like what I did. But it was not. And if there's like perhaps any job that is politically hated by the American voter, it is somebody who makes prisoners' lives better.
Yeah. Completely disgusting, by the way, but not to get into that particular political hayseed, but yeah.
I do think that it's I don't really quite know what the solution is, because I feel like a lot of the really obnoxious outputs of teaching, a lot of things that wind up being like really annoying outputs, where it's like you have to, where it feels like teachers have to be constantly retreading like, no, this is only a partial rule and like you can get around it. are kind of outputs of us not having a good system for how many students we should have per classroom.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
That like we pretty
My
much
brother's
like
been talking to me about that. he's almost a full teacher, right? He's been teaching classes like history classes in high schools and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I really wish that I had like 15 people or 15 kids per class instead of 30.
Yeah, and there are things where, you know, I had lectures. I teach lectures where we had like 100 students per class, right?
Mhm.
And that's just like an acceptable, normal number of people to have when you're teaching a 101 class, a 101 university class. But like oftentimes, particularly for more mandatory education, the classroom size is basically like, what is the maximum number of people that the teacher can maintain classroom control with?
And it tends to be around 35.
It tends to be around 35, which is like
Way too
way
many.
over the limit for like how many can you give decent instruction to?
I would genuinely say more than about 10. Like 10 is like the absolute limit, right? If the teacher is especially talented, maybe 12.
Well, I think it depends a lot on the subject.
Yeah,
And the type of class. That's what I'm going for. And hello, Miss Mochovius. The shield can be found in Blighttown? Sure.
It does look like a shield that could be found in Blighttown, actually.
I've been doing Laurel pattern shields so far, and so now I'm doing a Bolts pattern shield.
Yeah, no, there's this, I think it's blue, but there's a specific shield in Dark Souls that has that sort of pattern on it that they're thinking of here, right?
Yeah.
Might be green. It's like the serpent crest shield or something. It's not the grass crest, it's a different one, right?
Okay. I know the one. I did pick it up.
Yeah, you probably picked it up because you did Blighttown. So
yeah, I did do Blighttown. I liked Blighttown.
Blighttown is fun. I think people complain about it too much.
I mean, I'm not in the discourse, obviously, but I don't know. I liked it. I don't know.
I think, Al, I thought of something the other day, which is I think you are in the very small category of players, right? Who would have preferred Dark Souls if the game was less about bosses and more about exploration.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I enjoy the exploration parts a lot more than the fights.
Yeah. Whereas a lot of people feel quite the opposite. And I find that an interesting, like, I've been thinking about this recently because I've been like, what did Dark Souls game that was actually about exploration look like, right? Because that's actually, I like exploration and I like fighting regular enemies. I don't like boss fights. I like fighting regular enemies, right?
Outer Wilds. It's Outer Wilds, baby. It's Outer Wilds.
Yeah. I mean, Outer Wilds is a little bit
Guy
more
who's
like
only played Outer Wilds. That sounds like Outer Wilds to me.
Yeah, guy who only played Outer Wilds. I mean, I was having this was like a discussion like very early on in stream that I was when Arya was here like hours and hours ago. That like as a streamer, my like the way I feel about I feel like
Outer
I'm
Wilds
actually
is basically the perfect game, right?
Well, I feel like I'm quite harsh. I'm quite harsh on a lot of games that I'm streaming. I feel like I'm a way more critical gamer while I'm live. Because like I replayed Metal Gear Solid. If you had asked me like a year ago about my opinions about Metal Gear Solid 1, I'd be like, oh, amazing game, nearly perfect, beautiful, amazing. I played it again on stream, and I'm like actually kind of negative on it right now.
Yeah, I can give you two reasons for that are probable, right?
Yeah.
Not for your own reasoning, right?
I don't think they're just my own reason. I do think there's some that have to do with like what it is to be a streamer. Yeah.
Yes. One, the streamer debuff. Games are just harder when you're streaming them. Yeah. They're just harder. Your attention is split even if it's not split. Even if you're 100% locked into the game, you're still aware, wait, I'm in front of people right now. I have to pay attention to chat. I should probably look at chat. I should look at chat, right?
It would feel crazy to me to be like 100% locked in, right? That feels wrong. That feels like you were just like doing a bad job almost.
And the second factor is any sort of setback feels like you're doing a bad job.
So I will say that in the case of Metal Gear Solid, it actually felt really easy to me. It wasn't the difficulty. There was a streamer related reason though, which is the game is so fucking yappy.
Yeah.
The game is so fucking yappy, and I am like hunting for opportunities to say something to be the streamer.
Right.
And I feel like the game was fighting me so much on that. And also part of it is that like when I am streaming a game, I notice that I'm actually like way more attentive to a lot of writing quirks than I would be otherwise.
I can see that.
My joke answer, Goliath, was Outer Wilds to the exploration-based Dark Souls. That was my joke answer. It's not a real answer.
I would say Outer Wilds is ultimately more like immersive Sims, like the Elder Scrolls, except it's much better than the Elder Scrolls is, right? So,
I mean, I feel like Outer Wilds is the only games I really want to compare it to are like Forgotten City, right?
I'd personally compare it to something like the Stanley Parable.
Stanley Parable, I feel like is sensible. Forgotten City is the closest comparison I can think of because Forgotten City is a ancient Rome Outer Wilds in a lot of ways.
Yeah, to some extent, Portal as well, right? Different
Portal,
priorities, but Portal games like that. It's this sort of like, here is your central gameplay. Now iterate on it in 10,000 different ways and tell a story while doing so. Right?
Yeah.
But writing quirks.
The writing quirks, I pay much more attention to like writing quirks, and it's led to me being like substantially harsher on a lot of games that I've played on stream. I recently replayed Deltarune, right? Again, same thing. If you'd asked me a year ago, I would have said Deltarune Chapter 2 is like one of the greatest games ever made. Having replayed it on stream, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it was a pretty good game that was held heavily together by the quality of the music.
That's all of Toby Fox's games, baby.
Yeah.
Like,
I thought the writing was a lot less striking and creative than I remembered it being. And I just feel which I will say, like, one of the consequences of this that is kind of interesting consequences. This means that the two games I've played where I lost my mind over the quality of the writing while on stream must be insanely good then, right?
Yeah.
Which is 1000 X Resist and Slay the Princess.
Yeah. Slay the Princess is really well written.
Slay the Princess is incredible.
I feel like it relies a little on how do I put it? I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. It relies a little much on, oh, you expected it to be this, but it's not. But that's me critiquing concept more than actual like texture, right?
Yeah,
the texture is top tier.
Well, and the thing about like that element of the critique is that, like, because of the way the game does repetition, I felt like I got over that pretty fast. Right? I felt like the game was like not really resting its laurels on the gimmick very much. Like it's like, oh yeah, it's like shocking the first time you do a loop in Slay the Princess, and then like after that it's like no, like you are fully aware that what you are doing and how you interact with the looping in the system, and it felt very well iterated from there.
That's not quite what I was talking about, but it is a good point, right? It is a good point. You're right about that, right?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking about, it's a game where you talk to a girl and it's like a visual novel, but it's dark and scary. Right?
Okay. Yeah,
that sort of thing. It's like, this is a fucking genre cliche at this point. I go into any game that comes out, gets popular, and I just expect it to be, it's actually going to be this fucked up psychological horror. It's actually going to be that every single time, because it always is. Because for some reason, talking to women isn't enough of a psychological horror for these people. But I apologize. I apologize.
No, it's I mean, I always felt like I get that, especially because like that's the most famous kind of like indie, not the most famous indie
Doki Doki Literature Club.
It's Doki Doki.
Which I do not think very much of.
I like Doki Doki, but I also maybe I'd think less of it if I played it on stream. And I haven't revisited it in a long time. Yeah.
The truth is, I know half the people who worked on that game. I know what they're into. They were running fan fiction that did the same fucking thing in 2005.
Okay, so this was just like them. This was just them making
more
like a polished...
of the same to me. Yeah.
Well, in this case, I would say that this is them doing like a polished, publishable version of their fanfic, which I don't know. As a writer, I don't think positively or negatively about. That's just kind of how experimentation happens.
I'm proud of them for succeeding.
Yeah.
If that's the positive thing I will say. I just wish that they had succeeded with something that wasn't. But what if the cute thing was actually dark, which is not really my. I don't think that's an interesting question to ask.
Okay,
right?
okay.
Madoka was popular for the same reason. All these shows are popular for the same. But it's a cartoon with cute girls, but it's grim and edgy. And I'm just like, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Every time.
I mean, yeah, DDLC though, like, I mean, it's a free game. It's short. I think that like within the confines of like this is a thing that you do in like a quick afternoon. I think it's fine. I don't think it's mind blowing. I do think it's kind of interesting that you highlight the thing about like nothing's scarier than talking to cute girls. Because like here's something that's
just
kind of
women in general are scary. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. What was kind of interesting about you highlighting that is that rarely do these games really get into what I think is actually terrifying, right? Because as I'm painting a Roman soldier, this is actually extremely relevant to the painting of a Roman soldier here. Men are actually more afraid of social opprobrium than they are of death. And if that wasn't a thing that was frequently true, if men were not frequently more afraid of shame than death, the entire military system that the Roman Empire and the ancient Greeks and a lot of societies ran on would not have worked at all.
Oh yeah, no, totally. It's a huge factor of our social psychology, right?
Is
as
like, men. As men, and I don't know how much I want to be like that's like a biologically rooted thing, because I don't know. I tend to doubt biological roots of lots of things.
I would say if there is any sort of evo-psych element to this, it's rooted not so much in societal shame, but as in the fear of being ostracized and left alone.
Yeah. And,
right? The fear of loneliness, there's definitely something going on in our neurology about that.
And if there's anything that's like specifically masculine about it, it's probably just that like testosterone makes people accept risk-taking behaviors quite a bit more than they might otherwise.
Yes, that is true. Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's it also like one of the things that testosterone does if I do is manage pain, right?
Got it.
I mean, basically. I mean, it's not, but yeah.
It's pretty common.
It's like well documented actually. Yeah. Like there's a reason why we call a lot of people who are like meatheads.
Yeah, it's because they have a lot of testosterone. It's also why, funny what is it? Roid rage.
Yeah. Roid rage. Yeah. And I mean, to
testosterone
talk about it,
also,
to talk about it less in terms of just like social cliches, like we have tested like how not just humans but other animals behave under different testosterone injection levels, and risk-taking behavior goes up.
What do they do? Test it on squirrels?
Various apes,
usually
chimpanzees and monkeys. Yeah.
See, that seems mean. Like
I think
juicing up a squirrel seems like it'd be perfectly normal, but juicing up like a chimpanzee, do they really need it?
Apparently.
No, they don't.
I mean,
I already know it could kill me.
The big thing with that is that they're kind of the closest animals to us in terms of like physiology, in terms of hormone management, right?
Yeah.
So,
Goliath. To your point, that's why I said that's why we've got this Roman Legion thing, right? Hello Inari. Hold on. I gotta give the shout out to my lady.
It's Inari. Hello Inari.
To Inari. Inari. I've been painting. I've been painting and avoiding my other responsibilities.
Such as it is.
Yeah. I am behind on my writing for other job. So I'm evading my responsibilities here by painting.
I assume you're not working on an especially exciting.
It's actually pretty exciting. I'm just like at a doldrums on it where like I kind of know what my argument looks like, and but like
it's about finding the correct framing for it and stuff.
I've got the framing. It's more about like ordering the parts in a coherent one.
That's the worst.
It's I absolutely will, because it's a matter of knowing your limits Inari. Inari, I yell at you when you are clearly tired on stream, and then you like are complaining about, oh, my throat hurts. Oh, my throat hurts, and I've got so much other work to do. That's when I yell at you.
I've been sitting in a chair too long. Oh,
that's
when I can feel the blood clots working their way up to my brain.
And I've had support. I've had support. Nano has been supporting me for hours.
This is true.
And we had Nagi Nagarunsky
kind of cool like that.
Yeah, did Nagi go back to sleep? Is that what she did? Have I missed her
I think she had
again?
work. I think she had other work.
Oh, she had other stuff to take care of. Okay, I'm sure she'll message me when and then disappear for another 6 hours. Again, as she does, that is her skill. That is her special ability, right?
Yeah, you're going to get like a bunch of like hieroglyphics of screaming snakes, and be like,
she's gonna send me like something along the lines. Let me see. Where's my Nagi emotes?
Bug is actually even worse than that because I woke up at like 2 hours into my sleep cycle earlier today so I could take somebody to the airport. So I'm like on biphasic like insanity right now.
She's gonna send me something along the lines of that at some point.
You in like a detention center for.
That's just the life of Almantas. That's just the life of Almantas. It's just like waking up at weird hours for like responsibilities that like
Man, I had to do something weird with my flight to California later, next month, right? Because
I've had so much trouble with that. I've had so much trouble with this, and I'm so mad right now. Yeah, I'm having so much trouble with it.
What time do you guys? Well, actually, no. Better not to say live.
I will tell you what's. I can tell you what's going on, but in DMs, it's But yeah, it's been very annoying.
Yeah, I already know what.
Miks knows. Miks knows what.
Yeah, in my case, I just couldn't get a flight on the day I wanted to fly out for whatever fucking reason. That wasn't 13 hours long with a 7-hour layover. That also taking off at 2 a.m.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
I want
so
to get on
go,
a 2 a.m. flight.
Yeah, I'd be fine with getting on a 2 a.m. flight, but not with a 7-hour layover to fly for a 5-hour flight. Like, no.
I believe that Bug's type of bug that she is a bug.
Ah, it's a bug.
It's a bug.
No way!
It's a bug.
I appreciate that. It's simple, it's sweet, it's easy to remember.
Yeah, it's just
versatile. Bug.
Okay, why am I? Sorry, I'm painting in an asshole manner here, and making my life harder. One of those things that I learned is apparently a bad habit is people Inarius pointed this out. I hold my chopstick super far back, and I think I kind of picked that up from doing like Japanese calligraphy, where you're holding like pretty far away on the brush, and so like I'm holding my like painting brush like way far back. You're supposed to be like practically up on the ferrule. It's like a better technique.
Yeah, but this is another thing where it's like that's a technique that's definitely much more precise, right? But or at least it generally is. But this is another one of those cases of like, well, if you try both and you get better results with one, maybe you should just keep doing the one that you get better results with. You feel right?
Yeah, no, I mean it's like something where I should. There's not like a good reason for me to do anything other than like being fairly far up. I just like. If I'm not paying attention, I'll be like super far back, and I made a brush control mistake here because of that.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that's why I brought it up. It's like I made a slip there.
Never admit mistakes.
Oh my god, could you imagine what my stream would be like if I never admitted mistakes?
Dude,
it'd be insufferable. It'd be insufferable.
It would be so fucking annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard sometimes when you're interacting with somebody and they just don't ever admit that they did anything wrong, even when they clearly, obviously did, right? They'll act as though they did something wrong, but they won't admit it. It's really hard.
It's like the side-eyes dog syndrome. They're just like...
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like that.
I keep forgetting that I'm not live on stream. I could, or that I'm not like in
I
can totally demonstrate it. My model does it so well.
Yeah, I'm so jealous of your model sometimes, man. I love my model, but like the expressiveness of your model is incredible.
Oh, I want to get rid of it.
Folks, when you I know some folks in here are going to meet you in the person, in the flesh, soon. You're going to be amazed when you meet Niano.
Yeah,
you're going to be amazed.
It's
incredible.
astounding how it's like almost 1-to-1. He's actually a cat who is actually a wizard.
I am, in fact, that svelte and powerful.
It's true. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I'm practicing my comb over right now.
And I'm totally built like a Goomba from the Mario movie.
I have been
not gonna lie. If I could like have any body type whatsoever, it would be your avatars. I tell you right.
It's pretty sick. It's
just
pretty
be
sick.
Wide. That would just be rock. Instead, I'm just built like a sausage.
Like a ferret.
Yeah. I have been told like a ferret, which is a sausage, but with fur.
Ferrets are like some of my favorite animals. I love ferrets.
Yeah, they stink. I don't stink.
So
okay, actually, I
good.
probably stink right now. I haven't showered.
I think ferrets are delights.
Stinky.
You're silly boobs.
I've been told that I look exactly like people expect me to.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. Yes, that's about right.
Yeah. The creature May told me, "Oh, you look exactly like I expected you to." I'm like,
May.
Oh no.
May. That's a devastating thing to hear from May.
She is the creature. To be fair, right? I'm one of like the people who she cannot take compliments from at all. So
okay.
I can get her back, right? So yeah. No, I always tell her that she looks good, and she's like, "Fuck you." Every single time.
It's true.
Every
it's
time.
True. I was there.
It's really funny. Like, I won't say the whole thing she says because it's a lot more violent than that. But
yeah, no.
The La Criatura, yeah.
La Criatura. Oh, Dios mío.
Dios mío, Gablino, El Gablino. But the details are looking pretty nice there, Al.
Thank you. I'm. It's kind of interesting, right? Because like I am very. I have a lot of experience working with brushes. Not a lot of training, and very little training in the Western visual arts. So like I feel like I have decent brush control, but like no understanding of color theory.
Yeah.
All. Like nothing.
Yeah.
And which is part of the reason why the historicals are. I'm kind of glad that I have 100 of these little bastards to get through,
just to experiment with, right?
Well, and because it means that I can stall on actually learning any real color theory,
right?
Any like creative composition theory, because I'm relying on historical, right?
Right. You have a color palette guide, basically, right?
Yeah, I've got a little
you're imitating here. You're replicating. You're not trying to.
I'm not creating.
You're not creating, and you're not really interpreting. Even like, yes, there's still a level of interpretation, but it's a lot easier with a historical than it is with a fantastical.
And particularly here, one of the things I keep on thinking about that Nagi has told me in the coaching is that like you have to help the light. That like because models are so small, you have to be like assisting the light. And this gives me an opportunity to figure out what the hell that means. This gives me the opportunity to explore that and to figure out what the hell is she talking about.
Yeah, this is one of those things that Nagi is, frankly, one of the most educated people I've ever met in my entire life. Right, she knows so much about color theory specifically and how colors work. It's very important to her understanding of art, as far as I know. Right.
And I got to take.
And I mean, she loses me like almost instantly. So you're like you're like a few steps up. That you're like, I can figure out what that means. Right? I'm just like, I believe you. I don't understand, but I believe you when you say it.
I'm starting to kind of get it, but it is this particular experiment that I've been doing today. Right? Is I watched a video by Vince Venturella about how to make skin tones using only yellow, red, blue.
Yeah.
Just using yellow, red, blue, and white to create highlight effect and paleness. And I have made color mixes according to, following these guidelines that did not look right to me at all on the palette.
But once you put them on the model.
Yeah, this guy, who I think turned out the best so far, it just looked like slightly reddish Smurf when I was mixing the color. It looked like purple.
Yeah.
And if I look carefully, it does look purple as well. But if I kind of like let myself unfocus a little bit, I can see that is,
yeah. You've also got shadow dropping over it, right?
Yeah, I've got shadow dropping over it. Yeah, it's still pretty purpley looking, and I can still definitely improve the degree to which it looks natural. But I am sort of starting to learn how the miniaturization affects the coloration in odd ways. And
it's also the texture of the model matters, the material the model is made out of matters. There's a lot of material science to it, so that might be actually an angle that you could attack this from, so to speak, right?
That does help.
Because you know your chemistry, so
I do. I know some chemistry. I was not an especially good chemistry student. I think.
But I mean, I've heard you talk about it, so you know more than like my skill level, right? Like I have a basic understanding of most stuff like this, but
hello, who just joined?
My man,
she is back. She returns. Yeah.
Server.
Hello, creature.
Are you trying to kick us out?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
No, I was here. I was just checking because I was like about to install Night Rain, right? And I was like, time to play the game. And then I see you still here.
Yeah. I started a third model, so I've got to finish it before I can feel comfortable.
We're talking about how material affects the display of color. And how a color that looks bad on the palette can look really good on the model, or at least much better on the model.
You need to see it in, first of all, in context, and second of all, the underpainting changes the color. So you have a white palette, right? So it's different. It's not the same. It's not.
Yeah, I was praising you effusively, your understanding of color theory and of just generally like these particular techniques is astounding.
I think you're just like glazing me too much with this shit. Like I'm like constantly. Like,
wow! Nagi is pushing back against positive attention. Holy crap!
No, listen, like actually, crazy. I'm like constantly. I have like a stack of papers here that I'm drawing my designs on as I go, right? Like because I really like drawing with my fountain pen, right?
Yes.
I gotta get more fountain pens to draw, right? And I just can't.
You win again, Deanna.
Get it right.
I'm always winning.
The wizards stay winning, dude.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let us proceed.
I'm typing that on Twitter right now.
I mean, I said it earlier. I really want like a fountain pen that is like a sharp pen, like a classic drawing pen, black ink drawing pen. That'd be cool. That'd be so good to draw.
Do they make those, Deanna?
I also really want a Lamy 2000. Niana said they make them, and I wanted the Lamy 2000.
I'm pretty sure they make them, but I don't think that they make them. I don't think they're as good as like the dip ink ones or the traditional ones.
I don't need.
You have to maintain contact with the with the capillary mechanism inside, right?
The highest quality pen here.
Yeah.
I don't need this thing to be like turbo flexible 90-degree bend, kind of like crazy shit. No.
That stuff's nonsense. So Goliath is asking a question that Nagi can probably answer about glazes.
You're glazing me again? Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Sorry. Just ask. What's the question?
The question that Goliath is asking, that they are asking in chat, is does that work for skin of models? Does adding a translucent layer make the skin reflect light in a skin-like way?
Okay.
I mean,
so
I think kind of.
Let me. I think what he's asking here, if you have a model, like you can especially see this on bigger models, right? Like, correct me, just like tell me to shut up, Goliath, if I'm not actually answering your question. But you're asking about the finish of the paint on the skin, right? So getting light to reflect in a skin-like way, like in a realistic to-scale skin-like way, is really difficult just with paint, because that's usually not how this paint actually works. So for that, there is like a product called a micro glass pearl filled varnish, right? So if you've ever seen like people like in the Japanese model painters doing the anime girl figurines with like giant skin surfaces, that's like the product that they use for this, because the way that the skin disperses light is like it's really diffuse. Like you get a really matting effect. Shadows on skin are very soft. And the way to achieve this with paint is to use a on models is to use a you ask, okay, that makes more sense. So if you're talking about this technique from the Dutch masters, right? Yeah, that actually works. You just have to use the right mediums here, because the Dutch masters used oils, right? And oil paints are very well known for actually using a lot of different mediums, like linseed oil, all kinds of stuff. So the thing is this: the fatter a medium is, usually the glossier your paint will be when it dries finish-wise, and the longer it will take to dry. So you want to apply lean coats, and that's the way that you get the actual finish. Because there's a difference between, there's two things, right, when it comes to paint. There's the hue, and then there is finish. They're different, right? So like a paint that actually is like red, but it is satin, feels different than red and glossy, right? So you know what I mean?
You're glazing me too much, she says. Immediately recognizes historical painting technique, dissects historical painting technique.
Is that also why old pigments are always in powder form? No, pigments are generally in powder form. There's some pigments that are in ink form, so like in liquid form. But pigments are generally in powder form. So when you create paint, what you do is you pick your pigment. So for example, as we talked about before about poisoning ourselves, titanium oxide, right?
Mhm.
Titanium oxide is the pigment for titanium white, which is like relatively normal to understand. And then with ivory black, it's like bone ash, right? Like you just burn a bunch of bones, get like fucking bone ash. That's the black. And then you take this pigment, and then you add to that a so-called medium, right? And the medium is the binder. And the medium, like, that is the actual part of the paint that determines what kind of paint you're making. So for example, if you use animal binder, egg whites, and all this kind of stuff, you get gouache. If you use like different kinds of like oils, you get oil paint. It's called oil paint because of that, right? If you use an acrylic polymer, you get acrylic paints, right? Like, so that's basically how this works. And then you can add to the medium different kinds of fillers to change the actual finish of the thing as well, because pigments have natural finishes because they also have properties. But then you can add like talcum powder or whatever the fuck you want to do to make it more matte, right? Like that's basically how you make that. That's pretty easy.
So I just want to say, Al, that I was like watching you attach that arm, and I was sitting here like, oh god, the entire time, because I will tell you what would have happened if I was trying to do that.
Yeah.
That arm, that arm would have gone flying across the room, and I never would have found it.
It entered a different dimension.
Yeah, it would have backwards long jumped into a parallel universe. Okay, that's what I'm telling you here. So it's like, it's always nice. I really like watching people do painting and calligraphy and all this sort of stuff, because it's kind of just not something I can really do very well. And it's very immensely satisfying to me to watch somebody do a dexterous task and not just drop everything.
I am glad. People do come by and periodically say like they don't have steady enough hands for doing this kind of thing, and I mean I do.
Yeah.
Right. Like I do have very steady hands.
I've been told it's pretty good therapy actually, but
I mean that is like a thing that is that's like one of those challenges in life more philosophically is this question of like, do you rage against your limitations or not on a given thing? Like when is it the right thing? When are you? So here's an example from education, right? Here's an example from education that came up. That's been coming up a lot recently. Is when you're teaching kids how to read in English. This is English education in literacy, in reading. What do you do with kids who are dyslexic and have other disabilities that make learning learning how to read more challenging? Because phonetics often seems like it is very, very difficult for those kids, right? Like you try to teach kids the phonetic style. Here's the answer. If you are teaching a kid who is dyslexic how to read and they're struggling with the phonetic method, every single other method we have learned of developing how to teach reading will make it worse.
This is true.
Will be even worse. Is dyslexia going to have... Are kids who are dyslexic or have other challenges with reading going to have a worse time with learning from phonetics? Yes. Trying to teach them from whole word learning is going to make that even worse. You are not fighting against the disability. You are not compensating for the disability. You are exacerbating the disability.
Yes. I have professional experience with this, in fact.
Yeah.
So
this has been a big thing in education for the last like 10 or 15 years in America, because there was a cultural tendency toward, there's a fashion, that's the word I'm looking for here, fashion.
Yeah.
There was a fashion of trying to teach kids how to read while minimizing how much time they have to spend learning phonetics, because phonetics is challenging and it's painful and it's annoying, and for some people it is harder than it is for others. And the answer is that there are two ways to learn how to read, and it is learning by phonetics and phonetics but with more challenges. It's brutal. It's just English orthography is just a mess. English orthography is just a mess, and that's just the underlying factor of it.
And the truth is, the actual techniques that you have to apply are a little bit more abstracted than this, right?
Yeah.
It's like you're still going to teach how to learn with phonetics, but you're going to do so really kindly.
Yeah,
that's what you're going to do, right?
Yeah.
The trick is here that a student who is dyslexic will need more individual instruction.
That's it.
That is
it just requires more resources. It's just more resources. It's unfortunately just more resources. There's not a sexy, cool way around it.
There's no way to make a better system that doesn't like have to ever give anybody personal attention, which seems to be people's idea of a better system for some reason.
Well, because it doesn't involve it involves not using more resources. It involves it's there's a. Because sometimes you can find a solution that uses the same resources more cleverly and uses them more efficiently. Sometimes people think that means that every single problem in the world is just a matter of more efficient, clever resource allocation. And because we want to use fewer teaching resources, we are really, really thirsty for that.
Whereas the truth is, it's kind of the opposite with any form of instruction, really.
Yeah, and Goliath is kind of hitting on like the actual best answer, right, is to fix English orthography, because English orthography is a fucking mess.
But good luck with changing anything about English. People don't even respect the language as it is.
That's a real uphill battle. Anyway, I bring this all up in the case of like, I don't think you mind people knowing this. Mix has essential tremor. Or something like it.
I have peripheral neuropathy.
Oh yeah, peripheral neuropathy. Mix's hands shake quite a bit.
They shake quite a bit, and I have a significant amount of stiffness and pain. Right?
And I don't know, because I am not educated on this, if this is one of those situations where doing things like miniatures painting or lock picking or calligraphy or the kind of things I like doing, because I like doing these fine dexterity tasks. I don't know if this is the sort of thing where those are things that compensate for that and develop and strengthen away from the problems that you have, or if they're things that are just exercises in frustration. I don't know.
It's a little column A, little column B, to be completely honest with you, right? Because like I've tried this stuff. I've done a lot of physical therapy, right? Occupational therapy for this. And fine muscle control helps. It does not solve the problem, and it is not a passive process, right?
Yeah.
The real issue that I have is I can still my hands if I try really hard. I have to focus 100% on stilling my hands, right? And even then it's not perfect. Like, I'll maybe get, like, as steady as you when you're not being, like, careful, right? If I'm really, really focusing. But, the thing, and it doesn't, what I will say is I'm lucky in that I don't have something that is trying to develop the muscles just makes it worse, because it makes my muscles stronger without giving me any more control, right? Manual dexterity tasks work well. The problem I have with miniature painting and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because I do not have a 3D printer.
Yeah.
That shit costs money. Paints cost money.
It does.
Right?
It does.
And so, like, the thing I tend to do is I tend to use one of my things is I tend to use aim trainers and stuff with a mouse.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
That tends to help with precise movements, but it's completely different when in my everyday life my biggest thing is that I'll pick up a glass and then I'll just drop it.
Yeah. So this is actually
I'll reach for something and I'll fling it across the room by accident.
Hello X_A_N_A_D_U_. One of my two favorite usernames to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't. So this actually hit something that I think is kind of interesting. Is that, like, as I've highlighted quite a few times, I have pretty good fine motor control. Right. This is not what I'm doing right now. Is feels very intuitive and satisfying to me. I actually have kind of bad coarse motor control. My motor control with things that are using my fingertips and up to my wrist, I'm pretty good. But like with my elbow and shoulder, I'm actually kind of clumsy. Which I think is kind of interesting.
I'm feeling that a little bit right now, actually, because like I've heard that it's best to like draw with your entire arm, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, trying to do fine motor control with a bicep and a tricep is hard.
There's like several kinds of movements that you can do, right?
Yeah.
You can do just like fingers, right? You can do like wrist, you can do elbow, and you can do shoulder, right? So they are all different for different applications. I will say, using a full shoulder swing for something that you do on digital or on like a normal sized piece of paper and not like in a canvas is like maybe a little bit overkill. I've done it before because I have a really big drawing tablet where I will just zoom out and just like, do a thing over the entire, but I'm always worried that I will scratch the surface, right? It's a bit, those are kind of like brutal techniques.
Okay, so I've been doing it wrong then?
I don't know. What are you doing?
That's how I try to draw lines and stuff, by using my entire shoulder.
What kind of line?
Straight lines.
How long though?
Oh, the entire width of like the 13-inch working area.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get that motor control, because I think that once I can get like good at getting the pencil or pen or whatever to go where my eyes, want it to go, then I'll be able to like learn stuff super quickly past that point. Am I wrong?
I got no idea, man.
Sure, no. Like, I am a defender of this. A lot of artists that actually like do this kind of stuff, especially digitally. Like, I see this a lot in digital artists. Like, this is why I become like a fucking like defender of the old ways, right? There's so many people that learn art like on digital, like, and I don't have a problem with digital at all. I think it's good, but there digital has like a crutch, right? Inbuilt that a lot of people just use to an incredible degree. And
Stabilization?
yes.
I turned that off.
Like I have seen this before where I like people have like seen me draw where I'm showing them that stuff and they're like, holy shit, you draw with 0 stabilization, you're scary, right? But that's like the thing is that that's the mark of a traditionally trained artist, like being able to draw. In fact, that shit messes me up, right? So
Yeah.
I feel that is a skill that you should hone. Like, you don't have to do it, so to speak.
I'm learning with it off.
Because digital kind of compensates a little bit for this, which is also like if you have disabilities, like what Mikks is describing, like obviously the shit is helping you greatly.
Yeah,
right?
like Nagi has told me like quite a bit, like how much stabilization helps me, and that when I find like the right stabilization level, it will like be incredibly useful for digital drawing, right?
In fact, like I had to relearn how to draw on my iPad because most of the actual iPad drawing apps cannot turn off stabilization 100%.
Even Procreate?
And that's because the iPad like this kind of weird ass fucking matrix array that they have is like not good enough for that. They need the stabilization to compensate for the fact that the actual technology isn't up to the standard that like the other more purpose-built tech is.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Good morning, tubular_troll. It's nice to meet you.
Morning.
And hey, Gravy. And also, thank you for the follow, Long Xiao VTuber.
Long Xiao.
Long Xiao.
Long Xiao. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's
Long
a
Xiao.
Yeah.
It's a good name.
It's a good name. I like it. I like it. Yeah.
Also like
Too.
Troll,
Yeah.
that's
I
have a question. Tubular Troll, do you know about Homestuck?
No!
No. Tube is a classical troll.
I see the I like his emote, the Tube 1 hype. I like quite a bit. It's a good.
Yeah, it's really good. No. I had a really nice conversation with Tube about John Bauer, Nagi.
Okay.
At MagFest,
the
right?
actual like classic, like good old troll, right? So.
Yeah, the classic troll. Yeah.
The trolling.
Tomte and Troll.
Yeah, Tomte and Troll. Troll und Mädchen.
Where am I at?
But yeah, no. So Tube, I believe I've. Yeah. I am a 3rd generation Swedish immigrant. It's true. But well, I'm glad you remember me. I like meeting people, and I like it when they like me. It makes me pretty happy.
Oh God.
But so Tube, I believe I've told Al this, and I think Nagi knows. Tube is a traditional artist who does a lot of pen and pencil work and pen and on stream.
It's actually the good shit.
Okay, hold on. Giving you the follow rights now, then, because I am mostly a calligrapher. For anybody who's been hanging out here for the last little bit and has just been watching me paint minis, this is me painting minis is a little bit of a change of pace for me. It's a little bit of a thing that I like to do, partially because it's been a good excuse to get Nagi to coach me. And it's
the serpent bait.
I will also say like about the whole like traditional art thing and what Nano asked me, right? Like I think the skill of like being able to draw really good lines is very important for being fast in drawing, for not needing a billion attempts at everything, right? Like for just like actually the security that gives you is really good because you can iterate really, really fast and you can just get your stuff done in a. And also, weirdly enough, the way that you draw lines, the way that you learn to draw lines kind of shapes your style. right? Like people think like of style more as a like high, like it's a very conceptual thing, whereas like, oh, this guy really likes this sort of kind of like eyelashes or whatever. But your style can also be influenced by these really fundamental things, but the way you approach drawing lines, right? Like that's actually important in developing that kind of stuff, I feel.
So I'm actually based and potentially red-pilled.
Yeah, potentially.
You're forming a good basis.
Ho ho ho.
Yippee.
That is what a base is.
I'm at 10 layers of drawing lines today. Let's go.
Heck yeah. But yeah, I am mostly a calligrapher, and it's actually kind of fun to me because like
to grill the troll is spazzing out. What the fuck?
a lot of the folks in my community are artists of various types, and a lot of them are digital artists, and it's just like really funny because like I have never done any digital art. The closest I've come is like fooling around in Blender. And so I have no idea what the hell they're talking about, like ever.
Technically speaking, your panels and your schedules are digital art.
Technically, but I paid somebody else to make most of those, and I just kind of put in text.
Okay.
Digital art is like a little bit different. You don't like people always talk about, oh, there's no feedback and stuff, and it's like there's less feedback and there's different kind of feedback, right? Like it's not exactly like drawing on paper, even though a lot of like stuff that exists out there tries to approximate it. So it's like kind of like it kind of feels a little bit like drawing on like an oil slick in the beginning, and then you just get used to it and it just works. And the funny thing about it is you don't lose the ability to draw on paper. It's just like it feels the same after a while. At least that's how it works for me. I don't feel the difference. Right? Like my brain just corrects for it.
Is that the unpainted one from last night? So this one was partially painted when I started this stream. This one was completely unpainted when I started stream, as was this one. We have actually done 3 minis on stream. It looks like I'm settling into 3-ish.
Are these
hours?
Decorations on their shields? Are they like is this like inspired by historical decorations?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what they actually had.
So this is like, I mean, this one, lightning bolt patterns are ones that we know about, and laurel wreath patterns are ones that we know about. My laurel wreath is not super great, but
looks a little bit like a cactus.
A little bit like a cactus.
It's the what as we were discussing, right?
Part of the reason
multicultural representation.
This was the first one that I did from this Roman set, and this was my attempt at doing the first laurels, and there's way too many fucking leaves. Way too many leaves.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
For the level of detail that I'm capable of drawing with my current skills, yeah. For my abilities, yeah, it's too many.
How did you do these, by the way? Like, did you like paint them and then outline them? Because you should do this in reverse. I feel.
I definitely painted them and then outlined them.
You should have painted the entire design in black, and then like on top of the design in black, you should have painted the other colors. That makes way more sense.
Okay. I was I mean, what I need this is a case where like I am actually just going to spend some goddamn money. I need the pens. I need the pens. I need the
hey.
I need the
Doggy.
pens.
Turns out the pen you currently have is really good for the stuff you want to do, because you can swap out the nibs.
Really? So I could just get multiple of these and have different nibs?
No, I mean, you could just have the nibs and swap them out on the same pen.
Yeah, but that takes time. I need to do this on the fly when I draw.
Oh, okay.
I need to like draw that shit, grab the other one, throw the other one in like a box behind me or whatever, you know?
Oh, then you'd just be better off buying TWSBI Eco then, probably.
The Ecos. The Ecos. But yeah, part of the reason why I'm biased towards traditional is because I'm actually just such a fucking history nerd.
Yeah, you are a huge history nerd.
That's like a non-traditional part of like
you and my uncle are the people who I know who like know the most about the Romans in particular.
I am I'm reading like actual academic books about like Roman military history and stuff. Like,
it's also like I need all this extremely obscure information about like, hey, what did the Slavs believe about this specific thing? And you just ask you this, and you come back to me in like a few hours with all the info, and I'm like, what the fuck, right? Like,
hell yeah. Jam, hey, welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
No, it's genuinely.
No, I like studying. I like research.
No, it's genuinely nice to meet somebody who just like completely outclasses me in this particular, right? Because like I've never thought I was all that great with like history in particular, right? And cultural history and sociological history. But I've been the person who people have frequently relied upon for this, so it's nice to meet somebody who's just like as good as people seem to think I am, right? Right. I can do this with theology super easily, right? Like, if we're talking like theology, mythology, or linguistic history, I can generally go pretty damn hard on that and do it pretty fast, right? But my real area of expertise with history is contemporary, right? It's like after 1940.
Yeah, that's very recent by my reckoning. That's like right up. That's like right up in there. That's
because most of my education in history is civil rights history.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
I'll do it.
It's civil rights history. It's queer history. So I have some ancient stuff, but it's mostly for comparison's sake, right? It's educational history as well, right? And the thing about education is, well, it did evolve a lot over time. It's evolved a lot more in the last 100 years than it has pretty much at any point in history, I'd say. So, in terms of like how education is actually mass education in particular, right? So, as have the fields of like mental health studies, neurological studies, all these things, right? My actual areas of expertise.
I'm checking my work email because I've got work in 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours. It may be about time for me to wrap up. Which
give me a second. I'm testing night rain. Very important.
Yeah. Oh, Nagi, I'm gonna want to tell you something about night rain. Go in and turn off auto lock on, because otherwise it will automatically lock you onto anything you approach.
Oh yeah, I would have just fucking killed myself immediately as soon as that happened.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, it's toggled on by default for some ungodly reason.
Insane. These people are fucking insane. What are they doing to me?
They are targeting you specifically for murder. They are trying to kill Nagi Nagarunsky specifically.
Nagi Nagarunsky. But yes, folks, I think that this is probably about as good a time to wrap up as any. I will shill my friends because you are my friends. This has been Nagi, and Nagi is the cool snake lady who is apparently now playing Night Rain right now.
No, I'm preparing for stream here. I'm gonna be playing this on stream.
When are you streaming?
Now.
Okay, so you want me to raid into you?
If you want to, I don't require it.
The guy who's been glazing us all up is MikksUAV, who does a lot of very cool chatting streams and is my scheming vizier. And is incredibly helpful. One of the coolest guys you'll meet. And the person who's picking fights constantly is Nyanomancer.
Hey now, when they started picking fights, what's Miks got here? Because you have to combat the evil vizier. You have to.
It's true. You actually do not pick fights with me, like pretty much ever. He just
does this. He does this to me. Yeah.
So thank you. I had a nice time painting. As mentioned, I usually am doing calligraphy. There's my Discord, and I am saying this partially because let's go over to my schedule. The four of you will just have you three schmucks will just have to put up with me talking about my schedule. Schedule for next week: calligraphy, 10 p.m. US Eastern on Monday. On Tuesday, I'm doing Deep Rock Galactic with Ratmost. Wednesday, we're doing a movie night. We're killing Nazis. It's a Nazi killing movie night. Downfall and Inglourious Bastards. I like to do these weird pairings. This is not the most insane one. Mix, do you know what it was this week?
What was it this week? I think I saw, but
it was Dead Ringers and Twins.
Oh yeah.
That was insane.
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh yeah, I love co-op action games. I my most played game is Warframe. Thursday, Deltarune, because Deltarune's coming out on Wednesday, and I'm not streaming on Wednesday. And Friday, the timing on that is probably going to change. That's probably not the final time, but me and Bug are going to have a traditional chat about tradition and old things. And
okay, I'm gonna leave here.
Leave so I can fucking raid into you. I'm trying to end stream so I can raid into you.
She is live. She is live.
She is live. She's live. Okay.
Yes.
I hope that you enjoyed the cool snake lady, because I am sending you to her. Thank you all for being here. Also, there's my socials. I'm actually more active on Twitter than I am on Blue Sky these days, because tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. It lives rent-free in my mind. If you are not subbed to me, this is the raid message.
Perish?
If you are, that's me. That's the raid message. Thank you all for.
God, I love that emote.
I love that emote so much. It's so good. It's
too powerful.
I can't believe we've managed to displace Tank. I didn't think anything would ever displace Tank, but it does displace Tank. This is my other favorite emote. This is my other favorite emote, is the Tank. He's so happy.
They're both really good.
He's so happy.
It's literally you.
It's literally me. It's just me having a nice time in a little tiny tank. Anyway, everyone have a lovely rest of your night. I've got work in 2 hours, so I'm fucked.
Oh.